Volume 21. Chapter 2001, Highest Level. Chapter 2001, Highest Level. The Holy Way stage is very strange. You can't see the attacks. I wonder how it's been designed. It almost looks alive. And it can test different things, murmured Ho Ching Lin to Lin Feng and the others. Brother, you also want to know where the attacks come from? Lin Feng smiled. Historic vestiges were marvelous. The Holy Way stage was being used to test people's talent, weaknesses, and strengths, but it seemed to have other uses. Did peerless cultivators have to be flawless in all aspects? Was it impossible to become a peerless cultivator without the proper blood strength, bones, physical strength, intent and so on? Was it why some holy great emperors were stuck at that cultivation level and couldn't transcend worldliness and attain holiness? I'm going to try too. Ho Chang Lin nodded. Alright, we all have to try anyway, Lin Feng smiled knowingly. After Crazy Bull tried, so did many other people. However, nobody had managed to set foot on the Holy Way stage, it was too difficult. It meant that the cultivator already met all the requirements to become a peerless cultivator someday. Even without talking about getting onto the stage itself, getting to the third step was already extremely difficult. Nobody had managed to do better than Crazy Bull. The requirements to become a peerless cultivator someday were extremely strict. Having the proper blood, bones, and body was already really difficult, but having the proper intent was even harder. Crazy Bull had managed to get onto the third step because he was incredibly determined. When Ho Chang Lin walked out, many people pulled long faces. After all, he was still a medium-level emperor. In the Holy City, he wasn't as famous as Chu Chunxiu or Lin Feng. Only people from Champion University knew that Ho Ching Lin was quite strong. When Ho Chang Lin stepped onto the first step, he shook visibly. A mysterious kind of strength surrounded him invisibly. Ho Ching Lin understood that no matter what kind of defense technique you used, it was useless, powers and spells weren't part of your body. Ho Ching Lin coughed up blood. Many people shook their heads. They all thought, as expected, he can't handle it, not even the first step. However, after a short time, Ho Ching Lin was still on the first step. People looked at him strangely. He was injured, but he hadn't been pushed away. Ho Ching Lin moved his foot, a ferocious expression on his blood-covered face. He lifted his foot and put it on the second step, then his second foot. The second step was to test a cultivator's blood and bones, and Ho Ching Lin's blood started boiling, his bones crackling. It looked extremely painful, the kind of pain that could kill weak people. But Ho Ching Lin endured the pain. He was standing steadily on the second step, his robe fluttering in the wind. Those watching were stunned. Ho Chang Lin had passed the challenge of the second step. The beautiful woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty was surprised. She murmured, his body, blood, and bones might not be powerful enough, but he's extremely determined. It means that if you're determined, even if you lack some things, you can succeed. He will probably have no problem getting onto the third step, either. Ho Chang Lin remained silent, unlike Crazy Bull, who had been shouting like a madman, and wasn't any weaker than Crazy Bull. Then, Ho Chang Lin stepped onto the third step without any problem, astonishing everyone further. People's hearts started pounding. There are always talented individuals in hiding, and there is no link between reputation and cultivation level. The people who are here are all geniuses. Everybody here must be determined, thought the crowd. After all, they were all geniuses. When Ho Chang Lin climbed onto the first step, the crowd wasn't jealous, they were amazed and admired him, and those who had failed felt even more determined to become stronger. Those who had failed felt ashamed because they had the impression they weren't determined enough. At that moment, Ho Chang Lin raised his head and focused on the next step. Finally, he moved his foot and lifted it. His soul shook violently. An invisible and intangible strength struck his soul. It looked extremely painful, and it felt as if his soul was going to explode. He released reincarnation intent and stepped fully up onto the next step. His reincarnation strength and chi dashed to the skies. Ho Cheng Lin's chi was suddenly even more powerful. A strong wind made of reincarnation strength whistled about him. He broke through. The crowd was astonished, including Lin Feng. Then he smiled, happy for his friend. Ho Cheng Lin smiled, too. His silhouette flickered. He moved aside and sat down cross-legged to finish breaking through. Lin Feng, your friend is really strong, spoke up Princess Piaoshui. She had thought that Lin Feng would be the only one who could help her when she invited the group along, and had underestimated the others, finding out that Ho Cheng Lin was extraordinary too. Surprisingly, he had become a high-level emperor on the flight of stairs. Of course. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. Back then, in the small world, he used to protect me all the time. I admired him, and I still do. Princess Piaoshui shivered when she saw Lin Feng's wide smile. She hadn't realized Ho Cheng Lin and Lin Feng were so close. Someone else ran up to the flight of stairs, Zhuo Qing, diamond indestructible king-type body. As everybody had anticipated, Zhuo Qing jumped onto the first step without any problem. He had a king-type body, which meant he had the potential to become a king, so of course he couldn't have a body problem. Then, he stepped onto the second step, no problem either. Then, he continued to the third step. At that moment, Zhuo Qing stopped for a few seconds. A sharp look appeared in his eyes, golden lights appeared around him, sharp golden lights dashed to the skies. People who were very determined weren't affected by that invisible and intangible strength. He was still standing steadily there. Will Zhuo Qing do better than everyone else? Some people wondered aloud. Zhuo Qing continued walking towards the fourth step and then up onto it. This one tested a cultivator's soul. A mysterious strength came down on Zhuo Qing's soul, shaking it with the pressure, yet he remained silent and calm. He was still surrounded by dazzling golden lights, and he looked like a motionless mountain. As expected, he's stable. Zhuo Qing moved his foot, getting ready to try the fifth and last step. If he managed to get onto the Holy Way stage, it would mean that he already met all the requirements to become a peerless cultivator someday. Zhuo Qing heard someone sigh mentally, as if a saint were sighing. An endless amount of Tao power crashed onto his body, and suddenly he shouted furiously. Golden lights rose powerfully as he started releasing Tao intent. A dazzling golden circle appeared above his head. He's on it, how strong! Those watching were stunned. Zhuo Qing was on the fifth step, 2 steps more and he'd be on the Holy Way stage. Zhuo Qing continued his slow walk forwards towards the Holy Way stage. The crowd shivered, all nervous and staring at him. Finally, Zhuo Qing arrived next to the edge of the stage, and suddenly turned into a light beam, startling everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2002, Potential Peerless Cultivators. Chapter 2002, Potential Peerless Cultivators. Zhuo Qing appeared in the sky and landed on the last step again. However, his face had paled, and his cheeks were bright red. A golden light appeared faintly around him. He rose up high into the air and sat down cross-legged. What had happened? He just had to take 2 more steps and he'd be on the Holy Way stage. Zhuo Qing failed. He can't go onto the Holy Way stage, who can do it? Wondered someone, as everyone looked at Zhuo Qing, who was now seated cross-legged far above them. Zhuo Qing murmured, the saint is sighing, but... The saint is sighing? Everyone was startled as they looked at the Holy Way stage. Had Zhuo Qing heard a saint sigh? Had he heard a saint? He's got a diamond indestructible king-type body, he's got all the prerequisites to become a peerless cultivator someday. Unfortunately, he still needs a little bit more, but if he continues studying hard, he'll definitely become a peerless cultivator someday, said the woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty slowly. People remained silent, staring at the Holy Way stage solemnly and respectfully. A saint had just sighed. Someone emerged from the crowd and moved towards the holy way stage with a whistling of qi. Chu Chunxiu. Many eyes twinkled. Chu Chunxiu, first cultivator on the imperial ranking list in the holy city. He was the strongest emperor in the holy city, a symbol and descendant of King Chu. Can Chu Chunxiu do as well as Zhuo Qing? Was the question being whispered? Chu Chunxiu jumped onto the first step. No problem at all. Then, he jumped onto the second one, no problem either. He looked like a motionless mountain. His bones and blood were perfect. He jumped onto the third step, which tested a cultivator's intent. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The crowd had a hallucination, as if this guy was an ancient king. Then, he jumped onto the fourth step, which tested soul strength. His soul shook, strength rising about him. He was still motionless. Fourth step, how strong? The watchers were shaking. Chu Chunxiu wasn't struggling at all, it seemed so easy for him. Chu Chunxiu is extremely strong. No wonder he's the first emperor of the holy city. I wonder whether he'll manage to step onto the fifth step that easily or not. If he can, it means that he has the potential to become a peerless cultivator. Murmured someone, staring at Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu walked over to the fifth step. Like Zhuo Qing, he heard someone sigh in his brain, and power came down on him, shaking everything. The earth and sky darkened, as if a god were about to appear. Chu Chunxiu jumped onto the fifth step, the air still groaning. Just like Zhuo Qing, 2 more steps forwards and he'd be on the holy way stage. He's stable. Chu Chunxiu did as well as Zhuo Qing so far. He's really talented, someone sighed. How strong is he compared to Zhuo Qing? Asked someone. They're talented and strong in different ways. It's not because someone is talented that they are good at fighting. Chu Chunxiu is not as strong as Zhuo Qing, who has a king-type body. But he has the potential to become a peerless cultivator, replied someone else. Talent, strength, and fighting abilities were all different things. When Chu Chunxiu sensed that he was completely stable, he started walking again. His ancient emperor intent was intense, he was now surrounded by ancient emperors. The earth and sky started shaking again. Someone groaned with pain as if their organs were about to be cut open. Their soul was quivering. Chu Chunxiu is making the 6th step, he's already surpassed Zhuo Qing. The strength is even more explosive. Someone exclaimed. Chu Chunxiu had already taken 2 steps forward on the 5th step. Zhuo Qing had been pushed backwards after the 1st step. Did Chu Chunxiu have a greater chance to become a peerless cultivator than Zhuo Qing? Zhuo Qing opened his eyes and looked down at Chu Chunxiu. This guy had taken 1 step more than him. How impressive. However, Zhuo Qing quickly closed his eyes again and returned to his meditation. Last step, if he manages to get to the holy way stage, it'll mean that he has all the necessary characteristics to become a peerless cultivator someday. Chu Chunxiu lifted his foot as he took a deep breath, it was his last step. At that moment, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Chu Chunxiu moved his foot. He raised his head and smiled proudly. His hair and robe were fluttering in the wind. There was a tolling sound, like a bell being struck. Someone coughed blood and their face turned deathly pale. They had the sensation their organs were going to explode. Feng and his friends' faces changed slightly. They had heard someone sigh. The pressure was much more intense than a moment before. Feng and his friends had the sensation they were facing an ancient king. The pressure was incredible. Is that a saint's voice? Murmured Feng at the sound. Chu Chunxiu finished making his step, everybody staring at his back in astonishment. King-type body, I'm convinced that guy has a king-type body. He just hides it, declared someone. Indeed, there's King Qi. His kind of King Qi is more powerful than Zhuo Qing's King Qi. Chu Chunxiu has been hiding his king-type body the whole time, said someone else. Everybody agreed and nodded. They were convinced that the first emperor of the holy city had a king-type body. At that moment, Chu Chunxiu was facing the Holy Way stage. If he took one more step forward, he'd be on the Holy Way stage. Will there be a terrifying strength on the Holy Way stage? Someone wondered softly. Chu Chunxiu stopped for a few seconds, before taking a step forward. As he lifted his foot towards the stage, his hair and robe fluttered violently. Chu Chunxiu's qi didn't weaken, he looked like an ancient king. Finally, he put his lead foot on it, and then his second foot. He was the first person to step onto the Holy Way stage. Silence reigned. Surprisingly, someone had all the characteristics required to be a peerless cultivator, and that guy was a student at the Celestial Godly University, from the Chu clan in the vast celestial ancient city. A new peerless cultivator might appear in the holy city in the future. Someone murmured. Chu Chunxiu had the potential to become a peerless cultivator. The Holy Spirit Dynasty spokeswoman shivered. Chu Chunxiu was here for the Holy Spirit Dynasty, he had the potential to become a peerless cultivator. I'm happy for the Chu clan, said someone at that moment. Back in the days, King Chu was powerful and influential, but they had only read about him in books. Not necessarily. Back then, there was an insane peerless cultivator in the Chu clan, he's now in the Moon Palace, but. And it's not because you have the characteristics to become a peerless king that you actually are one. It just means you have potential. You have to practice cultivation properly and be lucky to become one too. But at least, it proves that he's extremely strong, and I don't think I could compete with him in a battle. People chattered, while Chu Chunxiu was still on the stage. People who didn't have king-type bodies could become kings, and people who did have a king-type body didn't necessarily become kings. Everybody's path was different. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2003, Holy Throne. Chapter 2003, Holy Throne. Chu Chunxiu was still standing on the Holy Way stage, looking like a king, but not arrogant at all. People were watching him. Suddenly, on the Holy Way stage, a throne appeared, 9 dragons carved on it. Their faces were facing Chu Chunxiu, and they contained sky-absorbing qi. What's that? Was the next question from multiple throats. Surprisingly, a dragon throne had appeared on the Holy Way stage. It looked like an ancient throne, the seat of a saint. That throne appeared because Chu Chunxiu got onto the Holy Way stage. Will Chu Chunxiu obtain an ancient kind of strength? It's a holy emperor's throne, it's an ancient throne. In old days, the saints sat on it, said someone. Everybody glanced at that person, a young man with imperial qi. He was staring at the throne. Holy Way stage, it was as if he had suddenly understood something. How do you know? I've seen such thrones in my dynasty. It's an ancient throne, the kind that are transmitted by ancestors. I've seen it in ancient paintings, it even looks like my own throne, replied the man. He was a prince from a dynasty. When the crowd heard him, they looked at the woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty solemnly. She was also staring at the Holy Way stage. Holy Way stage, Holy Imperial Throne. Chu Chunxiu was staring at the throne. King Qi pulsed around him. The Holy Way stage wasn't the last step at all. The strength which emerged from the Holy Imperial Throne was even more terrifying. Chu Chunxiu's robe was fluttering violently as he made a step and suddenly groaned with pain. His face started bleeding. Everybody who was watching could sense the terrifying pressure. She started to shriek as Chu Chunxiu made another step, but he couldn't handle it anymore. He was driven backwards, so hard it looked like his bones had been crushed, a strong wind carrying him back. Those watchers were quiet. He had failed. Even though Chu Chunxiu had managed to get onto the Holy Way stage, he hadn't passed the challenge of the throne. He crashed to the ground. He looked expressionlessly up at the Holy Way stage. The King Chi around him also dispersed. It disappeared. Everyone sighed as the throne disappeared. The throne only appears when someone is on the Holy Way stage, mused someone else. A new person ran towards the Holy Way stage. Seeing Chu Chunxiu advance that far made everyone feel even more determined. Many people wanted to try. Several more people tried, all of them determined, and even when they failed, they were determined to study harder and to become stronger. At least, the stage helped them know where they had to improve. However, nobody did as well as Chu Chunxiu. Even if he had failed to sit on the throne, he had proven to himself that he had the potential to become a peerless cultivator someday. Even Zhuo Qing hadn't gone so far. So many geniuses, thought Lin Feng, watching people try one after another in silent approval. The first step was already a great challenge. Having the necessary body characteristics to become a peerless cultivator wasn't easy. Some people even managed to advance as far as Zhuo Qing and step on the fifth step. Princess, are you not trying? Lin Feng asked Princess Piao Shui. No, I have no hope. But I can't wait to see you try. I'm guessing you can get to the fourth step at least. The princess replied with a confident smile. Maybe, Lin Feng answered non-committedly. A silhouette flickered as Jian Meng gave it a try. When he took the first step, people thought he was going to fall, as he even coughed up blood, but he endured it. The second step wasn't easy for him either. However, on the third step, he was as motionless as a mountain. On the fourth step, the invisible and intangible strength bombarded his soul, and he was driven away. He wasn't dispirited, however. He was happy and even more determined. The people who had come with Lin Feng were all incredibly strong. A short time before, Ho Cheng Lin had reached the fourth step and he had broken through, he had even become a high-level emperor. Meng Qing, you want to try? Lin Feng whispered to Meng Qing. No. I can get onto the fifth step, Meng Qing replied easily. Lin Feng was surprised and laughed. Perhaps you can get onto the Holy Way stage? I'm not going, Meng Qing shook her head. Lin Feng shrugged. He wasn't going to force her. Sometimes, she wasn't interested in doing some things. Lin Feng, go and sit on the throne, said Meng Qing, smiling at Lin Feng. After the next challenger came back, Lin Feng went up to the stage. Lin Feng, many people recognized him now. He was a medium-level emperor, he had defeated Ji Chang, he was the second emperor of the Holy City, and after having been amazed by Chu Chunxiu, they couldn't wait to see Lin Feng's performance. How great was the difference between Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu, the first and second emperors of the Holy City? The Holy Way stage has nothing to do with one's cultivation level. It's about one's body. How far do you think Lin Feng can go? His physical strength is incredible. In terms of blood and bones, he should have no problem. The first and second step should be easy for him. He defeated Ji Chang, so the third step shouldn't stop him either. The fourth step is about soul strength, maybe he's like his two friends and will stop there. People chattered one after another. Most people thought highly of Lin Feng and were convinced he'd get onto the fourth step, which was already amazing. Most people thought he couldn't make it to the last step, however. Maybe, since he defeated Ji Chang as a medium-level emperor, the fourth step should be doable, but the fifth step, I don't think so. While they were talking, Lin Feng walked up onto the first step, and a fearsome strength bore down on him like a hammer. But he didn't stop, and immediately jumped onto the second step. His blood started boiling, and his bones emitted crackling sounds. The invisible and intangible strength was explosive. His entire body was being attacked. Lin Feng looked relaxed though, and continued walking to the third step. A terrifying and oppressive strength bombarded his will. His brain hurt. He suddenly had the impression he was powerless and useless, like a nobody. His will was being crushed. However, that nobody raised his head and welcomed the terrifying strength without flinching. Demon intent surged around him. Third step, he looks relaxed. He has no problems in terms of bones, blood, and intent. The fourth step should be fine too. Lin Feng still looked relaxed. He walked up to the fourth step, and his soul was hammered. If a cultivator had a weak soul strength, the stairs could kill them instantly. Lin Feng felt tiny, as if he were facing a giant. Determination was a constant challenge though. Many people had managed to get onto the first and second step thanks to their willpower. He's stable, the watchers observed quickly. Lin Feng had most of the characteristics to become a peerless cultivator someday. The top two emperors of the holy city were extremely strong, as expected. Lin Feng continued walking towards the fifth step, stepping up on it, and he heard someone sigh. An invisible, intangible, oppressive, and explosive strength crashed down onto him. He couldn't protect himself, he could just welcome the energies. Lin Feng raised his head. He wasn't going to give up. He looked up at the sky proudly. Life and death Tao intent surged around him and turned into a cloud. It was like Lin Feng was fighting against the gods, against the saints. He's surprisingly stable. Those watching noticed in astonishment. Lin Feng was really strong, making it to the fifth step. The two cultivators of the holy city were both incredible. However, while everybody was being amazed, Lin Feng continued walking forward, the air rumbling at his approach. A terrifying, invisible and intangible strength filled the air and assaulted Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng took a second step. No, he looked like an ancient demon to those watching. He was going to make a third step. The bell tolled, destructive energies roiled and many people pulled long faces, not daring to look. Lin Feng was going to go onto the stage, something that Zhuo Qing hadn't managed to accomplish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2004, Me, Alone, on the Throne. Chapter 2004, Me, Alone, on the Throne. Many people's faces paled, some coughed up blood. The invisible and intangible strength was oppressing everyone. They also heard the saint sigh in an ancient voice. They watched Lin Feng. After his third step, everything had been shaking, then the winds suddenly dispersed. He was still steady, and continued walking towards the Holy Way stage. Can Lin Feng get onto the stage? They wondered. The two top cultivators of the holy city seemed to be the protagonists on that day. Would they both be remembered as people who had been onto the Holy Way stage? Chu Chunxiu was the only one who had managed to get onto the Holy Way stage so far, and Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu were both from the Holy City. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be the second one to do this. Was Lin Feng going to accomplish something only Chu Chunxiu had managed to do so far? Like Chu Chunxiu, Lin Feng stepped onto the Holy Way stage. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Lin Feng had succeeded. Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng had both been onto the Holy Way stage. They both had the potential to become peerless cultivators. He just had to break through now. How incredible, the two cultivators from the Holy City are amazing. Lin Feng is really talented. I underestimated him. He defeated Ji Chang, and Ji Chang wasn't weak, but Lin Feng is really strong and talented. Otherwise he wouldn't be on the Holy Way stage. Were the hushed whispers. When Lin Feng stepped onto the Holy Way stage, he understood what Chu Chunxiu had gone through, as the pressure was terrifying. The oppressive strength surrounded his body and oppressed his veins, flesh, and muscles. It was as if the cosmos was about to collapse onto him. The Holy Imperial Throne appeared slowly. The throne of peerless cultivators. Endless ancient qi rolled around him. Lin Feng looked at the throne, and thought it looked alive. Where does the saint's voice come from? Lin Feng asked aggressively. He took a step forwards. The crowd heard another ancient sigh and sensed a terrifying pressure building. Lin Feng looked proud, like an ancient king. However, Lin Feng was the only one who could understand what he was going through. Everyone was staring at him. His blood was boiling violently, his soul was shaking, his will was being crushed. "Is that a saint's voice?" murmured Lin Feng. He stared at the holy imperial throne and heard the sigh again. It came from there. Lin Feng had the sensation that the whole Holy Way stage was alive. "Why would I fear a saint's sigh?" Lin Feng took another step forward. A hurricane appeared as the saint sighed again. Each time, the strength oppressed him badly, but Lin Feng kept releasing demon energy. He looked like an ancient demon. The saint couldn't crush his will. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to the throne. Those watching were astonished. He had done better than Chu Chunxiu. Many of them were bleeding now. They had the sensation they were going to suffocate. "He's still walking forwards," someone murmured. "Dong!" The earth and sky shook again. People kept coughing up blood, and some fell down on their knees, their faces all pale. "That guy is insane," thought Chu Chunxiu, staring at Lin Feng. He had been there, he knew how terrifying the pressure was. Maybe if he had been more determined, he would have managed to get onto the throne, but he hadn't thought it was necessary. "An old man is sighing, the Holy Way stage is his body," said Chu Chunxiu. People were startled and turned to Chu Chunxiu. Their eyes were glittering knowingly. "The saint's body!" Chu Chunxiu repeated indifferently. Another sigh swept out and made the stage shake. Everybody's faces were pale now. Many geniuses were badly injured. "He's crazy," thought everyone staring at Lin Feng. People were now being hurled away from the stage, one after another as the saint kept sighing. People were astonished. "The saint's voice, it's really a saint's voice." The crowd was trembling. Lin Feng was making the saint sigh unceasingly. The earth and sky were resonating with it. Lin Feng's face was gray, he looked dead. It wasn't his own death Dao intent anymore. It was like the earth and sky were about to collapse. His blood was boiling, thunder was echoing, his soul shook, it was as if he were about to die. Only the saints sounded indestructible. Lin Feng progressively stopped focusing on the voice and ignored it. He kept calm, as if the voice had disappeared. He focused on calm, the stillness of death. The immortality of death. Suddenly, Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Life, death? The path of life and death, how could he fear life and death? How could the saint's voice destroy his Tao? The saint kept sighing, but it didn't matter to Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng was fearless, he just slowly walked forwards in a particularly calm and serene way, as if nothing could stop him. Finally, the crowd heard the sound of the Holy Way, as the earth and sky trembled. The sigh seemed to be indestructible. When Lin Feng made another step, the saint sighed one last time. Many people were bleeding and in agony. The earth and sky became normal again, the sun reappeared. The crowd had the impression they had gone through a natural catastrophe. They raised their heads again and saw Lin Feng. He was now standing before the throne. "I wouldn't have thought that the most talented person today would be Lin Feng," someone sighed. Lin Feng wasn't the strongest one here, but he had passed all the challenges of the Holy Way stage, and now he was standing before the Holy Imperial Throne. It proved that Lin Feng was terrifyingly talented. He defeated Ji Chang in the Holy City, and now he's on the Holy Way stage. It's a good thing for the Holy City's champion university. Someone smiled at Chu Chunxiu and asked, "Chu Chunxiu, what did you mean about the saint's body?" The Holy Way stage is or has been made using the body of a saint. Each step has been created using a specific part of his body. For example, the second step has probably been made using his blood and bones, the third step his intent, and so on, Chu Chunxiu explained slowly. People listened to him and looked surprised. It was just a bold guess, but it also made sense. What about the throne? Someone asked Chu Chunxiu. If the Holy Way stage was made of a saint's body, then what about the throne? The saint's soul, Chu Chunxiu said emotionlessly. The crowd shivered and looked back at Lin Feng. He was standing there, tall and silent. After a long time, Lin Feng finally turned around. His robe fluttered in the wind as he sat down on the throne. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the earth and sky started shaking violently, like an earthquake was happening. What's going on? The crowd looked around in astonishment. Was everything going to collapse? At that moment, the women of the Holy Spirit dynasty all looked astonished. They were all shaking, too. They fell down on their knees, staring at the Holy Spirit stage. At that moment, a terrifying qi emerged in the Holy Spirit dynasty's territory. Their whole territory was shaking as it came forth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2005, Ancient War. Chapter 2005, Ancient War. The crowd was trembling. The geniuses were all staring at Lin Feng and taking deep breaths. Lin Feng was seated on the Holy Imperial Throne. He wasn't even known for having a king-type body or anything. What are they doing? Asked someone who noticed that the beautiful women of the dynasty were on their knees and looking at the Holy Way stage. What did that throne mean for the Holy Spirit dynasty? Was there something secret going on? They had activated the Holy Way stage and invited geniuses. What was the reason? A fairyland appeared. There were many strong cultivators present, and their qi was astonishing. One of them looked at the crowd and said calmly, "Today, we invited many geniuses over, but now the event is over. Please leave." They were kicking out their guests? The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was seated on the throne and the Holy Spirit dynasty was kicking out guests? Many people hadn't tried their chance with the Holy Way stage yet. They were very annoyed. However, they knew they couldn't go as far as Lin Feng. "See you," said some people, glancing at Lin Feng one last time before leaving. Princess Piao Shui and the others didn't leave. Princess Piao Shui looked at the strong cultivator in the sky and said, "Master, Lin Feng is our guest. I'm from the Tianxi dynasty. We're waiting for him here." "Piao Shui, little girl, don't worry, we won't steal your guests. We'll bring him back." "Please go back," the strong cultivator said to her. Piao Shui's eyes glittered, she wasn't reassured at all. "I'm staying here," said Meng Qing slowly. The strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty looked at Meng Qing and said, "Who are you to him?" "His wife." "I follow Lin Feng everywhere," Meng Qing replied evenly. "All right, you can stay," said the strong cultivator dismissively. "Meng Qing, be careful," Ho Lin said to Meng Qing. Meng Qing nodded back. Piao Shui, Ho Lin, and the others all departed. Even if the Holy Spirit dynasty wanted to do anything bad to Lin Feng, nobody could protect him. But they were also convinced that the Holy Spirit dynasty wouldn't harm Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng had closed his eyes. He had the impression that he was traveling back in time. He turned into a spirit and appeared in the ancient days. This was the dynasty of the old times, when they were truly powerful. There were wrecked buildings everywhere. Qi Tian dynasty, when the dynasties were one. "They will always exist, however," said a voice in Lin Feng's mind. It sounded like an old man's voice. It was similar or maybe even the same as the voice he had heard when he was on the stage. The man sounded sad. Before Lin Feng, apart from dynasties, there were many powerful cultivators. They were all fighting, everything was being crushed around them. Fists and energies kept colliding. Such powerful spells, there are some spells I've never even imagined, thought Lin Feng, shaken at the sight. He saw a cultivator punch another one, his fist transformed 99 times. The earth and sky kept shaking as gigantic craters appeared. Had those cultivators transcended worldliness? However, Lin Feng didn't sense any qi. He was just watching. All the emperors cohabited. That's why the dynasty was so powerful. They didn't want it to disappear. However, at some point, it destroyed that harmony. Cultivators want power, and saints are no exceptions. They live so long, sometimes they feel like they're suffocating. Their only pleasure is to see their children and grandchildren grow up. Lin Feng heard the voice again. Lin Feng had compassion. He felt a bit sad. Indeed, being so old and seeing society change all the time was sad. What was it which had destroyed that harmony, though? It made everything change. It allowed everybody to have hope again. However, all the saints also started having explosive battles. Everybody started attacking one another. They all wanted power and control. Nobody won the battle, so they stopped. Then their descendants started fighting to avenge their ancestors, and the saints realized they had made a mistake. The man sighed. It was the same sigh Lin Feng had heard in the outside world. The saints regretted the battle they had sealed in historical remains. They had hoped their descendants would solve the issue, but in the end, it didn't work. The saints knew that remorse couldn't change anything, so they destroyed everything except for a few historical remains, such as the holy way stage you are on. I left it. So many years have passed and now you're here. When Lin Feng heard that, his heart started pounding. Lin Feng had had the impression he was facing a real saint. Was it the case? The holy way stage is my body, my blood, my soul. Only the throne can grant someone access to this place where you can watch the ancient war. Since you came here, you will also become a holy king someday. You've probably never had doubts about that, or you wouldn't be here. I don't know whether you're my descendant, a member of my dynasty, or, of course, I don't know whether the Holy Spirit dynasty still exists or not, but in any case you're lucky to be here. If my dynasty still exists, please wish them the best. If you're from my dynasty, then it's even better. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. All the historical remains of Qi Tian Holy Town had been left by the saints. To activate those historical remains, cultivators need to be incredibly talented. They needed to have the potential to become peerless cultivators? Alright, I will put the battle in your memories. Learn from it. And I will never return, said the voice. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the ancient war in agonizing detail. He had the sensation his head was going to explode, and he trembled at the force of it. In the outside world, the strong cultivators of the Holy Spirit dynasty were all staring at Lin Feng, their hearts pounding. All the saints had fallen back in the days during the Great War, and many of their descendants had died too. Some historical remains had even been destroyed. Many people had tried to activate the historical remains for a long time, but they had always failed. And today, someone from abroad, a genius, had done it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2006, Holy Dynasty Prince. Chapter 2006, Holy Dynasty Prince. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, they were glittering. He was still on the throne, the stage trembling around him. The throne and the battle stage slowly became transparent and faded away into non-existence. The members of the Holy Spirit dynasty were astonished, especially the elders who were pulling long faces. Even though nobody had ever managed to sit on the throne, they could use the Holy Way stage to test their descendants, using the battle stage to see how talented they were. It was a good tool, and now it was dispersing and disappearing. The stage was made of the saint's body, and now he will never return, so it also disappeared. Lin Feng understood that. Now that the saint had transmitted his memories to Lin Feng, he had disappeared and would never return. What did you obtain? An old man asked Lin Feng. He didn't sound furious, they just knew that the Holy Way stage was a treasure which used to belong to their ancestors. But what had Lin Feng obtained or seen when sitting on the throne? I saw the Holy Spirit dynasty's saint from the old days, Lin Feng replied calmly. The strong cultivators of the Holy Spirit dynasty looked at him sharply. Lin Feng felt pressured. What did you obtain? Asked the man again. He transmitted some memories of an ancient battle to me. They knew back then that the Qi Tian dynasty was going to collapse, said Lin Feng. Everyone remained silent. The old man looked at Lin Feng and noticed that he was still strangely calm. After a long time, he said, the Holy Spirit dynasty has existed for a very long time. Nobody has never managed to sit down on the throne. The most outstanding disciples of the Holy Spirit dynasty have gotten close to the throne, only one step away, but failed even though they were so close to success. That's why we wanted to see if there was any genius in the Dark Knight region who could succeed. We didn't have much hope, it was just an idea. And now you succeeded, and we don't know what to do. I understand, said Lin Feng, nodding calmly. We used to laugh about it and say that if someone succeeded, they'd become the king of the Holy Spirit dynasty. However, you did it, what you obtained should belong to us, the strong cultivator went on calmly. Meng Qing's heart was pounding violently. She understood their opinion, but Lin Feng and she couldn't protect themselves. Master, that's your final decision? Asked Lin Feng. The strong cultivator remained silent for a few seconds. Meng Qing clenched her fists as ice appeared around her. You did what the geniuses of our dynasty have not managed to do from generation to generation. You've seen our ancestor. If we killed you and stole what you have, it would be disrespectful to our ancestor. And you did something great, which means you're very talented. You'll definitely become a peerless cultivator. Even if I steal what you've obtained, it won't help us gain a king, the man mused. The other cultivators of the Holy Spirit dynasty listened calmly. Nobody expressed their opinion. They had already talked about this before. Meng Qing took a deep breath in relief. Therefore, I think we should grant you the title of Holy Dynasty Prince. Not only won't we hurt you, but we'll also support you and help you become a peerless cultivator. However, you must promise me one thing, said the man slowly. What thing? Lin Feng asked calmly. I will choose the most beautiful and most outstanding woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty, and you will need to have children with her. You'll also leave your children live in the Holy Spirit dynasty. You will also transmit the knowledge you obtained today to your sons. Whether you want to stay in a relationship with the woman or not doesn't matter. If you do, it's great, if you don't, it doesn't matter, said the old man calmly. Lin Feng was irked. It was great for the Holy Spirit dynasty, he was talented so they didn't want to kill him, and if he had children with their women, outstanding young people would emerge in their dynasty, too. He would also have to transmit his knowledge to them. Even if he was a foreigner, he would be closely bound to the dynasty. Lin Feng admired the strong cultivator for his persuasive abilities. He even wanted to sacrifice an outstanding and beautiful woman's virginity so the clan would have outstanding young people. Lin Feng frowned. For him, it wasn't bad either. It was a win-win proposition, a beautiful and outstanding woman, being backed up by the Holy Spirit dynasty. His sons would become the future kings of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Everything sounded perfect. I agree, Meng Qing spoke up at that moment. Lin Feng was astonished. Meng Qing? Lin Feng looked into Meng Qing's beautiful eyes. Lin Feng, I think it's a good deal, said Meng Qing. For Lin Feng, everything was perfect. He couldn't refuse. The strong cultivators of the Holy Spirit dynasty looked at her and nodded. Lin Feng, you're extremely talented, and you have such an incredible wife already, you're very lucky. We won't cause you trouble, we just want you to have children with the women of our dynasty. You don't even need to get married to them. I agree, Meng Qing said again. All right, I will choose the most beautiful and outstanding woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Don't worry, you can choose one yourself, Lin Feng, the Holy Spirit leader said. Do I have a second choice? Asked Lin Feng. You must understand that we care about our ancestors' legacy. For you, there is no other option, or it wouldn't be as perfect. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and finally nodded. Indeed, nothing could be better. Haven't you seen the Holy Dynasty Prince? The old man turned and shouted at the crowd. Suddenly, many people bowed before Lin Feng and shouted, Holy Dynasty Prince. Lin Feng looked at them and then said calmly, Can I leave? Not. You're the Holy Dynasty Prince now. That's a much higher social status than an ordinary prince. Your sons will also become Holy Dynasty Princes. You're free to do what you want. I'm off then, Lin Feng said calmly. His silhouette flickered away, and Meng Qing followed him. They held hands and left. Lin Feng firmly held onto Meng Qing's hand. Lin Feng, it doesn't matter. They will even back you up in the future, it's a good thing, smiled Meng Qing. You know, I don't mind having them back me up, said Lin Feng, looking at Meng Qing. I don't mind, either, agreed Meng Qing, smiling gently. Lin Feng caressed her face and said, I want my first child with you. When Meng Qing heard him, she blushed. She looked so beautiful at that moment. Lin Feng went back to the Tianxi dynasty and stopped there for a few minutes. He asked Princess Piao Shui to help him get some pieces of information concerning the Moon Palace. He initially wanted to ask Yiren some things, but he didn't have the opportunity. So Piao Shui told him that the Moon Palace had been invited by the ancient Jade dynasty. After that, Lin Feng went to the ancient Jade dynasty. Piao Shui also followed Lin Feng. The ancient Jade dynasty wasn't the oldest dynasty, they had emerged a long time afterwards. The founder of the ancient Jade dynasty was called the Jade Nymph, and her social status was very mysterious. The ancient Jade dynasty had mostly women, but they were very strong. But Piao Shui didn't fear them, so when Lin Feng told her what he wanted to do, she decided to follow him. After all, this guy was crazy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2007, Kidnapping. Chapter 2007, Kidnapping. Lin Feng and Piao Shui landed on the territory of the ancient Jade dynasty. Two guards stopped them, but Princess Piao Shui said, I'm Princess Piao Shui from the Tianxi dynasty. We came to see your holy princess. Since you're a princess, please follow me, said one of the guards extremely politely and led the way. The other guard left by himself, he had probably gone to inform the holy princess. The other guard brought Lin Feng and Piao Shui to a beautiful place for them to rest. There was a cliff with a waterfall, and a natural pool at the foot of the waterfall. There were some pavilions scattered around, all in all, it was beautiful scenery. Please have a rest here. The holy princess will come to see you. All right, thank you, said Piao Shui politely. I shall leave for now, said the guard, smiling thinly. Does the Tianxi dynasty have a holy princess or a prince? Asked Lin Feng to Princess Piao Shui, after the guard had left. We don't, maybe we will someday though, Piao Shui smiled. Lin Feng understood something. The ancient Jade dynasty is different from other groups. They've always had a holy princess, and there's only one. People call her Holy Princess or Holy Jade Princess. She's incredible, extremely strong, explained Piao Shui. Lin Feng nodded. All the dynasty's princes were already extremely strong, so the Holy Princess was probably even stronger. Lin Feng, what happened in the Holy Spirit dynasty? Asked Piao Shui, smiling at Lin Feng. Of course, if you don't feel like telling me, it's okay. Nah, I sat down on the throne and then I landed on an ancient battlefield. I received some memories from the Holy Spirit dynasty's ancestor, and I became their Holy Dynasty Prince, said Lin Feng lightly. Piao Shui was naturally astonished, however. Don't worry. The Tianxi dynasty invited me, and in the mysterious world, I will collaborate with you, Lin Feng smiled. Princess Piao Shui was relieved. She was still astonished that Lin Feng had become their Holy Dynasty prince, though. If Lin Feng wanted to help the Holy Spirit Dynasty, she had nothing to say. After all, he was their Holy Dynasty prince now. Princess Piao Shui, you're here, why didn't you tell me? A gentle voice drifted in. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a silhouette. There were many other people arriving, most from the Moon Palace. Ren Lei and Xiao Yuxin were among them. The leader of the group looked like a celestial being, and was extremely beautiful. She was the Holy Jade Princess. Oh, that's Lin Feng. I've heard about your achievements on the Holy Way stage. You even managed to sit on the Holy Imperial throne. You're extremely talented. You've surpassed many monstrously strong people. A pleasure to meet you, said the Holy Jade Princess. She was very friendly. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yuxin and said, Holy Jade Princess, forgive me for my boldness, but I came here because I'm looking for someone. Oh? Who? Asked the Holy Jade Princess. Lin Feng turned to Xiao Yuxin and said, Come with me. Xiao Yuxin? The Holy Jade Princess looked at her. So Lin Feng had come for her? Xiao Yuxin released an ice-cold qi and said to Lin Feng, I don't know you. I'm walking on the path of emotionlessness. If you were emotionless, I wouldn't have disturbed you. However, Empress Shi wants to control you using emotionlessness and I don't agree. For Yuxin, I have to prevent you from walking on that path. Lin Feng walked forwards and released a terrifying qi. The Holy Jade Princess frowned and said, Lin Feng, you're in my territory, the ancient Jade Dynasty, and the Moon Palace's celestial beings are our guests. Do you think it's the right place to do that? Xiao Yuxin is my woman, she's a member of my family. It has nothing to do with you, princess. If you want to get involved, I won't blame you. If the ancient Jade Dynasty gets involved, I will leave. However, if you get involved in my personal affairs, we will be enemies, said Lin Feng calmly. He slowly walked forwards. The Holy Jade Princess spat icily, You're threatening me? If you think so, then I don't care, said Lin Feng indifferently. Princess, I'll solve the situation myself. Xiao Yuxin said icily. Xiao Yuxin's silhouette flickered. She rose up into the air. Lin Feng also rose up and faced Xiao Yuxin. Let's see if Empress Shi's work was properly done. Let's see how strong you've become, said Lin Feng. He flashed ahead, appearing in front of Xiao Yuxin, and raised his fist. The earth and sky whistled as the emotionlessness Tao appeared. Lin Feng suddenly felt bitterly cold. The emotionlessness energy was ice-cold and as sharp as blades. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to become paralyzed and emotionless. Their energies collided. Xiao Yuxin was propelled backwards. Lin Feng had the impression he was in a rain of blood. Is that emotionlessness, Tao? You still have so much affection strength inside of you. Empress Shi, someday, you'll be my slave, Lin Feng said icily. Lin Feng was also becoming emotionlessness too, his will was being absorbed. Xiao Yuxin released terrifying emotionlessness energies which blotted out the sky. Emotionlessness is the best path to achieve enlightenment, retorted Xiao Yuxin icily. A wind made of emotionlessness strength started blowing. Lin Feng was surrounded by the energies. However, he remained calm and serene and released Tao intent. His eyes turned black and he stared at Xiao Yuxin. The path of emotionlessness is bullshit. If you're emotionless, you don't care about anything, you also don't care about enlightenment. Being free and unrestrained is the best way to achieve enlightenment, not emotionlessness. Using marks of the path to understand Tao is stupid, for example, it's not pure. So it's even worse if someone makes you do something, said Lin Feng. Xiao Yuxin's heart twitched. He was trying to destroy her Tao will. The Holy Jade Princess shivered when she heard him. Tao modeled itself after nature. Tao wasn't about oppressing one's Tao and emotions. Being free and unrestrained was the best way to achieve enlightenment. It was the first time she heard such interesting concepts. Lin Feng was very clever. Uxin, do you remember you abandoned your family? Asked Lin Feng. He sounded like a demon. He wanted to find her weakness. Remember that in Ba Huang, you became emotionless to protect me. He still sounded like a demon. The crowd noticed that Qiu Yuxian's emotionlessness Tao was slowly dispersing. Lin Feng's Tao intent was much more powerful than hers. Lin Feng kept getting closer and closer to Qiu Yuxian. Emotions are important. You're my woman. I love you. If your Tao wants to steal you from me, then I'll destroy your Tao. Qiu Yuxian's heart shook violently. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to her. Qiu Yuxian's hair was fluttering in the wind. She punched out in his direction. Her Tao shrieked at him. Lin Feng also waved his hands and death strength crashed into her emotionlessness energy. Lin Feng accelerated in a blur of motion. Look at me! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. Qiu Yuxian sensed a terrifying strength invade her brain. She had the sensation she was losing control. Lin Feng jumped towards her and took her in his arms. Princess Piaoshui, let's go, but... The members of the Moon Palace were astonished when they saw Lin Feng hug Qiu Yuxian. They all moved at the same time, trying to stop him. Those who try to stop me will die. Shouted Lin Feng grimly. World of the Living Imprints appeared and slammed down. When the women of the Moon Palace sensed Lin Feng's energies, they retreated, finding themselves suddenly surrounded by death energies. Lin Feng was gone in a gust of wind. The Holy Jade Princess watched Lin Feng leave, her eyes glittering. That guy was so aggressive. Wasn't he afraid of the Moon Palace's revenge? The Moon Palace was terrifyingly strong. Holy Princess, I'm sorry, said Princess Piaoshui, smiling at the Holy Jade Princess. She followed after Lin Feng. If the Tao wants to steal you from me, then I'll destroy your Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2008, Holy Spirit Natural Godly Skill. Chapter 2008, Holy Spirit Natural Godly Skill. Lin Feng took Qiu Yuxian back to the Tianxi dynasty. At that moment, in his spirit world, Qiu Yuxian was stunned by the landscapes. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Where are we?" "My world," said Lin Feng calmly. "What do you intend to do?" They were in a boundless flatland. "I know that you haven't fundamentally changed, only your Tao embryo has changed. I know you're not completely autonomous. Empress Shi can influence you, a part of you is Empress Shi. I will not let you off until the imprint Empress Shi put in your body is completely gone, and your emotionlessness Tao is destroyed. Only then will you be Qiu Yuxian," said Lin Feng solemnly. He raised his hand and the former site of Tiantai appeared, all 81 palaces. One palace was where he had lived back in the day. Lin Feng released his godly awareness, which contained threads of immortal strength. They turned into memories. Lin Feng and Qiu Yuxian's silhouettes appeared there. They looked very close to one another. Lin Feng turned around and waved his hand again. Many images appeared all around them, including the numerous times when Lin Feng used to provoke Qiu Yuxian in the small world, the many times they battled, and so on. Lin Feng, Meng Qing, Qiu Yuxian, the three of them in the water, or when they were in Emperor Yu's world. Lin Feng waved his hand again. Xian Yuan appeared, Tianlong Divine Castle's people. No matter where Qiu Yuxian looked, she was surrounded by familiar memories. Qiu Yuxian's emotionlessness strength kept pulsing around her, and she was shaking. She had a life, friends, a family, and now Empress Shi, you want to destroy her. How could I let you? Said Lin Feng grimly. The last scene which appeared was when they were outside the Moon Imperial Palace, when Lin Feng looked crushed and devastated. Xiao Yuxian had tears in her eyes. "You're crying, you're still Yuxian. How could you be emotionless?" said Lin Feng, smiling gently. He slowly walked towards her. Xiao Yuxian stared at him, but she didn't stop him. Lin Feng hugged her tight as she shivered. "Yuxian, you will always stay with me from now on." Lin Feng put his hands under her clothes and caressed her skin. She was so cold, but his movements were warm. "No," Xiao Yuxian released emotionless strength. Lin Feng moved back, and as he left he said, "Yuxian, be persistent. You're not Empress Shi, you're you. Remove the emotionlessness imprints in your body." Lin Feng disappeared from there. She was left surrounded by all those memories. Xiao Yuxian looked around and sat down. As she watched those scenes, she began to smile. After Lin Feng left, he created some clones. He went to Shuiyu and sat down cross-legged on the blue Uptala lotus. He also appeared in another place, an ancient battlefield. There was a saint which had interesting methods. His punches could turn into holy spirits, they could modify the earth and sky around them. Each time he punched out, things changed around him, the punches could turn into immortal strength. Is that a Holy Spirit natural godly skill? He can modify his surroundings as he wishes, he's in perfect fusion with the earth and sky, murmured Lin Feng. The Holy Spirit natural godly skill had been created by the Holy Spirit dynasty's ancestor. He had created it using his blood and a very advanced understanding of cultivation. His Holy Spirits had lives. He condensed them to release a terrifying strength, stealing the power of earth and heaven to condense strength. When his strength surged out, he could control his surroundings and kill people. When cultivators transcended worldliness and attained holiness, they had a perfect understanding of their own path, and could create skills, techniques, spells, and write ancient scriptures. They had almost unlimited powers. When Lin Feng had been on the Holy Way stage and sat down on the Holy Imperial throne, he had seen the saints battle, and he had also obtained the Holy Spirit dynasty's saints' skill. The saints were terrifying, thought Lin Feng. The saints' battle was a precious treasure for cultivators. It would help them to understand cultivation even better. If great emperors knew he had such memories, they would immediately think of stealing them from him. No wonder the Holy Spirit dynasty didn't want to give them up. There was also a sword cultivator on the ancient battlefield. He used Kasayapa sword attacks, and in a flash, everything around him was attacked. He looked like a terrifying killer, and all the saints feared him. Ancient sword cultivators were incredible, they had all broken free from the great Tao. Lin Feng studied the battle thoughtfully. If he condensed Holy Spirits using the Holy Spirit natural godly skill, what kind of Holy Spirits would he use? The ancestor of the Holy Spirit dynasty had 33,000 small Holy Spirits and 137 great Holy Spirits. His attacks were awesome. If I managed to condense Holy Spirits using sword cultivation and several sorts of cosmic energies, I could carry out terrifying sword attacks, murmured Lin Feng. Back then, when he was a Zun cultivator, he could condense several sorts of abstruse energies to carry out terrifying sword attacks. However, after having broken through to the Huang Qi layer, it had become difficult to make cosmic energies fuse together properly. Using the Holy Spirit natural godly skill, maybe it would become possible. Using Holy Spirits, maybe he would be able to condense cursing, demon, and death Holy Spirits using his celestial evolution Holy Scriptures. Lin Feng started meditating in seclusion and practicing the saints' skills and techniques. In the outside world, some incredible things had happened. Many people came to the Tianxi dynasty to fight against him. Lin Feng had been on the Holy Imperial throne and the news had spread everywhere. Many geniuses wanted to see if Lin Feng was as strong as they were. They wanted to compare themselves with someone who had the potential to become a peerless cultivator someday. At the same time, in the Holy Spirit dynasty, someone was waiting in a beautiful room. A strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty was at the door and said, "You're the best person. You're outstanding. Your children will be extremely talented." "Piss off," snarled an icy voice from inside. "We've never agreed on such a thing. Disappear, . Why are you being like that?" asked the strong cultivator, unwilling to give up. He continued, "He's extremely talented, he's been on Holy Way stage and sat down on the Holy Imperial throne, nobody has ever managed to do that before. He's handsome, determined, and everything. He's a great young man. As a medium-level emperor, he defeated Ji Chang and he is backed up by Shi Zhu Laoxian. Many women dream of having such a man. He'll become a saint someday. Asking you to become his woman isn't a humiliation, is it? I told you to piss off." The voice shot back icily. "Please think about it. I'll come back to you." "I can't wait to see the children you'll have with Lin Feng," said that person before leaving. The unseen woman called out, "Wait, . Did you change your mind?" asked the strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty, turning back slightly. "What was his name, you said?" asked the person inside, but she still sounded icy. "Lin Feng, from the Holy City, Champion University," answered the old man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2009, 18 Holy Spirits. Chapter 2009, 18 Holy Spirits. In his spirit world, the energies of the blue Uptala lotus were surging out, while his heavenly grace ancient tree was releasing the energies of the 10,000 things of creation. Lin Feng was surrounded by cosmic energies which started fusing together. A sword was suspended above Lin Feng's head. His dazzling Tianji sword was usually inside his body. Right now, it looked polished and clean, shining proudly. The Tianji sword kept whistling. Lin Feng smiled. "The Holy Spirit dynasty's saint could create all sorts of holy spirits, and my Tianji sword is a spiritual being. I'll try to create some small spirits." Lin Feng waved his hand and his Tianji sword sliced across the sky. "Open!" shouted Lin Feng. His Tianji sword flared brightly, and lights of all colors appeared around it. Lin Feng made some hand seals. Energies condensed around his sword's soul. Cosmic strength kept flowing through his sword's souls. The sword souls turned into ancient swords and absorbed the cosmic energies of the earth and sky. Small holy spirits could even absorb the strength of the earth and sky. Lin Feng couldn't do that yet. Immortal, demon, lightning, fire, wind, empty space, cursing, absorbing, sound wave, desolate, death, life, from now on, you're not just for the sword, you are holy spiritual swords," murmured Lin Feng. He willed his sword to become gigantic, and the gigantic sword started absorbing the strength of the earth and sky. The cosmic energies kept trembling around him. Lin Feng didn't stop after that. A death demon appeared in his mind. He opened his mouth and absorbed the death and demon strength. Like an ancient cultivator, he started creating holy spirits. The Holy Spirit dynasty's saint had 33,000 small holy spirits and 137 great holy spirits. It was a terrifying attack. For Lin Feng, this was only the beginning. In Lin Feng's mind, the wisdom kings appeared: Akalanatha, Trailokayavijaya, Kwali Vidyaraja, Yamantaka, Vajrayaksa. They were all in front of Lin Feng and looked awe-inspiring. Lin Feng could use them to make 5 holy spirits. After the sword and the 5 kings appeared, Lin Feng released a terrifying chi as he flew up and started condensing spirits. Dazzling lights gathered around him as he became transparent. After a long time, Lin Feng was surrounded by shadows, and his holy spirit swords had turned into human shapes: fire, purple lightnings, dazzling golden lights, empty space holy spirits. 12 holy spirit swords chi filled the air. They looked like rudimentary holy spirits, alive now. All those kinds of strength kept intertwining in the air. 12 swords, 5 wisdom kings, a death god, those were Lin Feng's 18 holy spirits. The saints had incredible skills. It was as if they could control the 10,000 things of creation. Using holy spirits to attack was a terrifying way of fighting, thought Lin Feng. He closed his eyes and practiced making his holy spirits evolve. 2 of Lin Feng's clones were with Chou-Xin. The emotionlessness energy in her body progressively dispersed. Lin Feng finally stopped practicing cultivation. He recalled his 18 holy spirits into his body, raised his head and looked at Meng Qing, who was seated on the tree. Lin Feng jumped up and landed next to her. Meng Qing opened her eyes. She smiled and said, "Are you done practicing cultivation?" "Yes, I managed to create holy spirits thanks to the legacy I've received from the saint. In the future, I'll continue studying them. I'll apply the principles of the celestial evolution holy scriptures and modify them. It'll make me much stronger." Lin Feng smiled. "Why don't you hurry up and practice then?" Meng Qing said gently. Lin Feng put his hands around her waist. He hugged Meng Qing tightly. He put his mouth close to her ear, which made her shiver. "I first want to have a baby with you," said Lin Feng. Meng Qing shivered and blushed. "Ah," Meng Qing sighed. Lin Feng hugged her and smiled, "Let's go and make a child." When Meng Qing heard Lin Feng smile, she laughed. She looked embarrassed. If anyone had seen her, they would have been astonished, a celestial being who blushed. Lin Feng took Meng Qing to a hut nearby. It was isolated from the outside world. He gently dragged her onto a bed. Meng Qing's body was amazing, and Lin Feng was terribly aroused when he saw her blush. She looked bewitching. Lin Feng moved on top of her and smiled. "Meng Qing, what should we call our child?" "You can choose," whispered Meng Qing. "Well, take some time to think after we make love," said Lin Feng, smiling evilly, and then he started doing just that. Soon, it would be time to go to the mysterious world. The geniuses who had been invited to the Tianxi dynasty gathered together. The palace they were in was spectacular. There was a flight of stairs with 99 steps, and many buildings, all of them gigantic. Lin Feng and the others arrived with the 2 other groups. They didn't enter any building, they were just standing there and chatting. There were some geniuses who hadn't been invited, but had come as a form of respect. "Lin Feng!" Someone called out at that moment. Lin Feng sensed sharp energies. By the next day, Lin Feng was already famous. They had all heard of Lin Feng's achievements. Only 2 people had managed to get onto the Holy Way stage. One of them was Chu Chunxiu, the other one was Lin Feng, and they were both from the Holy City. But Lin Feng hadn't only been onto the Holy Way stage, he had also been on the throne. He was the only one who had managed to do so. Everybody wanted to fight against Lin Feng to compare themselves to him. Many of them hadn't been on the Holy Way stage, but they didn't know how hard it was, and cultivators were self-confident. They were convinced they could have done great. "Lin Feng, back then, we didn't have such a great battle, I only used 70% of my strength. I hope we can fight again sometime soon," said Crazy Bull at that moment. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If you want to fight, I'd love to. I also want to see how strong the most talented cultivator is. I hope your talent matches your strength, otherwise what would be the point?" Everybody was stirring with excitement. "All right, the Holy Emperor is here," interrupted someone, gazing into the distance. A few more people had arrived. The Holy Emperor was accompanied by 2 women. The Holy Emperor looked young, but he was probably extremely strong and much older than he appeared. There were 2 extremely beautiful women behind him, 2 imperial concubines, one of them Piao Shui's mother. The Tianxi dynasty was very powerful, and their women were extremely beautiful, too. They had to preserve a powerful bloodline in the family. "Hello, Holy Emperor, Queen, Imperial Concubine," said everybody bowing before them. They all smiled and said, "You're too polite. Everybody came here, it is an honor for us." Please have a seat. Don't be polite, waved the Holy Emperor. Everybody sat down. Piao Shui and Lin Feng's group sat together, the members of Goblin Spirit University and another prince sat together, and the strong cultivators of the ancient Holy Clan sat down with yet another prince who had invited them. These three groups were going to go to the mysterious world together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2010, Empress Shi's Fury. Chapter 2010, Empress Shi's Fury. Lin Feng glanced at the two other princes, who had imposing appearances, dignified and majestic. They were young, but one could see that they had imperial blood. Emperors had many sons, trying to have more chances to have a more outstanding heir. Everybody was like that. Princes also did all they could for the dynasty. The fact that Piao Shui could go to the holy place was a sign that she was incredibly strong. Everybody, that's Prince Yan, that's Prince Chen, and that Princess Luo Shui, said the Holy Emperor. Princess Luo Shui was Princess Piao Shui's other name. Prince Chen had invited the cultivators of Goblin Spirit University. Prince Yan had invited the strong cultivators of the ancient Holy Clan. Lin Feng realized something. Prince Yan was closest to the Holy Emperor. Prince Chen and the others, as well as Princess Luo Shui and his group, were farther away together, as if Prince Yan's status was higher. When the Holy Emperor introduced them, he mentioned Prince Yan first. It wasn't a significant sign, but still. A bright future awaits you all. Thank you for having accepted this chance to go to the mysterious world with my descendants. I hope you'll all enjoy and benefit from the adventure, said the Holy Emperor extremely politely. He didn't say he needed them. He was proud. He said he wanted some help and he hoped everybody would benefit. It was also a good way to establish relations with other incredibly strong people. In the future, these young people might still be friends. You're too polite, Prince Yan replied calmly. The Holy Emperor smiled and nodded. Everybody, come, have drinks, let's toast. Everybody raised their glasses and downed their drinks. The man next to Prince Yan looked ordinary and clean. He was tall and his eyes were golden, his energies felt swift. Wang Jian, your weapon Dao is incredible, you can probably kill people easily without them realizing it now, smiled the Holy Emperor. If that was true, I would have already transcended worldliness and attained holiness, Wang Jian said politely back. You're too humble. Even though Zhuo Qing has a king-type body, he wouldn't be able to defeat you. The Holy Emperor smiled cheerfully. Wang Jian said nothing, but he really wanted to try fighting against Zhuo Qing, actually. Crazy Bull, you must be extremely strong too, the Holy Emperor looked over at Crazy Bull and smiled. The best cultivator Prince Yan had invited was probably Wang Jian, and the strongest Prince Chen had invited was probably Crazy Bull. In the end, the Holy Emperor looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng, you're very famous. Everybody knows about you in Qi Tian Holy Town now. You defeated Ji Chang as a medium-level emperor, and only Chu Chunxiu and you managed to get onto the Holy Way stage. On top of that, you even sat down on the Holy Imperial Throne, the only one to do so. You're incredible. The geniuses of Qi Tian Holy Town all want to exchange views on cultivation with you. I was lucky, Lin Feng said simply. The Holy Emperor had flattered the three geniuses. Talent is talent, you weren't lucky. The Holy Way stage is an ancient vestige. You managed to get on it. It proves that you are very talented. You will definitely surpass me and many elders, you will become a peerless king someday. The Holy Emperor smiled. I hope so, replied Lin Feng calmly. He looked neither happy nor sad. You will. I asked your people to come because I want you to get to know some outstanding cultivators. I also want to talk about the holy place. The holy place is a mysterious world which has been sealed by the saints. There are historical remains there. The ancestors of Qi Tian Holy Town have left treasures there in the ancient times. Many people have been there, so there are many less ancient treasures there than before. I don't know what you can find there precisely, but you're not going on a holiday. It's a very dangerous place. Many people die there each time it opens. The strongest people can benefit a lot, but the others die. Yan, Chen, Luo Shui, remember that, said the Holy Emperor. Lin Feng was thoughtful as he listened to this. The Holy Emperor was talking to his 3 children and trying to make them understand that they had to collaborate. Maybe their relations weren't cordial at all. Princess, how are the relations between the princesses and princes? Lin Feng asked telepathically. He had to understand this point. Otherwise, in the mysterious world, it could get very dangerous. Princes and princesses compete all the time, and the competition can be fierce and cruel. A dynasty is like a world, it's the law of the jungle, especially in dynasties where there are no holy princes and holy princesses, replied Piao Shui. She didn't hide the truth from Lin Feng. She sounded quite serene about it. I see. If we find treasures, Prince Chen and Prince Yan might try to steal them from us? Lin Feng continued. Indeed. The Holy Emperor is reminding us that we have to join hands when fighting against enemies. And if we find treasures, we shouldn't act recklessly and attack one another, replied the princess. Lin Feng understood the situation a bit better. The royals had to control themselves during this trip. I don't need to tell you what to do in the mysterious world, I can only wish you all good luck. I hope you'll all benefit, spoke the Holy Emperor, raising his glass. He said nothing really important, they were just formalities. After the banquet, Lin Feng and the others left to get ready to go to the mysterious world. Lin Feng continued practicing cultivation. He felt pressured. Crazy Bull had been a champion for a long time, and was stronger than Ji Chang. Wang Jian, who had been invited by Prince Yan, was an extremely strong and practiced weapon cultivator. He could even defeat Zhuo Qing, who had already reached the top of the Huang Qi layer. Wang Jian might even be stronger than Crazy Bull. In the mysterious world, his enemies would be the strongest cultivators of the Dark Night region. He had no choice but to try and become stronger. Xiao Yuxian was still seated alone in a field. Lin Feng's clone walked up to her. She was seated, wearing white clothes. She had been there for so many days, battling against her own self. When Lin Feng appeared in front of her, she raised her head, looking wan and sallow. Yuxian, said Lin Feng, crouching down. He put his hands on her cheeks and smiled. You're good. You're Xiao Yuxian, my woman. I can't get rid of it, said Xiao Yuxian, shaking her head. She looked like she was in pain. I'll help you, said Lin Feng. He pushed her gently to the ground and moved on top of her. Her face turned deathly pale. She shook her head unceasingly. No, we can't. Her eyes rolled back. She didn't look like the same person, she looked possessed. You're my woman, you'll always be, forever. I can do anything to you, said Lin Feng, putting his hands on her arms, before he started kissing her neck and lips and breasts. Insolent bastard, said Yuxian icily. In reply, Lin Feng tore her clothes apart. Ah, Xiao Yuxian trembled. It was a mixture of suffering and pleasure. But slowly, her emotionlessness strength dispersed. She started enjoying the process. The grass was their bed. Xiao Yuxian and Lin Feng became one. Lin Feng kept kissing her skin gently and softly. He looked at her beautiful eyes and said, Yuxian, you're mine. Empress Xi and her emotionlessness can piss off. At that moment, in the Moon Palace, an ice-cold Xi emerged and turned into a cloud. A beautiful celestial woman rose up into the air in cold fury. Lin Feng, I'll crush you into 1,000,000 pieces. At that moment, Empress Xi was shaking violently, her heart was pounding. Xiao Yuxian wasn't her clone, she was just influenced. If Yuxian came back to her senses, she would be Yuxian. However, it felt as if she was Yuxian and Yuxian was her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2011, World Sealed by the Saints. Chapter 2011, World Sealed by the Saints. Finally, it was time to go to the mysterious world. The atmosphere in Chi Tian Holy Town was lively. Many strong cultivators left the dynasties and gathered in one place, and Lin Feng was no exception. The Holy Emperor of the Tianxi dynasty led the way. They arrived in front of a lofty mountain. It looked indestructible and eternal. There were many other people everywhere about. Aside from the princes and princesses who had invited people to come, there were also some strong cultivators from the dynasties themselves. There were also people from Piao Shui's dynasty with them. The imperial concubine had selected them personally. They were older, not as talented as Lin Feng and the others, but they were at the top of the Huangqi layer, and had been stuck at that level for many years. They had more experience, and thus more skills and techniques. Those people had been getting ready for this event for some time. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and noticed many people he knew. Xu Chenxiu, Ji Chang, the 10 strongest emperors of the holy city were all there. After the Pathfinder Day in the holy city, people had stopped hearing about them because they had all come to Chi Tian Holy Town. Apart from them, Lin Feng also noticed some friends: Lang Yi, Duga the Winner, Jun Emoshi, the Prince of Sadness, the Ancient Sorcerer. Those last two were from the vast celestial ancient city. The Prince of Sadness looked even more extraordinary than in the past, and even more elegant too. The Ancient Sorcerer was mysterious. After Lin Feng had gone to the holy city, those two people had kind of disappeared, remaining discreet. They had gone to Tianyuan ancient city and practiced cultivation really hard there. Everyone had progressed. 3 people who have king-type bodies, they are all high-level emperors now, thought Lin Feng, looking at Lang Yi and the others. Lang Yi nodded back at him. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Lang Yi and Duga the Winner were now high-level emperors, breaking through faster than him. The Prince of Sadness and the Ancient Sorcerer looked even more sly. The Ancient Sorcerer was enigmatic and unfathomable. In the vast celestial ancient city, people said he had a sorcerer king-type body. King-types were considered the best cultivators when it came to battling, but they all liked practicing cultivation anyway. This time, it would be a good opportunity to compare themselves to all the geniuses of the Dark Knight region. Of course, people who had king-type bodies had an advantage, as it counterbalanced their flaws. At that moment, someone from the Holy Spirit Dynasty appeared next to Lin Feng. Holy Dynasty Prince, the Holy Spirit Dynasty has already chosen the most outstanding woman for you. She's extremely beautiful and talented. Please be careful this time, and when you come out, come to the dynasty, said that person. Lin Feng was surprised and nodded. He couldn't avoid this anymore. He was just a bit sad for the woman. Good, I'm going again then, said the old man and headed back to the Holy Spirit Dynasty. The Holy Emperor of the Tianxi Dynasty was surprised and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're the Holy Dynasty Prince of the Holy Spirit Dynasty? Yes, Lin Feng nodded. He didn't talk too much. The Holy Emperor of the Tianxi Dynasty looked surprised but didn't ask too much, just smiling thoughtfully. Everybody, let's open the seals, someone announced at that moment. All the Holy Emperor's silhouettes flickered and landed in front of a mountain. An awesome welling of strength rose about everyone. The Holy Emperors started making hand seals and attacked the mountain with an ancient technique. After a short time, something rumbled. The mountain cracked open, and patterns appeared. Dazzling Dao intent lights twinkled. The crowd stared at those patterns in surprise. What a strange thing, it contained Dao intent. Everybody, release your Dao strength and enter the pattern. That's how you access the historical remains, said the Holy Emperors. Lin Feng and the others immediately ran forwards and released their Dao strength, filling the air with power. In the cultivation world, there were many ways, and many kinds of Dao. If a cultivator was strong enough, they could choose their own path. They could even create their own path. Everybody's path was different. When they penetrated the patterns, a vortex appeared, and the atmosphere began to distort around them. The vortex absorbed their Tao intent, a black hole appearing and absorbing everything. The holy place is going to be open. You need a monstrous amount of Tao strength to open it. Nobody can go there alone. Therefore, it is a necessity that many people go there at the same time. Release as much Tao strength as you can. A voice spoke up loudly. Everybody released even more Tao strength. No wonder the descendants of the dynasties can't go there alone. The holy place is a terrifying place, thought the crowd. The vortex continued absorbing everything even as it slowly disappeared. The patterns turned into a single gate. The gate of the mysterious world was open. Everybody, please enter the mysterious world, said the emperors calmly. In a flash, all the geniuses jumped through the gate. What would happen if great emperors went there? Lin Feng asked Piao Shui. Great emperors can't get close. Some great emperors have tried in the past, but they died in tragic conditions, replied the princess. Lin Feng nodded and said nothing. As the crowd crossed the gate, Princess Piao Shui said, "Let's go in, too." They appeared in a desolate place, filled with an ancient aura. It felt like they had traveled back in time. At the same time, a light beam streaked across the sky. In the distance, an ancient white palace appeared. A young man was standing there, looking at the crowd icily. 100 years have passed already? A bell rang that had not tolled for the past 100 years. At the same time, on an ancient mountain in the distance, a strong cultivator raised his hand and gazed into the distance. His face was ice cold as he said evilly, "Finally, some people came." At that moment, many people raised their heads and looked around. 100 years, finally, those people were here. That ancient world had been sealed and abandoned. People who lived in there were very bitter and had become dark of mood and thought. People's silhouettes flickered. They still lived peacefully together. They hadn't found any treasures yet, so killing one another was still pointless. They had to keep some strength for later. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing. They raised their heads and saw a gigantic group charging towards them. A cloud of dust appeared behind them. Beasts? What kind of beasts? Half people, half beasts, humans with snake heads, great rocks with human heads. What are those things? The beasts' eyes were bloodshot, they looked fearless, cruel, and brutal. The cultivators who had just arrived were momentarily taken aback. This world has been sealed for such a long time that living beings have evolved differently, thought Lin Feng. That was a small world, without a doubt. The saints had sealed it long ago, so living beings had evolved differently. Let's go and kill. A group of people rose up into the air and threw themselves at those beasts. One of them turned into a golden light beam as a tornado appeared around him. Die, said Zhuo Qing, running into the group of beasts. Terrifying golden lights moved like lightning. He started killing beasts one after another, blood spraying everywhere. Some extremely strong beasts could cut the golden lights with their claws. Zhuo Qing grunted icily, and a dazzling golden disc appeared. A metallic wind howled out of it, which made the beasts explode. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2012, Shu Chunqiu Secret. Chapter 2012, Shu Chunqiu Secret. It's a brutal world. There are terrifying beasts who are cruel and bloodthirsty. They look extremely strong too, Ho Qinglin noted calmly. This mysterious world was dangerous. They were not going to be bored. Let's go, said Princess Piao Shui. Their group of people started killing the beasts too. Lin Feng used punches, his fists dazzling and as sharp as swords. A holy spirit appeared and cut through the air, his empty space Holy Spirit. A bear with gigantic wings roared in a thundering rage, as big as a gigantic mountain with domineering chi. Arg! A horrible shriek spread out. Lin Feng punched the bear's lower body, which exploded. Lin Feng continued moving forwards. He jumped up and punched the bear's head, which exploded as well. Then, the bear's body fell down and crashed onto the ground with a crushing shockwave. What an incredible physical strength, thought Piao Shui. She was also fighting against beasts, but watching Lin Feng near her once in a while. Lin Feng's attacks were awesome. Lin Feng also paid attention to Piao Shui, and the way she controlled water and golden energies. At that moment, she had released a water dragon, which was destroying beasts one after another. When her water dragon attacked them, they turned into ice and then were destroyed by its claws. Your sword attacks are so fast, Piao Shui said to Jian Mang. Jian Mang was moving faster than the eye could follow. He was also a medium-level emperor, but he had an advanced understanding of light Tao. Fighting against these beasts wasn't a problem for him at all. In the distance, a brutal chi rose up into the air. Lin Feng frowned. What kind of world was this? There were so many beasts. This world had been sealed for such a long time, and there were so many powerful bloodthirsty beasts everywhere. This is a beast territory. Staying here is pointless. Kill them as fast as possible, said Piao Shui while killing beasts. Lin Feng released more holy spirits and attacked beasts one after another, trying to kill them as fast as possible. Prince Chen and Prince Yan were also terrifyingly strong. The middle-aged emperors sent by the Tianxi dynasty were also stupefyingly strong. Together, killing all these beasts wasn't a problem at all. If the princes and princesses had come alone, it wouldn't have been so easy. They would have been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Lin Feng and the others were surrounded only by blood. There was an ocean of corpses and dispersing bestial chi behind them. Prince Chen and Prince Yan were already heading in different directions. Let's go. Outside of that desolate place must be the real ancient battlefield. It has probably become a real world. There might be many strong cultivators there. We must be very careful. I've heard that those people are terrifyingly strong, said Princess Piao Shui. They all flew ahead at their best speed. At the same time, another group of people was killing beasts and moving forwards. Xu Chunxiu, the other members of the Celestial Godly University, as well as the members of the dynasty, dispersed. Xu Chunxiu looked around. The geniuses from the Dark Night region are incredible, murmured Xu Chunxiu. At that moment, his chi was dashing to the skies, and he looked like a king. In the distance, two people noticed and came over to him. When they saw him, they called out, Xu Chunxiu. Xu Chunxiu was the strongest emperor of the holy city. Even in comparison with the geniuses of the dynasties, he could be considered extremely strong, therefore many people recognized him. Xu Chunxiu sensed that some people were coming towards him and turned around. When he saw them, he looked at them as if he had seen two prey. The two geniuses' hearts started pounding violently. Xu Chunxiu, what's wrong? Asked the cultivators when they saw that Xu Chunxiu was looking at them icily. One of them grunted. I'm here to kill people, replied Xu Chunxiu icily. Then, he moved in an eye blink. Arg, sky-absorbing intent straightforwardly dashed to the skies, a strong wind started blowing, and those two men shook violently. Their faces turned deathly pale. They released their chi, but Xu Chunxiu opened his third eye, strength emerged from it and penetrated into the third eye of one of those cultivators. Then, Chunxiu turned to the other one and punched him, his punch making heaven and earth shake. An endless amount of king intent filled the air and destroyed everything in its path. The cultivator's face turned deathly pale. A terrifying strength slammed down on him. Xu Chunxiu landed on the ground, surrounded by a vortex which absorbed everything. He grabbed that cultivator. His gigantic hand made the man's soul shake violently. He felt tiny next to those energies. Chu Chunxiu grabbed him and held him in his hands and stared at him as if he were looking at an ant, destroying his willpower. The man shrank to a tiny size and then moved towards Chu Chunxiu's third eye. Chu Chunxiu absorbed him completely. The other one was astonished and horrified. Chu Chunxiu charged towards him. After a short time, he ended up like the other one. Chu Chunxiu absorbed him completely. Chu Chunxiu looked expressionless. He gazed into the distance, his face aggressive and brutal. His silhouette flickered and he left. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have realized that Chu Chunxiu had been hiding his real strength the whole time. Lin Feng and the others arrived in a city. Lin Feng was surprised because there were many ruins, nobody had fixed them up. The city looked even older because of it. So many years have passed since the ancient battlefield. As expected, it's a microcosm. There were human beings and beasts left behind here, said Lin Feng, glancing around. Many people raised their heads and looked at them coldly. Princess Luo Shui, only emperors came in here, but how strong are people in this world? Are there people who have levels higher than the Huang Qi layer? Asked Lin Feng. There aren't human beings of the Di Qi layer here, but there are living beings of the Di Qi layer, replied Princess Piao Shui. Lin Feng was startled and asked, beasts? No, living beings. There are some people who look like people, but they aren't people. In this world, people can't be of the Di Qi layer, but some entities can. They remain in the form of spirits. The Holy Emperor warned us, we have to be extremely cautious, said Princess Piao Shui. Lin Feng was astonished. Body capture? Murmured Lin Feng. Indeed. When they break through to the Di Qi layer, they die, so if they see us, they will be very interested, said Princess Piao Shui. Everybody nodded. They had to be careful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2013, Powerful Spirits. Chapter 2013, Powerful Spirits. Let's go into the city. The historical remains are at the heart of this world. There are many castles and buildings with many things in them, but they are protected by powerful spirits, Princess Piao Shui said to Lin Feng. Everybody's silhouettes flickered as they moved ahead. Many historical remains must still exist inside. This world probably has many castles, said Lin Feng. Indeed, many. Each castle is guarded by powerful spirits, though. Why don't the spirits leave? Asked Lin Feng. They can't get out. And if human beings left this world, they would be killed easily, so they prefer staying here, said Princess Piao Shui. Human beings were too weak compared to people in the outside world, they were well aware of that. Why don't spirits capture people's bodies and leave? Wondered Lin Feng indifferently. Some people looked at them icily. Lin Feng realized that people in here were really strong. They were all emperors. They looked bloodthirsty and ferocious, like animals. Let's go to a castle guarded by spirits. I hope we can find some historical remains there, said Princess Piao Shui. Lin Feng and the others looked at her strangely. Ho Chenglin said, since spirits are of the Di Qi layer and want to capture our bodies, why go and provoke them? It's too dangerous. They don't have bodies. They have the strength of great emperors, but they are not aware. We have vitality, vigor, and a consciousness. If we join hands, we can crush them easily. They can't act recklessly against us, said Princess Piao Shui. Lin Feng and the others suddenly heard music. Following it, they progressively descended from the sky. What a sad music, said Lin Feng when he heard it. It was very melancholic. He almost had tears in his eyes. After a short time, Lin Feng landed on a tower and glanced around. He saw many buildings. In the middle of them, there was a person seated cross-legged by a lake, playing music. The person's body was transparent. Only their music was eternal, not their corporeal body. He was alone. Great Imperial Spirit. Princess Piao Shui was stupefied. A spirit, not a person. His music is his life. He feels lonely, he has forgotten what it means to have friends. That spirit is stuck in this world, it's so sad. Don't let him fool you. Entities which live in this world are cruel and bloodthirsty, they have no empathy, said Princess Piao Shui. Lin Feng and Ho Changlin nodded as they came back to their senses. They had almost gotten hypnotized by the music. Dear friends, you have come from so far away. Why don't you come over here? Said the young man in a low voice. Lin Feng and the others were stupefied. They wanted to leave, but instead saw another group of people. Prince Yan's people. Lin Feng recognized Wang Jian. They were there, too. At that moment, Prince Yan looked at Lin Feng and the others. His eyes glittered. Then, he looked at the central plaza and he rose up into the air. However, at that moment, the music changed and a terrifying music pierced through their eardrums. The music turned into arrows which moved towards everyone to kill them. Lin Feng's heart twitched as they all released qi. The arrows couldn't pierce through, but suddenly, many human silhouettes appeared and turned to look at them. They all looked bloodthirsty and violently intense. A black death energy rolled out, shaking the air. The spirit's energies corroded the atmosphere and charged towards Lin Feng. His soul shook violently. Lin Feng's robe fluttered in the wind. His blood felt as if it was going to explode. Arg! Lin Feng roared in a thundering rage. It felt like the ground was about to collapse. Ho Changlin also sensed the danger. So many spirits. The one who plays the zither controls them and turns them into deadly weapons. Those spirits were incredibly strong. Ho Changlin released reincarnation energy, which was very efficient against spirits. Many of them disappeared instantly. Jian Mang's sword lights killed anything, human beings or spirits. Their group killed the spirits one after another. Lin Feng's blood qi shot up into the sky. A demon king appeared behind him, while he looked like a demon himself. He also released terrifying cosmic energies. Prince Yan and the others also reacted and started attacking the spirits. They drew closer and closer to the great imperial spirit. The zither continued playing sadly. The strange young man lowered his head and said calmly, "Everybody, you've all come from so far away, you don't know what it feels like to be lonely." "You know why we're here," spoke up a strong cultivator next to Prince Yan. "No rush. The historical remains won't run away." "There aren't enough people," said the man indifferently. "There are historical remains in this castle?" asked Prince Yan. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I guard it?" replied the great imperial spirit. "I see. So, Your Excellency, can you lead the way?" asked Prince Yan. "It's not that easy. You have to pay for that." "You want us to do something for you?" asked Wang Jian icily. "Indeed," said the spirit nodding. "What?" Prince Yan asked calmly. The great imperial spirit could easily find the historical remains, but they couldn't trust him. According to legends, they were extremely violent and bloodthirsty. How could a spirit possibly cooperate with them? "Help me obtain a city, and then I'll take you to the historical remains. That way, you'd be able to obtain the historical remains of 2 places," said the spirit calmly. "You want us to kill one another, right?" someone divined icily. "When people came to this world, they first wanted to find cities and buildings to find historical remains. This spirit wanted them to kill other people to conquer other places." "You are too naive. In this place, there are 9 castles, and each castle is guarded by a spirit, like me. Since you're here, if we don't conquer their territories, they will come and conquer this one. They'll fight against us. Don't forget your goal," the spirit replied coldly. Lin Feng and the others shivered. The dynasties had invited so many strong cultivators because they didn't want battles to happen between their people. They had been sending people to that mysterious world for such a long time, they probably already knew those things. Why do you need castles? He wants to expand his power. He can absorb the strength of other spirits. All the spirits who guard castles must be of the Di-Chi layer. They want to use us to achieve their goals, explained Princess Piao Shui. Well, if spirits come invade this place, we can help them absorb that guy and then we can ask them to lead the way, right? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. The man looked at Lin Feng icily. A terrifying strength suddenly surrounded him. Lin Feng had the sensation his blood was going to explode. He raised his fist and punched out, many holy spirits appearing and attacking with him. They charged towards the spirit. He grunted icily and played the zither even louder. Suddenly, many spirits converged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng rose up into the air and kept attacking with holy spirits. The spirits all exploded. The spirit said to Prince Yan and the others, "Kill him, or you won't have access to my historical remains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2014, Ancient Historical Remains. Chapter 2014, Ancient Historical Remains. Prince Yan looked at the spirit and said indifferently, "He's right. If we kill you, it'll be easier." The spirit smiled evilly as if he had heard a joke. "A bunch of retards. I've seen many naive people like you, and in the end, they died in tragic circumstances." Then, he suddenly became distorted and turned to smoke. Lin Feng and the others frowned. "That spirit is extremely dangerous," thought Lin Feng, frowning. Then, he said, "Let's go and search ourselves." Yes, the others nodded. They could only rely on themselves. Some people released their godly awareness and inspected the area. They had the sensation the castle was empty. "Get down." At that moment, they lowered their heads and saw a spirit who had no chi. They asked him, "Are there historical remains in the 9 castles?" The spirit raised his head and looked at Lin Feng and the others respectfully, nodding. "Where are they?" "I don't know, only the guardians know," replied the spirit. "Why are there no human beings in the castles?" asked Princess Piao Shui icily. "Human beings?" The spirit looked terrified, his mouth twitched, he didn't dare talk about that. "Speak," said Princess Piao Shui. She looked scary. The spirit looked scared, suddenly rose up into the air and said, "I don't know." "You want to die," said an old man who was in their group to the spirit. However, at that moment, they heard a zither, a death spear appeared, and the dynasty's old man moved back. The spear plunged into the spirit and it disappeared. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. The spirit smiled at them coldly, "I'm a king in this castle. If you don't respect me, you won't have access to the historical remains." "Let's go outside the city and look around," said Lin Feng icily. Their group started leaving. The spirit pulled a long face. Lin Feng and the others appeared outside and saw many humans. Lin Feng landed in front of a middle-aged man and asked, "Your Excellency, why are there no human beings in the castles? Are they afraid of spirits?" "Foreigners?" asked the man indifferently. Lin Feng nodded. They knew that spirits could steal people's bodies. Was that the reason why human beings were scared to go there? Great imperial spirits can absorb people's blood chi. They can use people to create spirits, which they control and use to attack. However, if they don't have a body, they rely on their castles. It might be linked to the historical remains, but I'm not sure. The stronger they are, the stronger their spiritual slaves are. They can't leave their castles, however. When they become strong enough, they can use body capture. You're from abroad, be careful and take care, said the person politely, but indifferently. He laughed. He didn't feel like talking to Lin Feng too much. The man looked sinister. If Lin Feng and his friends hadn't been extremely strong, he wouldn't have paid any attention to them. Lin Feng and the others gazed into the distance. Some people looked back at them with dark intentions. Great imperial spirits were terrifying and sly. They could absorb people's blood to become stronger, and they wanted the outsiders to fight against one another. However, the outsiders had to find a solution if they wanted to access the historical remains. Great imperial spirits didn't care about anything or anyone, they were ready to kill other spirits and human beings. They just wanted to become stronger and stronger, that was their only purpose. You have no other choice, said someone loudly. Lin Feng turned around and saw a gigantic face in the sky. It was the evil spirit. He smiled coldly, come back. If you don't help me kill the intruders, they will kill you. You have no choice. The evil spirit disappeared. Lin Feng and the others pulled long faces. Sorry, my knowledge is limited. We can come to the mysterious world every 100 years only, said Princess Piao Shui apologetically. No problem. Let nature take its course. Let's go back, said Lin Feng icily. Go to the city? And kill the other invaders? Asked Princess Piao Shui to Lin Feng. We can crush that stupid thing and then look for the historical remains. We'll find them sooner or later, said Lin Feng, releasing terrifying energies. The princess shuddered with dread. They headed for the castle, the spirit was waiting for them. He said indifferently, have you made a decision? Lin Feng jumped forwards, his eyes turned pitch black, death intent rose up into the air. The evil spirit grunted icily, startled at the sudden attack. He started playing the zither again. However, at the same time, Lin Feng's blood started boiling. Flames appeared as he started shining with power. A fire holy spirit appeared in the air and turned into a sun sword. A death demon holy spirit also appeared and glanced around. Lin Feng threw himself at the evil spirit. You don't know how to differentiate good from bad, snarled the evil spirit. Silhouettes appeared and charged Lin Feng. Wisdom King Holy Spirit. Lin Feng opened his third eye and 5 Wisdom Kings appeared. They looked wrathful as they attacked the spirits. Imprints crashed down onto the evil spirit. Die! Lin Feng raised his fist and the 5 holy spirits continued crushing the evil spirits. A dazzling sharp sword appeared and streaked across the sky, splitting heaven and earth. The sword cut the evil spirit, and many spirits flew towards Lin Feng. You'll die, shouted a voice. Princess Piao Shui and the others tried to chase him, but suddenly, a mist appeared and turned into millions of threads. The evil spirit disappeared within. Without him leading the way, it won't be easy to find the correct path, said one of Princess Piao Shui's guards. Since there are 9 palaces, I'm sure the other guardians know where historical remains are. If they don't lead the way, we'll just kill them all and then we'll bring natives to help us find them, said Lin Feng icily. The old men shivered. The imperial concubine had a good sense of judgment. Lin Feng was really strong and smart. Even though the evil spirit wasn't too strong, he was still a great emperor, really strong with a powerful soul. However, the 5 Wisdom Kings had oppressed him and he hadn't withstood a single attack. Lin Feng and the others continued flying. Prince Yan and the others suddenly returned. Prince Yan asked Princess Piao Shui, did you kill the spirit? He wouldn't have led the way anyway, replied Princess Piao Shui. Stupid. Don't you know that without him, we probably won't find the entrance? We should have only oppressed him a little bit. Prince Yan said icily. Prince Yan, Princess Piao Shui is from the Tianzi dynasty, watch your words, said an old man next to Princess Piao Shui. Bastard, who do you think you are to talk to me? Spat Prince Yan impolitely. I decided to kill the evil spirit, said Lin Feng calmly. Prince Yan slowly turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, even though you have been invited by the Tianxi dynasty, you better not ruin my plans. I do whatever I want, I am not your servant. Don't try to play smart with me, retorted Lin Feng icily. Prince Yan stared at Lin Feng, remaining silent for a few seconds and said icily, You better find the historical remains. You better talk to me in a different way, replied Lin Feng. Prince Yan and the others' faces stiffened. An invisible and intangible oppressive strength began to build. Brother, we've just arrived, and we need to find the historical remains, said Princess Piaoshui broken icily. Prince Yan glanced at her and said icily, Let's go. They continued flying towards the center of the 9 castles here. Everybody was looking for the historical remains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2015, Incredible Sword. Chapter 2015, Incredible Sword. The evil spirit was in the central part of his territory. He had been injured by Lin Feng's sword qi. He needed to absorb human beings to recover his pure qi. If those people continued collaborating, he'd die forever. When he thought about that, he started to leave the area. However, a group of people arrived at that moment. The leader of the group was an old man in black clothes. When he saw the evil spirit's qi, he smiled sinisterly. Where are you going? The old man in black clothes asked icily. Why do you care? Replied the evil spirit, equally icily. The old man in black clothes smiled even more nastily and said, Everybody, I'll injure him, and we'll take his castle. He can't protect the historical remains anymore. The evil spirits turned deathly pale. He hated Lin Feng. If he had known they'd cooperate no matter what, he wouldn't have taken the actions he had. The wind roared with a thundering rage, carrying a rolling qi. Blood strength filled the air. One of those strong cultivators raised his fist and struck out in the evil spirit's direction. The evil spirit turned to smoke again. However, he was already weakened. Where are you going? Asked the evil old man. The group chased the smoke. The old man released a black imprint and stamped the smoke. The smoke disappeared, but not the black imprint. The old man laughed frantically. Without him, they were sure they were going to die in the historical remains. Lin Feng and the others ran and saw a group of people chasing smoke. They were startled at the sight. Capture it! That black smoke is the evil spirit! Shouted the old man in black clothes to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng ran after the black smoke, releasing his dozen holy spirits. A terrifying sword qi also streaked across the sky. Appear! Said Lin Feng icily. The evil spirit appeared again, looking exhausted. Half of his transparent body had disappeared, and he was looking more and more like an illusion. Lin Feng released sword intent. The evil spirit was terrified. Where are the historical remains? Demanded Lin Feng icily. Block them and I'll take you there. Said the evil spirit icily. In response, whistling sounds grew, caused by Lin Feng's sword energies. I'll tell you, the historical remains are under the lake. There's a seal there, I can open it. Help me block them and I'll take you there, said the evil spirit hastily. Lin Feng and the others gazed into the distance. There were many buildings. The lake the evil spirit was talking about was the lake where he was playing the zither a moment before. No wonder they hadn't found it. Lin Feng had actually inspected the water with his godly awareness, but hadn't found anything. Who can open the seal? Asked the man in black clothes. The evil spirit looked terrified. He wanted to escape, but the man in black clothes released a terrifying curtain of black energies to envelope him. Lin Feng's sword energies disappeared. He didn't save the evil spirit. He had unceasingly been trying to fool them. The man in black clothes laughed frantically and said, "How awesome! If I can absorb a few more evil spirits, that'd be awesome. Everybody, help me attack the castles. I'll tell you where all the historical remains are. Now, let's injure these people badly, but don't kill them, I need them." He slowly rose up into the air. The old man in black clothes was also an evil spirit, and not only did he want to absorb the other evil spirits, but he also wanted geniuses. "Tianxi Dynasty, Princess Piao Shui," said a young man icily. "Prince Damo, we should join hands to oppress the evil spirits and force them to tell us where the historical remains are, then we can kill them," said Princess Piao Shui indifferently. "I want to help him, he'll tell me where the historical remains of the 9 castles are." "Why would I kill him?" said Prince Damo icily. "You think he'll help you?" said Prince Piao Shui. Prince Damo was one of 2 princes from the Great Desert Dynasty. They had invited extremely strong cultivators from Tianyuan ancient cities Yunshao University and some strong cultivators from ancient holy clans. Lin Feng noticed some people he knew, Shi Yunfeng and Wang Zhong. Another one of them looked at Lin Feng icily, but Lin Feng didn't know him. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked that person. "Heaven Clan, Song Yi," said that person icily. Lin Feng remembered the Heaven Clan, and wasn't surprised. He had killed so many people from the Heaven Clan back in the day. He had even exchanged the indestructible Devamara skill with them back then. Lin Feng didn't know how well they could use such a skill. If someone wasn't strong enough, giving them such a powerful skill was useless, and even dangerous for them. The prince of the Great Desert Dynasty smiled coldly when he heard Princess Piao Shui. "Even if we can't get the 9 castles, this one should be fine." No wonder the evil spirit said we had no choice, there are so many morons. You think those evil spirits are stupid? If you don't kill them when you have the chance, do you think they'll let you off? Princess Piao Shui spat icily. "Princess Piao Shui, you talk too much. Since you're from the Tianxi Dynasty, I'll give you an opportunity, fight on our side and we'll let your people off. Then, we will head to the other castles," said the Great Desert Dynasty's prince indifferently. "We can't be your allies," replied Princess Piao Shui icily. "Since it's that way, I don't need to be polite," said the Great Desert Dynasty's prince grimly. "You think you're smart, but you're ridiculous," said Lin Feng mockingly, releasing a holy spirit. The others frowned. A holy spirit? That was a technique used by the Holy Spirit dynasty. But Lin Feng had several holy spirits, and they were all really strong. When all the holy spirits transformed, the air began to hum. Lin Feng also released sword energies, his whole aura like an indestructible sword. He absorbed threads of sword intent. The crowd sensed several sorts of cosmic energies. The cosmic energies condensed in those holy spirits and his sword became even more terrifying. "If anyone makes a step forwards, I'll kill them," said Lin Feng aggressively. His sword emitted whistling sounds and moved towards the black evil spirit. The evil spirit grunted icily. He raised his hands and broke the sword strength. However, the crowd was stupefied because Lin Feng's sword intent was incredible and explosive. Lin Feng managed to get onto the Holy Way stage. "It proves that he's talented, but it doesn't prove he's strong," shouted the Great Desert Dynasty's prince. "Since it's that way, I'll show you," sneered Lin Feng mockingly. "Anyone want to see how strong Lin Feng is? Why don't you try?" said the Great Desert Dynasty's prince icily. Song Yi released terrifying Heaven Dao power, bearing down with it as he ran forwards. Sword intent appeared in front of him, crackling with power. Brother Song Yi is the strongest emperor of the Heaven Clan. He's not weaker than Ji Chang. "Let's see how strong Lin Feng is," said the Great Desert Dynasty's prince indifferently. Song Yi was definitely powerful, truly not weaker than Ji Chang. However, Prince Damo said that because he wanted Song Yi to use his full strength. Since Prince Damo had complimented him, San Yi had to be strong. Lin Feng couldn't kill San Yi, there were too many people who supported him there. San Yi jumped forwards, his heaven Dao power filling the air, breaking Lin Feng's sword chi apart. San Yi smiled coldly, I already have the advantage, you can't kill me. Just as San Yi finished talking, a terrifying sword energy rose up. It was extremely fast, striking like lightning. It contained wind, empty space, earth, fire, and cursing strength. Just the sound it made as it cut the air felt like it was slicing through their souls. San Yi's face turned deathly pale. He shouted furiously. Heaven's strength swelled around him. However, it was all useless. The sword cut apart everything, sword lights appearing from his right foot to the left part of his head. Suddenly, the air became very calm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2016, Gloomy Historical Remains. Chapter 2016, Gloomy Historical Remains. Many people ran away at this display. After the sword lights pierced through San Yi, they continued moving past him. The crowd saw buildings explode in the distance. How awesome! The atmosphere became eerily silent as everyone looked at San Yi. There were the sound of an explosion, and a moment later San Yi's body exploded. In midair, the multiple energies continued corroding the pieces of flesh and his body turned to ashes in midair. His group was astonished and shaken. What kind of strength? So many cosmic energies, they thought, staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's holy spirits twinkled and continued absorbing cosmic energies. Lin Feng grabbed his sword and said icily, Prince Damo, why don't you try fighting against me yourself? Prince Damo's face stiffened. Lin Feng's sword was deadly. Even San Yi hadn't had time to react. Even though Jin Mang hadn't seen Lin Feng's sword attack, he had sensed how terrifying it was. Lin Feng's sword wasn't any slower than his now, fast and explosive. He had also noticed, from the whistling sounds, that Lin Feng's sword had traveled faster than sound. He had probably used soundwave energy, too. Jin Mang knew that Lin Feng was an incredible sword cultivator, and seemed to have learned a new skill on top of that. He only managed to kill one person. If you join hands, you can easily kill him, prodded the evil spirit. Lin Feng raised his head to stare at the spirit, and sword intent dashed to the skies. At the same time, in the distance, some splashing sounds were heard. Prince Yen and his group, in the central part, had started attacking the lake to open it up. Water kept spraying spectacularly into the air. A silhouette entered the lake. The crowd was angered. Prince Yen and the others were trying to steal the historical remains before everybody else. Let's go! Silhouettes flickered. Many people forgot about the Great Desert Dynasty's prince. Those people were geniuses from powerful groups, they didn't care about Prince Damo's orders. Prince Damo looked at Lin Feng icily and then continued flying away too. The old man in black clothes looked surprised. These bastards, they were going to look for historical remains just like that? At that moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by sword determination which kept exploding. His energies dashed to the skies. The evil spirit turned into black smoke. The sword sliced apart the black smoke and cut off a small part of it. Lin Feng rose up into the air and holy spirits roared in a thundering rage, continuing to absorb cosmic strength. Lin Feng continued releasing cosmic energies. Lightning, fire, and death strength surrounded the evil black spirit. However, there was still a lot of black smoke. After a short time, a silhouette reappeared. The old man looked much weaker now. He shouted furiously and glared after Lin Feng ferociously. This bastard! He ruined my plan. Without absorbing human and spirits' lives, I can't become stronger. I don't want to be a guardian my entire life. I want to access the historical remains, thought the evil spirit. He glanced at the people who were trying to break the seal icily and thought, go. Go in there and die. I'll benefit from you people's misfortune. The spirit was convinced their death was going to be tragic. When the foreigners started breaking the seal, they were all very excited. It was an opportunity people had only every 100 years. At that moment, Feng and the others also arrived above the lake. The ancient seal was there. The stronger cultivators kept attacking it like madmen. Finally, they heard it cracking, and the seal started breaking. Rumbling spread out as the ground started shaking. What's going on? Feng and the others frowned. The castle was slowly starting to rise up into the air. The crowd was frozen, watching all this. Very quickly, the castle turned into a country and chi filled the air. Are there really historical remains under the ground? Everybody was amazed. Some people started flying away. People outside of the castle looked at it sharply. Some people opened the seal, fought the crowd, shaking eagerly. For those people, the historical remains didn't represent an opportunity. Some flew towards the entrance. Feng and the others looked at the chi. They were sure that these historical remains were very old. Let's go in, said Feng, flying towards the entrance. There was a pale light in the ancient historical remains. It was cold, and things hadn't rotted. Be very careful, my mother warned me, those historical remains have been left by saints and might be dangerous, said Princess Piao Shui. Everybody nodded and released their godly awareness to inspect the area. It was like another world inside. They had crossed a forest and then seen a mountain range. They all jumped onto a mountain. How dark, there are caves there, noticed Feng after glancing around. Feng just had to make a step forwards and he'd be in a pit. They all contained a gloomy chi. I have the sensation we're being watched, said Jin Meng. Everyone shivered at his words. I do too, but I can't see anything with my godly awareness, agreed Ho Cheng Lin. Let's not go in yet. Let's first go and see what there is here, said Feng walking forwards. Feng and his friends weren't the only ones there. Prince Yen, Prince Damo, and many others were there already. Prince Yen and his people were extremely careful. However, on Prince Damo's side, someone was alone, a member of an ancient holy clan. He was traveling alone in a desolate forest. Suddenly, that person stopped walking. He turned around and saw a terrifying silhouette, moving towards him extremely fast. Die! A terrifying chi invaded the atmosphere. However, the silhouette didn't fight against him, it grabbed his body and penetrated into him. They became one. Suddenly, he shouted explosively. His soul shook violently as if it were about to explode. His face became ferocious. A horrible shriek broke the silence and echoed far away. The whole crowd shivered. When that person came out of the forest, his eyes were extremely sinister. Chu Chunxiu was also in the historical remains. He had come in from another castle. The evil spirits had deceived everyone. There were passages between the different castles, they were in those passages. What the evil spirits wanted was these humans to kill one another. Chu Chunxiu was traveling alone, so the same thing happened to him. However, the consequences were completely different. When that silhouette tried to penetrate into his body, Chu Chunxiu blocked him. His vitality and determination were incredible. The silhouette tried to escape, but Chu Chunxiu had bound it. He immediately absorbed it entirely. The exact opposite had happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2017, Sword Determination Which Never Disperses. Chapter 2017, Sword Determination Which Never Disperses. Feng and the others also heard the shout, which startled them. The historical remains were gloomy, and everyone felt cold. Someone has run into danger. The historical remains are even scarier than we thought, it seems. We didn't even hear a battle, said Princess Piao Shui. The ancient qi in that place made everyone feel uncomfortable. Even though they were scared, they continued moving forwards. The place was extremely vast. It wasn't merely as big as the castle. There's someone in front of us, said Jin Meng. He was blind, therefore his other perceptions were more acute than the others. Are you sure? Asked Lin Feng. He had seen some smoke pass quickly, but it was so fast that he wasn't sure. I sensed blood qi. I shouldn't be wrong, said Jin Meng evenly. Lin Feng and the others released their godly awareness and inspected the area. It will be extremely difficult to find anything here, especially since these historical remains were left by the saints in the ancient past, said Princess Piao Shui with a sigh. Every 100 years, people of their dynasties came to that world. They had never stopped. They all hoped they would find their own ancestors' vestiges. After the dismantling of the Qi Tian dynasty, the dynasties had never had saints again. The saints had all disappeared together. They had never received the original legacy of their ancestors. They had never been able to practice their incredible skills or spells, and they had never seen their ancestors. Maybe their ancestors had left small threads of soul in this world? They had never found a way to become saints because their ancestors, the saints, had never come out. They were usually stuck when they became holy great emperors. They couldn't transcend worldliness. There were half-saints. They were extremely rare, but they existed. They had already broken through, but not entirely. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing behind them. Lin Feng turned around and saw a gigantic black eagle, its claws pointed in their direction. The eagle spat out qi with a horrible putrid stench like death. Princess Piao Shui punched out in that direction. Water appeared, even as Jin Meng also released an incredible light sword. The gigantic eagle caught Jin Meng's sword with its claws. The sword sliced into the claws and the eagle gave out a horrible shriek, spinning away. Lin Feng and the others continued moving forwards. Suddenly, an old man appeared, stretched out his hand, and the eagle fell onto his grasp. Eh? Lin Feng frowned. The old man's blood qi was extremely powerful. He looked like a human being, but he also looked enigmatic and unfathomable. He was probably a great emperor already, but human beings couldn't be great emperors in this world. Besides, what was he doing in the historical remains? He didn't look like someone who had come from outside. He looked like someone from the historical remains. Master, are you a human being or a spirit? Lin Feng asked the old man. However, the old man merely smiled darkly. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared as if he had never appeared. Was it a human being or a spirit? People's eyes glittered. Not far from Lin Feng, another group of people arrived, Prince Yan and his followers. When they saw that person disappear, they were astonished. Were there great emperors hiding in here? If that was the case, it wasn't a good thing. Did you find anything? Prince Yan asked Lin Feng and the others. And you, brother? Retorted Piao Shui for everyone. Prince Yan looked at Piao Shui for a few seconds and then continued walking on, ignoring her. Lin Feng also continued advancing. Danger came from all sides in this place. All those who were alone were attacked. Only those who stayed together were out of danger. The geniuses who had gone there were terrifying, so in groups, they were not easy to defeat, and the evil spirits didn't dare attack them. There's someone. Lin Feng and the others gazed into the distance and saw a new group of people. Lin Feng knew one of them, Ji Chang. The Tianxi dynasty invited him and he's staying with people from other dynasties, said Princess Piao Shui when she saw Ji Chang. She told Lin Feng, there are some people from the He clan, Tian Yuan ancient city. The He clan has several people who are disciples of the Fortune Shrine. Some of them have the Fortune Shrine's techniques. Even though the disciples aren't as strong as the elders, they probably can find something. He clan. Lin Feng remained silent. Back in the holy city, he had heard of the He clan. He knew that the Ying clan had invited a member of the He clan to come to use their destiny vision to find Mr. Xiao. That's how they had found out about Lin Feng and Ji Qing Song. Apart from Ji Chang, there are some other people. They've been invited by the Qin dynasty. Have you ever seen them? Asked Princess Piao Shui. I know Ying Tian, said Lin Feng. Ying Tian's arm had been regrown by some method. They had probably made great efforts to heal him. And there's Ying Mo, Ying Chang's younger brother. You probably don't know him because he doesn't practice in the holy city, he lives in Qi Tian Holy Town. He's very famous here, he's very strong, said Princess Piao Shui. When those people finally noticed them, they looked at Lin Feng icily, especially Ji Chang. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He said to Princess Piao Shui, let's follow them, we might find something. Prince Yan had the same idea. They all followed the Qin dynasty. There were some people from the He clan, so they would have more chances to find things. Nobody knew where they were, so they wandered aimlessly. They arrived at the top of a mountain. The member of the He clan looked at the mountain and said, raise that mountain to the ground. When he said that, everybody started attacking the mountain at the same time. Gigantic hands descended from the sky and crushed the mountain, explosions going off everywhere. The mountain started breaking apart. Under the mountain, there was a hole. A cave. The crowd exclaimed. Something shrieked through the air and one of their men jumped away, but a gigantic eagle appeared and grabbed him with its claws before flying away. Blood kept dripping from the sky and the cultivator kept giving off horrible shrieks. Is he inside? Lin Feng and the others were astonished when they saw a hand come out of the cave. The old man slowly came out. He was still smiling evilly. The eagle came back and landed on the old man's shoulder. Blood was dripping from the eagle's beak. That eagle is so fast, thought the wary crowd. His clothes. Someone had looked at the old man's clothes carefully, they looked ragged, but actually, when looking closer, there were mysterious words and patterns on them. Is he from the old days? Master, who are you? Someone asked the old man. The old man was just smiling. He stepped backwards and disappeared again. Who is he? He looks like a human being. His chi is incredible. However, his chi doesn't seem human, it seems ghostly. There must be something in that cave, said the member of the He clan. I sensed something too. A powerful sword chi, said someone else. They were all staring at the cave. Some sword lights glittered inside, the sword chi looked ancient, as if it had never dispersed. There was a skeleton lying underneath it. Gigantic cave, mysterious old man, immortal sword chi, skeleton. The crowd shuddered with dread. Someone punched out, his attack moved straight into the cave. The walls of the cave exploded with a roar, and it became wider. However, the sword chi didn't disperse. What kind of sword intent is that? Does it belong to a saint? It seems like it has not dispersed since the old days. How terrifying would it be if people could use it to kill? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2018, Saint's Skeleton. Chapter 2018, Saint's Skeleton. There are bones and sword chi, is it a saint's skeleton? Wondered someone. Everybody shivered. Even if it wasn't a saint's skeleton, it looked terrifying, especially that the sword chi around it that had never dispersed. We can't destroy that sword chi. We need to take out the skeleton, someone proposed. People quickly started moving, they started digging all around the cave, they were deeper and deeper under the ground. Very quickly, they were standing under the sword chi curtain. Come out! Shouted someone furiously. The skeleton hummed. The immortal sword determination suddenly exploded, sharp energies filling the air. The crowd had the impression they were being attacked by ancient swords. Be careful, Lin Feng shouted loudly. He rose up into the air, grabbing Meng Qing and jumping aside. However, they were too slow, sword lights pierced through Lin Feng's body and blood splashed out. Everybody remained silent. What a terrifying pressure. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath. It took him a while to relax. He wasn't badly injured. None of them had managed to escape completely unscathed. Everybody had been injured at least a little bit by the sword qi. That immortal sword qi is natural. It's not as explosive as if someone used it to attack, or we would have all died, said Princess Piao Shui. She had not thought it would be so terrifying. Everybody was looking at the skeleton. The skeleton was changing, floating in the air, and sword intent kept undulating around it. The crowd was now a fair bit away, but they could sense how terrifying the energies were. That sword determination was indeed strange. That skeleton is even more precious than marks of the path, thought the crowd. Their eyes glittered, staring at the skeleton emitting sword intent. Maybe it's really a saint's skeleton and it contains a strong cultivator's thread of consciousness. Even if it's only a thread of consciousness, it's still a precious treasure. They gradually started stirring with excitement. However, as they glanced at one another, they also remembered they had to be careful. Stealing the skeleton wouldn't be that easy. That skeleton might be a saint's skeleton. It contains intent. Taking it won't be easy, murmured Ho Changlin. Lin Feng nodded. That skeleton's sword qi intent was incredible. Even though it was only a skeleton, the qi was still powerful. People remained silent for a long time. Finally, someone moved. People just watched him. He ran at full speed towards the skeleton as a strong wind started blowing. His speed is incredible. But even if he obtains it, there are so many strong cultivators, someone is going to kill him, thought Lin Feng. The strong wind blew around the skeleton, sword intent started erupting. The crowd sensed the terrifying sword intent. The skeleton was threatening the cultivator. Time seemed to stop. An ancient cultivator's sword streaked across the sky like they were traveling back in time, leaving the crowd astonished. The wind stopped, the genius reappeared. He was surrounded by sword intent. There was no sword light, no sharp sword, only sword intent. It was corroding his body. Kasayapa sword, murmured Lin Feng. Many people looked at him. Kasayapa sword? The princess shivered. She had heard of a saint who was a sword cultivator. His Kasayapa sword was famous. Kasayapa was the name of some ancient Buddhist scriptures. The Kasayapa Bodhisattva was a Buddha. The Kasayapa sword could destroy time. According to ancient stories, even the saints back then didn't want to fight against him. You surprisingly know about the Kasayapa sword? Asked Princess Piao Shui to Lin Feng. I'm a sword cultivator too, I've naturally heard about it, Lin Feng smiled. He didn't tell her the truth, it was too important to the Holy Spirit dynasty. The Holy Spirit dynasty already wanted his bloodline, so he had to be discreet. The one who had gone to grab the skeleton died to the sword intent. The group then continued slowly walking forwards. However, they were extremely careful, as they weren't only facing the other geniuses, they were also facing a dangerous skeleton. Next to Prince Yen was Wang Jian, his body shining. Armor had appeared around his body, he looked like a warlord. He started walking ahead of everyone else slowly. It's Wang Jian, he practices weapon cultivation. He's extremely strong. The weapon he condenses are terrifying, thought the others. Wang Jian raised his left hand, and a shield appeared. He raised his right hand and a gleaming long golden spear appeared. However, someone else jumped forwards. Shuo Cheng. He released formidable golden lights, a shining golden wind appearing behind him, pressing down on everyone. He had a king-type body, a diamond indestructible king-type body. Like Wang Jian, he was wearing an indestructible armor. In the distance, someone else arrived like a celestial being. The atmosphere was distorting around them. It was a celestial woman, the Holy Jade Princess. Shu Chunshou also arrived. He was surrounded by ancient kings and sky-absorbing strength. He looked like an emperor. Nobody dared underestimate Shu Chunshou. He had proven how strong he was. First on the imperial ranking list of the Holy City, then on the Holy Way stage. Apart from Lin Feng and him, nobody else there had managed to do that. Lin Feng was more talented, but Shu Chunshou was a high-level emperor and controlled sky-absorbing strength. People feared Shu Chunshou more than they feared Lin Feng. Some other people were moving: Crazy Bull, Ing Mo, the strong cultivator of the He clan, Prince Yen. They all moved to different places and released chi towards the skeleton. This was the first thing they had noticed in this world, which could be a precious treasure. It might well be the skeleton of the Cassiopeia saint, filled with his will. Lin Feng released chi around him. He had also gotten ready. Nobody paid particular attention to him. Of course, if he obtained the skeleton, they'd try to get it from him, but that wasn't the case yet. Lin Feng really wanted the skeleton. He could use the sword intent, and the skeleton also seemed to be able to control time. That was very useful too, including for Ruoxia. Lin Feng would be happy to share with him. If Ruoxia did obtain it, his life would completely change, as he controlled time strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2019, Fighting Over the Skeleton. Chapter 2019, Fighting Over the Skeleton. Wang Jian jumped ahead, shaking the ground. He was getting closer and closer to the skeleton. People were going crazy watching him. "Go!" shouted Wang Jian furiously. A gigantic gold alms bowl moved towards the skeleton, sword intent rising up. The gold alms bowl shook violently, but didn't break as it enveloped the skeleton. The gold alms bowl came back to Wang Jian, but she invaded the atmosphere. How could the others let him leave with the skeleton? Zhuo Qing jumped forwards, a strong oppressive wind filling the air. Golden kings appeared holding religious tools, rumbling and shaking the air. The gold alms bowl broke apart in front of Wang Jian. Wang Jian sensed the danger, raising his hand and moving backwards. At the same time, a long spear moved towards Zhuo Qing like thunder. Zhuo Qing grunted icily. The atmosphere made everyone catch their breath, more explosions sounding between them. I remember someone once said Zhuo Qing and Wang Jian were similarly strong. If they fought for real, I wonder how terrifying their battle would be. The two cultivators continued fighting. At the same time, around the Holy Jade Princess, the air was starting to bend. She shook her hands and empty space energies moved towards the skeleton and surrounded it. Shu Chunshou immediately reacted when he saw that the skeleton was possibly a saint from the ancient days. It was a great treasure for him. He couldn't give up. The reason why it come to the holy place was because of the other geniuses and because of the treasures. He could swallow their wills and make them his own. Shu Chunshou shook his hand and a terrifying strength enveloped the distorted area, the Holy Jade Princess grunting icily. She made some hand seals. The atmosphere became even more distorted. Sky-absorbing strength collided with it and the skeleton was stuck between their energies. Zhuo Qing ran forwards and stretched out his hands. His whole body was surrounded by a thick armor. His helmet was the thickest and hardest part of his armor. He preferred being careful. A terrifying strength whistled. Wang Jian's spear streaked across the sky and thrust at Zhuo Qing. His whole strength surrounded the saint. The skeleton seemed furious at that moment. An invisible and intangible sword appeared and cut apart the sky-absorbing strength. Sword intent rolled in waves all around those four people. The saint has a soul. We must join hands, otherwise he'll get furious, shouted Shu Chunshou loudly. Determination emerged from his third eye and absorbed the sword intent. The crowd shivered at seeing that. That guy was insane. Sky-absorbing strength was just too terrifying. Zhuo Qing was wearing armor. Wang Jian had a shield, the Holy Jade Princess was surrounded by distorted empty space energies. The sword intent couldn't affect them. At that moment, cyan lights streaked across the sky. The crowd was stunned when the skeletons suddenly disappeared. "Who?" shouted someone explosively. The crowd gazed into the distance and found Lang Yi running away. "Lang Yi, World King body." The crowd snarled. It was him. He had used world strength and had managed to take the skeleton. "Chase him." The crowd followed him at full speed. Wang Jian and the others looked particularly angry and pulled long faces. "Don't run chaotically, this place is very dangerous," said Lin Feng to Princess Piaoshui. When Princess Piaoshui looked at Lin Feng's eyes, she shivered. He looked firm and aggressive. She knew that place was dangerous, but how could she give up the skeleton? But she also knew that obtaining the skeleton would be dangerous. "All right, let's go together," said Princess Piaoshui. "Wait for me," said Lin Feng to Meng Qing and Ho Qinglin. Then, he moved away in a blur of movement. Holy spirits appeared. Lin Feng jumped onto its back and accelerated. After Lang Yi took the skeleton, he flew away. He could feel the pressure from behind him. "Stop!" shouted someone explosively, making his soul shake violently. Wang Jian chopped down and a trail of sharp sword energies appeared. Lang Yi was surrounded by lights. When the sharp sword appeared near him, the atmosphere became distorted, cyan lights appeared and the sword energies disappeared inside. World strength. Wang Jian's eyes glittered darkly as he snarled furiously. Many sharp swords appeared as he continued running after Lang Yi. Xu Chunqiu also chased him, continually releasing Ancient King intent. Even though he was some distance away, Lang Yi felt under pressure. Ancient Kings appeared in his mind, wanting to kill him. Lang Yi suddenly had a headache as all sorts of strength bore down on him. He was terribly annoyed. Would he be able to keep the skeleton? Lang Yi stretched out his hands and released cyan world lights. However, they quickly disappeared. He felt dispirited. He had no choice but to give the skeleton up. "Lang Yi!" shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. Lang Yi turned around and saw Lin Feng on his sword, moving extremely fast. "Grab it!" Lang Yi threw the skeleton at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's sword whistled as a mysterious qi rose up into the air. Lin Feng, Xu Chunqiu and the others suddenly turned around. They looked at Lin Feng and stopped chasing Lang Yi, turning towards Lin Feng. They were interested in the skeleton, not Lang Yi. Can that guy absorb the skeleton? Thought Lang Yi in the distance. He was annoyed by his weakness. If he had been really strong, with his world strength, nobody would have been able to chase him. He needed to become much stronger. Back then, Xu Chunqiu and Lang Yi were similarly strong in the vast celestial ancient city, but now things had changed. Lin Feng was on his holy spiritual sword and moving blindingly fast. However, the others were still chasing him. Xu Chunqi shouted explosively. His vitality and determination strength became even more powerful, his qi even scarier. A sharp sword appeared under his feet and he accelerated. The Holy Jade Princess was the fastest one. She looked like a celestial being. Surprisingly, Zhuoqing was the slowest one, not quite as fast as the others. Some people started using great imperial weapons to chase him. They were all geniuses who had great imperial weapons. In normal circumstances they didn't use them, but now chasing Lin Feng was more important. These guys are so fast, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want to do the same as Lang Yi and give up the skeleton. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived in front of the valley with the gigantic black hole. Suddenly, he turned around and his holy spirits appeared in front of him. He also released sword intent, and in front of him a dozen swords suddenly appeared. Xu Chunqiu and Wang Jian suddenly stopped, as did the Holy Jade Princess. They were all surprised and staring at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, the Tianzi dynasty invited you, we should join hands." You can't absorb that skeleton on your own. Give it to me, Wang Jian said to Lin Feng sharply. Lin Feng merely smiled coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2020, Darkness. Chapter 2020, Darkness. Whether I can use it or not has nothing to do with you. I already have the skeleton. I won't give it to you, said Lin Feng icily. A strong wind started condensing. Xu Chunqiu also arrived. Nobody dared act recklessly. If they all got angry, the battle would become extremely dangerous. Lin Feng, if we join hands to fight against you, you will die, Zhu Qing said icily. You were the most talented at the Holy Spirit dynasty, dying would be a pity. Since you have the potential to become a peerless cultivator, why would you want to have a peerless cultivator's skeleton? I do want it, said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he stepped backwards and slowly fell down into the abyssal dark hole. Xu Chunqiu and the others were astonished and dashed after him. They focused their godly awareness into the dark hole, but saw nothing at all. Cultivators could see perfectly at night, especially at that cultivation level, but this wasn't night, and it wasn't darkness. They looked uncertain now. If Lin Feng attacked them by surprise in the black hole, they'd die. After all, even though none of them thought Lin Feng was stronger than they were, they didn't underestimate him either, especially since he had a terrifying sword intent. Lin Feng stole the skeleton, and you let him off? Asked some other people who arrived at that moment. Some of them immediately jumped into the black hole and released their godly awareness to inspect the area, remaining vigilant. Lin Feng fell and fell. It seemed like an endless black hole. After a long time, Lin Feng still hadn't landed. He could only see a few centimeters around him, it was too dark. He couldn't see things clearly even when they were a few centimeters away, it was too gloomy. Princess Piao Shui and Meng Qing also arrived at the top of the black hole, their hearts pounding. Someone released fireballs to illuminate the black hole, but they exploded without showing anything. After a long time, Lin Feng finally landed on the ground. He could also see a gigantic black entity with softly humming chains. What the hell is that? What are those chains? Murmured Lin Feng, feeling the ancient qi. This place was so old. Lin Feng raised his head, his qi rising. Lin Feng sensed qi around him and understood that people were still chasing him. His sword holy spirits appeared around him once more. Dazzling lights appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. Wang Jian was the first one to arrive. They were both blind in here. Lin Feng could only see small lights. A terrifying sword intent rose up into the air. Wang Jian was shocked, crazily attacking blindly around him. Crackling sounds announced the incoming sword qi shattering, but his shield shook and shattered at the impact. Wang Jian was suddenly surrounded by deadly energies. His armor became even more dazzling. He threw his spear, which streaked across the sky. Death swords appeared as he continued descending from the sky. A gigantic disc appeared under his feet, and another silver blade appeared in his hands. Even though Lin Feng couldn't see it, he could sense it. Energies slammed together and exploded. Wang Jian knew he hadn't reached Lin Feng. Higher up into the air, more people were descending. Lin Feng smiled icily. Suddenly, he struck out skywards, and someone grunted painfully. "Be careful, he's underneath us!" shouted Wang Jian. He stopped his attack and continued descending the hole. A strong wind started blowing, bearing down from Zhuoqing. Whistling sounds spread in the air. More and more strong cultivators were coming down the black hole. At that moment, Lin Feng could sense that the chains were shaking. He looked at the chains, but didn't see anyone. Clang, clang. The chains shook again and broke the eerie silence. Apart from the soughing of the wind, they could only hear the chains shake. The sound was getting louder and louder. In the end, the ground also started shaking as they heard stone cracking. What's going on? Lin Feng was wary. He could sense the ground was shaking under his feet. He rose up into the air, but at that moment, a gigantic boulder exploded and stones started falling down from the sky. The crowd in the black hole heard the rumbling, their chi rose. When the stones finished exploding, Lin Feng saw a gigantic human silhouette. The chains prevented him from moving. The crowd above him saw a pair of eyes. Even the darkness of the black hole couldn't stop the lights emitted by those dazzling eyes. They were suddenly terrified. A monster, that's a monster of darkness. People's hearts started pounding. Chu Chunxiu, Wang Jian, and the others ascended rapidly. They were too scared. They wanted to escape. A golden wind turned into deployment lights. Lin Feng cast a deployment spell and rose up into the air. Phew, Lin Feng heard a sigh. A gigantic black stick appeared, a dazzling light moved, then there was rumbling and an explosive impact. A strong cultivator was crushed instantly by the black stick. Everyone tried to escape. They couldn't breathe anymore, they were terrified to death. Dodge! Shouted Jian Mang. He sensed that something wrong was happening. There were more explosions, and Pao Shui and the others were smashed away. Someone was killed behind them, dead without knowing what slew him. In the depths of the black hole, golden lights glittered. Lin Feng took out a talisman, his silhouette flickering several times as deployment lights kept flashing. He had the sensation he could barely breathe. Walla walla! The monster looked at Lin Feng, seeing that Lin Feng wanted to escape and wanting to chase him, but he was chained. He opened his mouth and spat out chi. Everybody heard him, the noise shaking everyone's soul and threatening to collapse the cave. Some people kept coughing up blood. Some even exploded and died. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng. He kept coughing up blood. He had the sensation his soul was going to explode. Even Saint Emperors didn't have such a terrifying strength. Sure, Zhu Laoxian's strength was that oppressive, but Lin Feng had never really tried to fight against him, so he didn't know how strong he really was. Is the saint still alive? Wondered the shaken Lin Feng. Chu Chunxiu and the others were also terrified. Was that really a monster? Or was that a human being? Who had chained such a terrifying creature? How powerful were the chains? Who could chain a peerless monster? People started panicking in the black hole. Many of them fled blindly. They didn't care about anyone else anymore, they just wanted to survive. At the exit of the cave, a gloomy black shadow appeared. It looked ancient and was staring at all of them. They felt hopeless. The dark silhouette suddenly released a gigantic hand, descending from the sky and trailing thunder. Many people were crushed by that hand and collapsed. Escape. Everybody was just thinking of one thing: how to escape. Some people even forgot about the creature in the black hole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2021, Fangs. Chapter 2021, Fangs. The situation was chaotic inside the black hole. Some people attacked one another without realizing it. As Lin Feng was throwing talismans, he was gaining altitude and sensed attacks all around him. He had the feeling he was going to suffocate as he released sword energies in every direction around him. How dangerous! Lin Feng sensed some more punches pass next to him. He was sweating coldly, but he kept calm and continued ascending. Another roar made the whole cave shake, including those inside it. It sounded like a demon king at the bottom of the black hole was howling furiously. The cave continued shaking. A gigantic hand emerged from the bottom of the cave, shooting skywards. This time, the demon king wasn't controlling himself anymore. The whole cave was trembling, frightening everyone. Lin Feng was already high up in the air. Shu Chunxiu and the others had given up and were running away. They were extremely quick, so they had already passed many other people. At that moment, many people who were not fast enough were still in the cave, and sensed that a gigantic hand was closing in on them from behind. Shu Chunxiu roared out like thunder, releasing his vitality and strength of intent. He was surrounded by beautiful lights, and moving incredibly fast. People were astonished as he flew by them in the blink of an eye. Zhuoqing and Wang Jian were already using their trump cards. The danger was real, their lives were in peril. Lin Feng also used his full strength, deployment lights appeared around him and he moved invisibly fast. The gigantic hand passed near Lin Feng. He managed to dodge it, but several other people weren't as lucky. Ying Mo was also still inside. He was quite strong, so he had dared enter the black hole. The gigantic hand closed, people outside shuddered with dread and ran away, not daring to stay. There was a furious demon here. Lin Feng did the same, trying to leave as quickly as possible. Who knew how powerful the chained demon was? If he managed to break free from the chains, he might kill everybody in the blink of an eye. When Lin Feng left the cave, his silhouette flickered and he landed at the top of a mountain. He glanced around, looking stunned. Outside, everything had changed. It wasn't a castle anymore, there were authentic historical remains. Lin Feng glanced around and saw blood everywhere. What a tragedy! Lin Feng called out someone in the distance icily. Give me the skeleton! Someone else demanded harshly. They were getting closer and closer to him. At that moment, Lin Feng released holy spirits, and on at his back, a gigantic sword appeared. The sun was shining upon it as it hummed and glowed. Come and take it. Lin Feng replied indifferently. He didn't sound nervous at all. He just looked at the two cultivators who were coming towards him. To him, they were already dead. Die! Said one of them, charging and raising their fist. 5 rays of light appeared. The other one released a blood sun, and Lin Feng's blood started boiling. Lin Feng raised his gigantic sword and grunted icily. He destroyed the many punches, which exploded and dispersed harmlessly. Even if his enemy used Dao power, he could still crush them. Lin Feng's sword continued shooting forwards. It was magnificent and its chi was rolling about it. The scorching blood sun moved to meet the sword, dazzling and beautiful. The sword pierced through the sun, thrusting towards the man. It cut him apart and Lin Feng charged the other enemy, the wind whistling at his speed. When the strong cultivator noticed Lin Feng charging him, he looked petrified. He waved his hand, and Lin Feng's blood started boiling even more, and it even seemed his soul was burning. At the same time, his opponent continued moving down to oppress him, sending a fire dragon at Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched out, creating a golden path in front of him. It pierced through the fire dragon, exactly in the middle of it, and continued towards the controller. Lin Feng then released a Nihility sword. At the same time, he released his 5 Wisdom King Holy Spirits, all of them looking alive and furious. His enemy had no way to escape. When his opponent tried to use his mind to protect himself, the terrifying sword was already in front of him and his face turned deathly pale. Prasama burns, said the man, raising his hand. However, Lin Feng ignored him and continued charging while condensing sword intent. Dazzling lights were shining. Lin Feng's sword continued attacking. Lin Feng and the man were now close to one another. The Prasama Burns fireball was cut in half, and a sword mark appeared on the man's third eye. Lin Feng put his finger on his enemy's third eye, and the man's entire body exploded. Lin Feng continued on without breaking a step. To him, he had just killed a random person in his way. Some people in the distance saw that and were astonished, and suddenly nobody wanted to fight against him anymore. His sword attacks were too terrifying. He had cut apart 2 geniuses in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and condensed more holy spirits, finally condensing a sword technique with a terrifying strength. However, he didn't think he could deal with many emperors at the same time. If they joined hands, it could be dangerous for him. Lin Feng left without turning around. After a long time, Lin Feng arrived in another mountain range. He glanced around and carved some deployment marks. At the same time, he informed Meng Qing and the others of his circumstances. He also created a clone and started practicing cultivation on his deployment spell. Lin Feng didn't take out the skeleton, it was too powerful and he couldn't control it. He continued studying his holy spirits. He sat down cross-legged and forgot about the outside world, descending into a deep meditative state. He observed cursing strength and used his celestial evolution holy scriptures to modify it. He turned it into a Wisdom King Holy Spirit. At the same time, he released demon intent, trying various things. In the end, he managed to create a cursing Holy Spirit. He wasn't done, however. He tried making a 9 Netherworlds Holy Spirit next. After seeing the Demon King in the black hole, Lin Feng had realized that this place was even more terrifying than he had thought. The benighted Demon King of Darkness was enchained, but who had bound him? And what was that enchained Demon King's cultivation level? At that moment, Meng Chang and Ho Cheng Lin were not together, they had scattered while escaping from the demon in the black hole. Lin Feng had contacted them telepathically, so they were all flying in his direction. Someone in blue clothes appeared on Ho Cheng Lin's left. That person turned around and saw Ho Cheng Lin, looking at him coldly. The person in blue clothes charged Ho Cheng Lin, terrifying energies reaching out to oppress him. Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu was terrifying, his eyes looked even more frightening. Ho Cheng Lin retreated and took out a sword. He immediately released reincarnation energies and a vortex appeared. Ho Cheng Lin didn't want to fight, he knew he was too weak compared to Chu Chunxiu. Explosions sounded as Chu Chunxiu destroyed the vortex. He released vitality and will strength and accelerated. You won't leave, stated Chu Chunxiu icily. He continued chasing Ho Cheng Lin. Each time he took a step, he traveled a long distance. It was incredible to watch. So this was Chu Chunxiu's goal? Ho Cheng Lin kept running away. Chu Chunxiu had studied the sky-absorbing scriptures, he could absorb people's vitality and will strength and use it for himself. Chu Chunxiu used to be discreet, but after the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, he had started baring his fangs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2022, Brought to Light. Chapter 2022, Brought to Light. Ho Cheng Lin had guessed right, Chu Chunxiu had started showing his strength, his plot was coming to light. In the historical remains, there were only geniuses, their vitality and willpower were incredible. Ho Cheng Lin controlled reincarnation strength and was walking on the path of reincarnation. Chu Chunxiu wanted to absorb that strength and use it for himself. With such powers, he had the potential to become a peerless cultivator, and if he did, he'd become really terrifying. Reincarnation intent. I want it, shouted Chu Chunxiu explosively. He accelerated and released even more vitality and will strength. Ho Cheng Lin's mind was trembling as ancient kings kept penetrating into his brain. Chu Chunxiu released more vitality and will which surrounded Ho Cheng Lin. He couldn't escape anymore. Dong! Ho Cheng Lin suddenly stopped. Since he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to fight. His reincarnation strength turned into a hurricane. He started moving and releasing sword strength too. His reincarnation strength surrounded Chu Chunxiu, driving Chu Chunxiu to reincarnate. I want your reincarnation strength. Chu Chunxiu shouted excitedly when he sensed the reincarnation strength. He released an endless stream of vitality and will, shaking the air. The reincarnation wind broke apart as a gigantic hand descended from the sky towards Ho Cheng Lin. Ho Chang Lin looked glum and a bit crazy. A vortex appeared around him, his strength dashed to the skies and rolled in waves towards Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu was manically staring at him, and grunted icily. He didn't dare absorb the reincarnation strength immediately. He used several sorts of strength to attack the reincarnation wind, hammering Ho Chang Lin. At the same time, Chu Chunxiu didn't stop, continuing to fly towards Ho Chang Lin. Ho Chang Lin's face turned deathly pale. He took a deep breath and released intent again. He hadn't thought Chu Chunxiu would ever attack him like this. Chu Chunxiu was getting closer and closer. Ho Chang Lin wasn't happy, but he didn't look scared, just angry. However, at that moment, a coffin appeared containing terrifying cyan lights. A hand emerged from the coffin and moved towards Ho Chang Lin. The cyan lights blotted out the sky. When Chu Chunxiu saw that, his face stiffened. However, he didn't chase the coffin, he just stared at the cyan lights icily as they swept Ho Chang Lin away. World King Body. I'll capture you someday too, swore Chu Chunxiu icily. Ho Chang Lin and Lang Yi reappeared somewhere well out Chu Chunxiu's range. Thank you very much, Lang Yi, said Ho Chang Lin. It was just a slight effort. I've always known that Chu Chunxiu was terrifying. I am from the vast celestial ancient city, too. Now, we finally know he's evil, Lang Yi said calmly. Ho Chang Lin nodded. He's definitely fearsome, talented, and strong. He tried to attack me, which means he probably intends to attack other geniuses. He probably won't dare attack geniuses in front of everyone. Back in the days, the insane cultivator of the Chu clan was aggressive and violent too, but he was more discreet. He had absorbed many strong cultivators' strengths. Many ancient holy clans wanted to kill him, and all because of him, the Chu clan fell and was destroyed. I wouldn't have thought an even scarier cultivator would emerge in the Chu clan. Chu Chunxiu knew he had to remain discreet, Lang Yi said solemnly. Chu Chunxiu is very dangerous. If you hadn't helped, he would have killed me. Before I left to travel alone, the elders of my clan warned me that the geniuses of the Chu clan were dangerous. They were wise. They were traveling and chatting at the same time. After some time, they arrived at the mountain range where Lin Feng had fled to, and landed near him. Brother, Lang Yi, how come you're together? Asked Lin Feng, nodding at both of them. It was his clone. He was practicing cultivation with his real body inside his deployment spell. Lang Yi found me and saved me after Chu Chunxiu tried to kill me. Lin Feng, you have to be very careful, Ho Chang Lin warned Lin Feng. Since Chu Chunxiu hadn't hesitated to attack him, it meant that Chu Chunxiu would also dare attack Lin Feng at some point. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Chu Chunxiu was probably very interested in absorbing Lin Feng's strength, since he had proved he was the most talented back at the Holy Spirit dynasty. When Lin Feng heard Ho Chang Lin, he was astonished and asked, Chu Chunxiu attacked you, brother? Indeed, I bumped into him and he tried to absorb my strength using sky-absorbing strength. Lang Yi rescued me. Chu Chunxiu probably wants to absorb all the geniuses' strength here in this mysterious world, Ho Chang Lin nodded. Chu Chunxiu was dangerous, Lin Feng had to understand that. Chu Chunxiu. Lin Feng was furious. He knew that Chu Chunxiu absorbed people's strength to become stronger. He also knew that he was very talented, but he initially didn't care. But now Chu Chunxiu had attacked Ho Chang Lin, it was the same as if he had been attacked personally, there was no difference. By the way, have you seen Meng Cheng? Ho Chang Lin asked Lin Feng. If Chu Chunxiu bumped into Meng Cheng, it would be a catastrophe, Yes, she's already inside the deployment spell, said Lin Feng, pointing at the illusion behind them. Ho Chang Lin was relieved. In the distance, some people had noticed the deployment lights behind Lin Feng. They stared at Lin Feng icily, he had obtained the skeleton, they wouldn't forget that. When they saw Lin Feng and his friends, they didn't dare act recklessly. Lin Feng saw more and more people gathering in the distance, but he kept calm. What should we do? Lang Yi asked Lin Feng. There are many geniuses in the historical remains. But we still haven't had a big battle. If we did, it'd be funny, whispered Lin Feng. Lang Yi glanced at Lin Feng, thinking he was crazy. Lin Feng wanted to fight against all the geniuses directly. People from Goblin Spirit University, Lang Yi pointed out. Lin Feng nodded. Prince Chen was there, too. Lin Feng, I've heard that you have the skeleton. Since you were invited by the Tianxi dynasty, give it to me. The Tianxi dynasty will pay the price for it. Prince Chen proposed loudly. I was invited by the Tianxi dynasty to come and explore historical remains, but nobody told me it was to give you treasures. Princess Piao Shui has never told me that, either. So I won't give you anything, replied Lin Feng indifferently. Prince Chen frowned and smiled. Lin Feng, I'm being nice, but you will encounter more and more people. Some of them won't be as nice as me. Don't worry about me, Prince Chen, Lin Feng answered mock gratefully. You managed to sit on the Holy Imperial Throne on the Holy Way stage in the Holy Spirit Dynasty. If you died, it would be a pity, said Prince Chen, sounding colder and colder. Prince Chen, you are a prince. You have a high social status. If you died here, it'd be a pity, was the instant comeback. When Prince Chen heard Lin Feng's taunt, he was furious and asked, on the other day, Crazy Bull didn't use his full strength against you, so you won, but what if he had? Crazy Bull slowly appeared and looked at Lin Feng grimly. Lin Feng, I progressed a lot. Now, we'll see if you can still compete with me. Lin Feng's real body came out of the fog behind him. He looked at those people scornfully and said breezily, try and you'll see. All right, shouted Crazy Bull loudly. He released a terrifying bestial chi, shaking the air about him, and charged ahead. Crazy Bull struck out as he rose into the air, dust billowing around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2023, Carving Deployment Marks. Chapter 2023, Carving Deployment Marks. Lin Feng ran forwards, his holy spirits turning into gigantic swords. He waved his hands, and the gigantic swords flared with light, the sun shining down upon them as they hummed with power. Lin Feng stretched his finger out, and the swords merged into one. The prince's people started suffocating. Lin Feng moved his finger and his swords started destroying everything in their way. The sword intent surged to meet Crazy Bull, whose face stiffened when he sensed the sword intent. His heart started pounding. What a sharp sword intent, it could cut him apart. He didn't have time to think of what to do, the sword was too fast. Arg! He shouted desperately, a gigantic bull appearing and blotting out the sky. The gigantic sword began to distort, the air sealed with all those energies. However, it still seemed that nothing could stop that sword. The gigantic bull roared and disappeared. Nothing could stop the sword. More and more bulls appeared and tried to block it. The gigantic bulls fused together into a single gigantic bull which lashed out at it. Explosions rocked the sky. The gigantic sword and the gigantic bull dispersed. Crazy Bull dropped from the sky and landed on the ground. He looked at Lin Feng, who was still in the sky. There were several more swords suspended in front of Lin Feng. His heart began to pound. He remained silent for a few seconds and then said, I wouldn't have thought you were so strong. What is that spell you're using? It's from the Holy Spirit Dynasty. His Tao strength couldn't stop the gigantic sword. Prince Chen was surprised too. He knew perfectly well how strong Crazy Bull was, he was a fearsome champion. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could compete with him. In the distance, many other people had arrived. Prince Chen turned around to look at them, then he said to Lin Feng, you're very strong, but you can't fight alone against so many geniuses. You can't protect the skeleton. We should join hands. Give it to me for now, and when we go back to the dynasty, I will let you study it. You will be able to absorb some of its strength. You want to take my item and then lend it to me? You think I'm stupid? Lin Feng replied icily to Prince Chen. You want to bring about your own destruction, said Prince Chen calmly. More and more strong cultivators were gathering and looking at the three of them. Lin Feng, give me the skeleton, demanded Wang Jian icily. He was holding his spear and she spinning around him. Some people had died in the black hole because of Lin Feng, and they still didn't know what that demon king was. Princess Piao Shui had also arrived. When she saw the three cultivators at the top of the mountain, she was nervous. How brave! There were so many geniuses, yet Lin Feng didn't mind. He looked calm and fearless. Lin Feng, you're lucky. You have the potential to become a peerless cultivator. You have to understand that if you don't hand the skeleton over though, you will definitely die. He wants to die. We don't need to be polite to him. People spoke up one after another. The wind howled past them, fluttering Lin Feng's clothes. He looked quite calm and unimpressed, not nervous at all. Die. Kill them. Kill him and take the skeleton. People started releasing energies. They all looked at him icily. Behind Wang Jian, many spears appeared. He looked even more ferocious and fierce. Wang Jian started charging, his spears pointed at Lin Feng. It seemed like they could pierce through anything. Go! Wang Jian's spears streaked across the sky, diffusing ice-cold qi, aimed at Lin Feng. Lang Yi also started moving. He raised both hands and dazzling cyan lights appeared, turning into a hole that bent the air and light around it. The spears looked extremely sharp. Lang Yi kept waving his hands, and when the spears penetrated into the cyan lights, it was as if they had broken in two and simply disappeared. World empty space. Wang Jian grunted icily. More people rose up into the air. Lin Feng watched them grimly. He waved his hands, and a blade-sharp golden wind started blowing. Empty space deployment lights appeared everywhere. Lin Feng stretched out his hands and used his celestial stage deployment spell, several mountains appearing. Since Lin Feng is not willing to cooperate, we don't need to be polite to him. Kill him. Prince Yin ordered at that moment calmly. Several cultivators started flying towards Lin Feng. The earth and sky started resonating and shaking violently. Energies rose explosively to meet them. Fissures appeared in the mountains underneath Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the crowd icily. A holy spirit appeared and moved into the celestial stage deployment spell, followed by several others. Lin Feng was surrounded by lights of wisdom. Wang Jian grunted icily. His golden spears continued shooting out. However, even though they pierced through the Wisdom Kings, they didn't destroy them. Lin Feng released 5 more holy spirits. At the same time, his 5 Wisdom Kings surrounded the incoming crowd. Wisdom Kings appeared in their brains and their souls started trembling. One more silhouette appeared, a 9 Netherworld's Demon King. He started singing, and the sound wave caused by the melodies pierced through their bodies, trying to control them. Move! Shouted Wang Jian. He frowned as more qi rose, the swords also humming along. The sounds kept piercing through people's ears. The attackers realized it didn't look good for them. Lin Feng's deployment spells were incredible, and his strength kept gaining in intensity. There were multiple explosions as Lin Feng attacked all those cultivators at the same time. Lang Yi and Ho Changlin landed on Lin Feng's left and right. Lang Yi released world lights which, a few seconds later, spat out 3 corpses. Ho Changlin also released reincarnation strength, and even though he didn't manage to kill enemies, he could at least prevent them from moving forwards. Stars appeared and descended from the sky, shooting towards Lin Feng. The air became ice-cold around them, but Lin Feng ignored that, his hair fluttering in the wind, free and unrestrained. He released Death Culpa swords, which kept fusing together with the celestial stage deployment spell. Holy spirits kept condensing in front of Lin Feng. A gigantic sword slashed across the sky. The strong cultivators were stunned. They all used their most powerful attacks to stop it, but Lin Feng's attack still killed someone, his head flying away. A strong wind kept pushing against them. Lin Feng released World of the Living Imprints, fusing them with the celestial stage deployment spell. The combined energies surrounded the crowd. Lin Feng didn't stop after having released World of the Living Imprints. He continued releasing Holy Spirit lights, and his sword continued humming ominously. "Let's move back," said Lin Feng calmly. They slowly moved back into the fog of the deployment spell. He couldn't kill those geniuses easily, but at least he could teach them a good lesson, and they wouldn't forget how strong he was for a while. Boom boom. The attackers converged on the celestial stage deployment spell. Even though Lin Feng had killed several people already, they were so furious that they didn't want to let him off. Die, die, die. Whistling sounds spread out as the crowd attacked. The strong cultivators wanted to attack Lin Feng and the two others, but realized that they were merely smiling icily back at them. Illusion, it's a deployment spell again. Go in, break the deployment spell, and kill them! Exclaimed Wang Jian, surging ahead. A dazzling armor appeared around him, and he condensed a spear and a shield, all in the blink of an eye. They charged into the deployment spell. They were all really strong, all of them geniuses, and they didn't fear the deployment spell. Zhu Chunxiu was standing in the distance and calmly watching the battle. He didn't go into Lin Feng's deployment spell, as he knew perfectly well how powerful Lin Feng's deployment spells were. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2024, Collapsing Sky. Chapter 2024, Collapsing Sky. In the fog of the deployment spell, the strong cultivators had the impression they were in a dream. Deployment lights kept twinkling and undulating around them, and they felt strength condense. Break! Wang Jian shouted icily. He waved his hand, and his spears thrust into the ground. He leapt away as golden marks appeared on the ground. It was like the deployment marks were about to break. Sky-destroying weapon. Wang Jian shouted furiously. He summoned weapons, and at the same time he attacked all parts of the deployment spell. There were rumbles of defiance. The deployment spell sounded like it was going to explode. The others also used powerful attacks against the deployment spell. At that moment, a powerful death intent rose up and started eating away at their life force. Humph! Someone grunted icily. Someone rose higher and released explosive and dazzling lightning bolts all around. Purple lights assaulted the deployment spell as a strong wind started blowing. Lin Feng was watching them coldly. All those people were all geniuses. Relying solely on deployment strength to defeat them would be difficult. Sword intent filled the air. The crowd saw millions of threads of light, raised their heads and shouted furiously. However, the death intent was also becoming ever more intense. Their lives were being corroded. Faces started turning gray. Someone said icily, "We need to destroy the deployment spell as soon as possible, or we'll die. We can also kill him. I'll use Star Dao to find Lin Feng inside the deployment spell." Someone spoke up. Dazzling Dao power filled the sky. A constellation appeared, and inside the deployment spell, people were suddenly marked by star imprints, including Lin Feng. A destructive spear shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised by the move, but he released World of the Living Imprints to counter the attack. "Freeze!" shouted someone icily. The death strength inside the deployment spell froze. Lin Feng merely smiled coldly. The strong wind turned into a hurricane and started moving out of the deployment spell. "Get out of the deployment spell," said Lin Feng. In a flash, Lang Yi, Ho Chang Lin, Meng Qing, and he left the deployment spell. the enemies inside it lost track of him. Can the stars find him outside of the deployment spell? The deployment spell contains illusion strength, the stars can find people inside. We can't find him outside, all we have to do is break the deployment spell, said the Star Dao controller. A terrifying great imperial strength emerged. The crowd was startled. Someone was using a great imperial weapon. People didn't care about anything else if they could get the skeleton. Lin Feng looked at the deployment spell icily. He was furious. Surprisingly, someone dared use a great imperial weapon. Lin Feng took out his celestial evolution chessboard, and his deployment spell started changing. Gigantic waves of energies gushed forth. The celestial evolution chessboard became gigantic, and Lin Feng jumped atop it. His death intent blotted out the sky and absorbed ever more power. At the same time, Lin Feng released 2 demon punches. The strong wind roared violently. Lin Feng descended from the sky and penetrated into the demon spell, his demon punches striking out. The 2 gigantic punches were monstrously strong, and faces stiffened. They could sense that the death energies were becoming much stronger. At the same time, a death pattern was pressing down on them. Death lights twinkled around the celestial evolution chessboard, and those trapped within looked increasingly desperate. Kill Lin Feng, said someone icily. A gigantic black bell appeared. The chi which emerged from it kept turning into threads of energies which looked like Maharagas. At the same time, Lin Feng released lightning, which fell onto them like a storm. Editor's note: a Mahorga is a type of Buddhist earth deity. Lin Feng moved around, his silhouette kept twinkling here and there on the celestial evolution chessboard. Thunder rumbled darkly as death strength kept bearing down on the trapped men. They saw Lin Feng for a few seconds. He looked crazy as he used his celestial evolution chessboard to even dodge their attacks, but many of them were now surrounded by death chi, and had the sensation they were losing control. Some of them started regretting having engaged in a battle with him, including the one with the great imperial weapon. Lin Feng released more Holy Spirit swords, and at the same time continued striking out with demon punches. He really wanted to kill these people, otherwise the same thing would happen over and over again. It would be too troublesome. At that moment, Wang Jian took out a real spear. It was 33 chi long, and strength condensed around it. 33 chi equals 11 meters. Everybody, lend me your imperial weapons. We'll see if we can break his celestial evolution chessboard, Wang Jian said icily. He stretched his hand. Suddenly, the atmosphere became even more oppressive and lights dazzled. Monarchic long spear. People started handing Wang Jian their weapons. An ominous strength started gathering. Lin Feng suddenly turned around on his celestial evolution chessboard, rising up as the board began to hum beneath him. In the deployment spell, all the great imperial weapons condensed into a single gigantic sword, the atmosphere around it extremely domineering. Even Lang Yi and the others sensed the terrifying strength. Lang Yi's face changed and he said, "It's a monarchic long spear. Go into my monarchic world coffin." Lang Yi took out his world coffin, which descended from the sky. Lin Feng promptly took his celestial evolution chessboard away, and jumped into the world coffin. Behind him, the air blew apart in a monstrous explosion. The deployment spell was torn apart as the world coffin disappeared. A light beam appeared and shot away into the sky. The crowd was shaken. The geniuses had great imperial weapons, but those were their trump cards. They usually didn't use them. Even to steal the skeleton they hadn't brought them out, because otherwise a great battle would have broken out, and the consequences could have been tragic. But now they had all taken out their great imperial weapons to fight against Lin Feng. However, the crowd didn't even have time to be surprised, as the cyan lights dashed to the skies. Their hearts were pounding, the sky seemed about to collapse. The world coffin appeared somewhere else. Lin Feng was sitting atop it. He saw the fissure in the sky. No wonder ancestor Shi Tian had told him not to fight against Ji Chang. People from ancient holy clans had powerful trump cards to protect their lives, but they could also use them to kill other people. The monarchic spear is also called the king of weapons. It is extremely powerful, created by condensing many other weapons together. It has an overwhelming power, murmured Lang Yi. At that moment, they were all looking at the hole in the sky. Crumbs kept falling from it, looking quite strange. The sky is collapsing. Maybe the saints created this world back then? Wondered Lang Yi. He was astonished. Back then the saints had fought a great war. Had they created this place? What was going on? And were the details only known to insiders? Who knew? The sky kept falling apart. People stopped fighting and looked at the sky. An endless number of golden lights appeared up there, each such light curtain extremely sharp. There, it seems like there's someone up there. The crowd was astonished as they stared at the golden lights. Someone had appeared up there. A black stone had also appeared, chains attached to it. Chains. Lin Feng started trembling. What was going on? Was a saint, or several, bound here? Murmured someone. The crowd was stunned. That wasn't really possible, was it? After the saints' battle, they had sealed this world. How come some people were bound here? And who was that person in chains? What was their cultivation level? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2025, Ancient Saint? Chapter 2025, Ancient Saint? I have the impression that everyone is wrong, murmured Lang Yi. Lin Feng and the others looked at him. Why? Back then, the elders of my clan said that when you're a saint, you become indestructible. Zun cultivators can use their blood to regenerate body parts. In the case of saints, if they only have a drop of blood or a thread of soul left, they can survive. The only way to kill them is to destroy their soul so that it explodes into a million pieces, and that's impossible. The saints couldn't possibly have sealed this world to die. There must be some behind-the-scenes story, said Lang Yi gravely. Lin Feng and the others could only mutter to themselves at his words. Lin Feng had seen the ancient battle with his own eyes. Even though all the saints were injured in the end, the battle hadn't ended. Had they really fallen? The ancestors had sealed this world for their descendants to come there every 100 years. It couldn't possibly be because they wanted to kill themselves. It was simply impossible. What was that chained entity? A terrifying demon? The Cassiopeia will which the skeleton contains might be the Cassiopeia saint's will. If I'm not mistaken, all the saints had remorse and sealed that world. Maybe they didn't fight against one another, right? If the saints didn't fight against one another, who fought against the Cassiopeia saint? Lin Feng mused. He looked at Lang Yi and said, Lang Yi, if you had taken out the world coffin first, you would have been able to protect the skeleton. Indeed, I think the same as you, that skeleton probably is the Cassiopeia saint. Who could have killed him to the point that he would have died and turned into a skeleton? I sensed his energies when I took it. However, it's useless to me. I don't need it. I want to see the other treasures. That skeleton will be more useful to others. Maybe in this place, there aren't real historical remains per se. Or maybe there are other places with real historical remains which belong to the saints. At that moment, Princess Piao Shui slowly walked up to Lin Feng. He looked at her and said, Princess Piao Shui, don't get too close to me, but... They aren't insane, they won't dare attack me, said Princess Piao Shui smiled. Lin Feng nodded and asked, Princess, have you ever heard of anything concerning this place in the Tianxi dynasty? Princess Piao Shui muttered to herself for a moment, looking thoughtful, before nodding and saying, I have, actually. Many people have been to the historical remains, and each time, they see different things. We even have books in which people write some things. Have you ever seen those books? Asked Lin Feng. I have, Princess Piao Shui nodded. It's supposed to be a secret of our dynasty, we're not supposed to tell other people. The dark abysses, the Chant Valley, the emerald green forest, the Golden Mountain Range, all those places are forbidden areas. The enchained spirits are envoys from hell. This place might be the place I've been looking for. Lin Feng was startled. The ancestors had already realized that there were demon kings in this place, not only in the black hole, but also in the other locations. But there weren't really strong cultivators here, so if Wang Jian hadn't used his monarchic spear, the sky wouldn't have broken. Forbidden areas, so those forbidden areas might be places where the saints have left historical vestiges, like the black hole. Maybe, Princess Piao Shui nodded. Lin Feng glanced upwards, just as the gigantic enchained silhouette opened its eyes. His soul shook. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to be paralyzed if he looked at those eyes. If that creature was as strong as the creature in the black hole, one breath and he could kill all of them. There was an ear-splitting crack of thunder, the very space shook, more fissures in the sky appeared, and the chains vibrated madly as the wind howled. "Oh no, let's go," said Lin Feng. His expression changed. Their group dove down and flew off into the distance. The others also realized that something wrong was going on. If they stayed, they might die. The violent windstorm was more and more intense and oppressive, the thunder rolling ever louder. The earth and sky truly shaking violently. Lin Feng turned around. The growing whirlwind was terrifying, nobody could escape from it. "Get into the world coffin again," said Lang Yi. The group of friends jumped into the world coffin and Lang Yi closed it, before streaking across the sky and disappeared from there. The other strong cultivators also used their great imperial weapons to escape as quickly as they could. An extremely loud voice roared out and made the sky shake. More fissures appeared in the sky, light shining through them as shattering sounds filled the air. The chains kept shaking and vibrating. Inside the black hole, something roared violently in response. More shattering sounds spread out, the rattle of the second pair of chains joining the first. People raised their heads, watching the chains keep vibrating. Those chains could bind even space and light, but now Lin Feng and the others arrived somewhere else. That world seemed to be isolated from the rest of the cosmos, a world which couldn't handle chaotic situations. "Princess, when geniuses come every 100 years, apart from the few authentic forbidden areas, have they talked about other historical remains?" Lin Feng asked Piao Shui. Piao Shui was surprised. She had not thought of that. People had been coming to the world for a long time, and they had probably inspected the most ordinary places already, but maybe some uninhabited places had been completely forgotten. "Relying on our strength, we can't obtain historical remains anyway," said Piao Shui smiled wryly. However, back in the days when the saints sealed the area, maybe that they were scared of something. I have the feeling that it could have something to do with the chained creatures. If those people break free, we might very well be doomed. I don't think those people could be the saints wouldn't have bound themselves, Lin Feng conjectured. The ancestor of the Holy Spirit dynasty had transmitted memories to Lin Feng and he had told him about it. What was it? Maybe it had something to do with the enchained people? The wind moaned. Lin Feng turned around and saw a silhouette had somehow appeared behind him. It was an old man. Lin Feng had seen him before, it was the old man who had appeared around the black hole. What was he doing here? "You want to know the truth?" the old man finally asked. Lin Feng was startled, but nodded. "Master, if you can tell us, please do, but..." "Come with me and you'll understand," said the old man pointing off in a direction. The saints couldn't have died that easily. Lin Feng was intrigued. His friends and he glanced at one another and nodded, and followed the old man. The mysterious old man took them to an altar, with pillars on both sides. There was a flight of stairs in front of it. A silhouette was seated cross-legged in front of the altar. That person had no life chi, it was impossible to detect their presence. Lin Feng stared at the mysterious silhouette, remaining vigilant. The silhouette suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Lin Feng and the others. 100 years have passed again. Who are you, master? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Saint Tianhun, have you ever heard that name? Replied the old man evenly. Princess Piao Shui was astonished and frowned. The old man looked at her and smiled. You've heard about me? The ancestor of the Celestial Soul Dynasty. Are you really Saint Tianhun? Celestial Soul Dynasty? Repeated the old man, and asked, the Celestial Soul Dynasty must have been created by my descendants, are they all right? They disappeared a long time ago, replied Princess Piao Shui. Oh, the saint sighed. He looked extremely sad. Master, what are those enchained creatures? What happened at the end of the Saints' War in the ancient days? Asked Princess Piao Shui. Saint Tianhun smiled and said, little girl, the enchained creatures are evil spirits. We sealed this world because of them. For that, we had to pay the price. Many of us died because of them. As for me, I had practiced broken soul strength, so I managed to stay alive. When Lin Feng heard Saint Tianhun, he was astonished. Evil spirits? Lin Feng found it hard to believe. He had heard the ancestor of the Holy Spirit dynasty, he had told him that it had caused trouble. Saint Tianhun didn't mention it at all, he was talking about evil spirits? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2026, The Gigantic Foot in the Valley. Chapter 2026, The Gigantic Foot in the Valley. Master, why did all the saints fight a great war in the old days? Lin Feng asked calmly. Saint Tianhun looked at Lin Feng and replied, we disagreed on many things, but we hadn't thought that the evil spirits would attack us at some point. The Qi Tian dynasty was so powerful that we could have easily killed them, we wouldn't have just sealed this world. Now, they are starting to recover. If they break free, you will notice it quite quickly. Lin Feng immediately understood that Saint Tianhun was lying. He wasn't sure that person was really Saint Tianhun. Master, why do you want our younger generation to come here? Asked Lin Feng. We need your help. I need to recover. Those 5 pillars can activate the altar, you can stand on the one in the middle, the others can stand on the 4 other pillars. Don't worry, it's not dangerous for you, said Saint Tianhun slowly. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right. Then, he said to Lang Yi and the others telepathically, if anything is wrong, we must escape immediately. Lang Yi and the others understood. They all listened to the orders. Lin Feng walked to the pillar in the middle, next to the old man, while Lang Yi and the others jumped onto pillars. Is this okay, master? Asked Lin Feng. Asked Saint Tianhun. Yes, thank you very much, Saint Tianhun smiled. He released soul strength, which moved straight to the altar. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Saint Tianhun. Die! Shouted Lin Feng while releasing death sword strength. At the same time, his sword Holy Spirit pierced through Saint Tianhun's head, the death intent corroding his body. Saint Tianhun was stupefied. He suddenly raised a hand which had turned black, trying to catch Lin Feng. Let's go! Shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. Lang Yi's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the old man reappeared in front of him. Lang Yi could only retreat. At the same time, Saint Tianhun activated the altar. 2 light beams illuminated him and Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the impression he was being teleported. Why did you do that? Asked Saint Tianhun, staring icily at Lin Feng. You keep lying, replied Lin Feng grimly. He immediately released sword strength and cut into the old man's hand. Saint Tianhun? Even if it was really a saint, so what? Lin Feng didn't want to lose his body. Saint Tianhuan's qi kept shaking as if he were about to die. I'll take your body. A powerful strength penetrated into Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng's face stiffened. He released Holy Spirit's strength, which bombarded the altar, tearing it apart, and then ran away. Die! Shouted Saint Tianhun furiously. Lin Feng had the sensation his soul was going to explode. He released his 5 wisdom kings to protect his soul, as his godly awareness palace also appeared. At the same time, death strength surged back to counter the attack. Saint Tianhuan's soul strength weakened a lot. However, it didn't disperse and continued vibrating in Lin Feng's brain. Saint Tianhun was furious. It was difficult for him to recover, and now Lin Feng had almost crushed him. Saint Tianhun looked ferocious. His qi was still surrounding Lin Feng. Go! Shouted Saint Tianhun. In a flash, his soul strength raged out and sheared through the air, heading for Lin Feng. At that moment, the old man's face stiffened. He went back to the altar and knelt down before it respectfully. Master, I failed. It has nothing to do with you. Use some spirits to capture him. He can't die. We must capture him alive, said Saint Tianhun icily. Many spirits emerged from his mouth, and at the same time, many evil spirits in the historical remains received the same orders. Yes, master, said the old man. He ignored Lang Yi and the others, they were escaping. He just chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped into his boat and fled. Soul strength kept following him. It might be Saint Tianhun, but now he needs a body, thought Lin Feng angrily. He had injured Saint Tianhun, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Saint Tianhun hadn't expected Lin Feng would use a talisman to escape, however. How fast? Surprisingly, he's a little bit faster than my boat, thought Lin Feng, pulling a long face. Saint Tianhun couldn't travel far for some reason, obviously he had to stay near the altar. Lin Feng took out a great imperial weapon and flames appeared everywhere around him, and he saw the soul strength move right through it. After a few seconds, Lin Feng decided not to use his great imperial weapon to stop the attack. Lin Feng. At that moment, someone was startled to see Lin Feng. Then he saw the soul strength chasing Lin Feng and smiled coldly. Lin Feng released death strength, and a dozen Holy Spirit gigantic swords appeared. The person's expression changed drastically. An ancient bell appeared and swung at Lin Feng, ringing loudly. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He took out a talisman and threw it. As it exploded, Lin Feng teleported himself, reappearing behind that man, whose face changed drastically again. The ancient bell came sweeping towards Lin Feng, who turned around and released sword energies, cutting apart the man. Lin Feng didn't stop though, jumping onto his boat again and continued his escape. The crowd on the ground sensed that he was extremely strong, and that they couldn't stop him. That soul strength is really powerful. Lin Feng can't escape, thought some of them, their eyes glittering. Lin Feng just continued his escape. He flew towards a mountain range, and saw many buildings there. The soul spear continued chasing him though. It would not disappear until it reached him. Saint Tianhun was still seated cross-legged by the altar, his eyes closed. He was forming some hand seals and chanting, and the soul spear was changing. Lin Feng sensed that some strength was fusing together with the soul strength. He controls it perfectly, thought Lin Feng, annoyed. He couldn't use great imperial weapons to stop it, and his enemy could also control it even from thousands of kilometers away. Lin Feng couldn't use his own soul to fight against it, it was too dangerous. At that moment, a sound pierced through Lin Feng's eardrums, and his mind shook. He gazed into the distance and saw a mountain range. An invisible and intangible strength surrounded it. The sounds came from there. There's someone. Lin Feng saw someone in a valley. He had to be vigilant. That must be Chant Valley, thought Lin Feng with a frown. He accelerated, and the soul spear accelerated too. Lin Feng dove into the valley. There's music. Lin Feng shivered. He had to protect his soul above anything else. He continued diving towards the mountain. Some people outside were stupefied after noticing it was Lin Feng. The terrifying spear suddenly stopped in front of the mountain. Since you want to die, I'll help you. It's such a pity though, you have a perfect body, said the saint back by the altar icily. He condensed his soul strength even more. It turned into a gigantic spear and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled, but continued racing forwards. He had to rely on the strength of the mountain to help him. Otherwise, that soul spear would continue chasing him forever. The music grew louder, and Lin Feng's soul started to shake. The soul spear also kept dispersing as it collided with the sound waves. The music is getting louder and louder, thought Lin Feng. His soul shook more and more violently, but the soul spear was being destroyed too. At that moment, inside Chant Valley, Ji Chang, He Kan, Ingu Tian, and some people from the Qin dynasty were gathered about a gigantic foot. The foot was oppressive, and the music wasn't that loud there. We found something. He Kan, you're amazing. You found this place. Prince Qin complimented him. This was his ancestor's vestige. Unfortunately, he had probably died. There was still a gigantic foot left behind, however. It's all thanks to your talent and our luck. After all, my destiny technique isn't almighty, said He Kan quietly. Prince Qin nodded and replied, no matter what, we found my ancestors' historical remains. I've heard how dangerous it is here. I hope we won't have any problem here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2027, Dialogue. Chapter 2027, Dialogue. Prince Qin looked at the gigantic foot, which contained a foreboding qi. He had read about things like this in books he had found in the Qin dynasty, and the Qin dynasty used some techniques which used such a qi. Prince Qin stretched out his hand and tried to take the foot into his ring. However, the foot didn't move. It was too gigantic and heavy. He glanced around, they could still hear the music a little bit. The others were stupefied when they saw that Prince Qin couldn't take the foot. In the distance, they heard the wind whistling of something moving quickly, and then they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng was borrowing the strength of the valley to weaken the soul chasing him. He was startled when he saw Ji Chang and the others in front of him. Lin Feng. Ji Chang's eyes twinkled. He slowly rose up into the air and his qi rolled out towards Lin Feng. Piss off, said Lin Feng icily. Ji Chang grunted icily and punched out. His punch contained destructive Dao. It was every bit as oppressive as before, smashing into Lin Feng's sword energies. However, even though the earth and sky seemed about to collapse, Lin Feng's sword continued slashing forwards. Cyan dragon totems appeared, and Ji Chang condensed more destructive Dao. Lin Feng countered by taking out a talisman and continued moving towards Ji Chang. Die! Ji Chang shouted furiously, thunder rolling with the force of his attack. Lin Feng had the sensation his brain was going to explode. Lin Feng broke another talisman at that moment and disappeared. Terrifying energies shrieked. Ji Chang's soul trembled as he saw the gigantic soul spear. It had weakened a lot, but it was still terrifying, everything turning black around it. Bastard! Saint Tianhun was furious. He realized he couldn't capture Lin Feng anymore. The spear altered course towards Ji Chang and suddenly Ji Chang realized he was in grave danger. Lin Feng. Ji Chang hated Lin Feng. He had failed to harm him, and the spear which had been chasing Lin Feng was now shooting towards him. He released cyan dragon totems which turned into a gigantic dragon. Destructive Dao filled the air around him as well, rumbling and exploding as it fought against the advance of the spear. The spear continued moving towards his head. It wasn't as powerful as before, but was still moving, but After breaking the talisman, Lin Feng appeared above the foot. World strength appeared and surrounded the foot. Prince Qin looked at the foot, only to see it disappear in front of him. Only a silhouette remained. Ji Chang was smashed towards Prince Qin. Prince Qin shouted furiously, slapping Ji Chang away hard. Ji Chang coughed up blood and his face turned deathly pale. Prince Qin raced after Lin Feng. Yin Tian and Hekin were astonished and looked at the blood on the ground. Ji Chang was badly injured. Poor Ji Chang, thought Yin Tian. Prince Qin had seen Lin Feng steal the big foot, then they had only heard the moaning of the wind. He was so furious, he had attacked Ji Chang and injured him. Ji Chang stood up, shaking violently, and furious beyond measure. Arg! Ji Chang shouted violently, like an animal. He immediately attacked one of Prince Qin's guards. The guard was stunned. However, Ji Chang was lucky he was a champion, as even if that guard was strong, he couldn't do anything against Ji Chang. At that moment, Ji Chang was really furious. He released destructive Tao which exploded out. The enemy's veins exploded. Ji Chang then smashed his face, and the guard's head exploded, blood gushed out and pieces of brain splashing everywhere. The two other guards pulled a long face. They stared at Ji Chang icily. Ji Chang was humiliating Prince Qin. Ji Chang promptly attacked them and crushed them. Yin Tian and Hekin gulped when they saw that. They were now frightened of Ji Chang. He was a champion. Even though he had been defeated by Lin Feng and Shu Chunxiu, he was still a genius, and a high-level genius at that. Lin Feng continued flying across the valley. The music was getting louder and louder. Maybe he was going to bump into an enchained creature. He suddenly felt strength building beneath him, strong enough to kill. He shivered, and the invisible and intangible strength passed under his feet. Lin Feng felt very cold. More strength rose up in the air in front of him. Another huge foot appeared in front of Lin Feng. More strength emerged from it. It was extremely formidable. I got the left foot, now there's the right foot. Do they belong to a saint? Thought the stunned Lin Feng. He was very vigilant, as he could still hear the music. However, Lin Feng still landed at the base of the foot. He tried to lift it with raw strength, but it was extremely heavy. He could only make it shake a little bit. If I don't use the world of my spirit, I can't take it, thought Lin Feng. He released his spirit world strength, it surrounded the foot, and whisked it away. The song continued about him. The sound waves looked like a deadly river, strong enough to kill people. Lin Feng's face stiffened. He swiftly took out the foot again and placed it in front of him, but it was too late, the river still passed next to him. Prince Qin was chasing Lin Feng. He had also arrived, but the sound waves pierced through his ears painfully. He pulled a long face and moved back. A terrifying strength emerged in front of him as he grimaced. Energies swirled about him. He jumped aside, but more strength was converging on him. Prince Qin suddenly looked desperate and shouted furiously, "No!" The sound waves pierced through his body. His face turned gray and then he exploded, his blood flying everywhere. Scarlet blood twinkled in the sun. Lin Feng was hiding behind the foot. The scene had taken place behind him, and he had seen it all. The Chant Valley was dangerous, it was a forbidden area after all, and he was still nervous. The sound waves were not that intense thanks to the foot, otherwise, they would float far away. Lin Feng realized how terrifying the place actually was. At that moment, Lin Feng pulled a long face. He understood that if he strayed a bit too far, he'd end up like Prince Qi, and the sound waves would kill him. In the depths of the valley, an enchained silhouette appeared. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were silver and he looked ferocious. "Little boy," said a voice at that moment, resonating in Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng twitched. He remained silent and didn't hear the voice again. Lin Feng asked, "Are you talking to me?" Indeed, little boy, said the voice. Lin Feng realized that the sound waves around him had suddenly weakened. There's really someone there, thought Lin Feng, trying to hide his astonishment. Was it another enchained creature? Master, how may I help you? Asked Lin Feng. The voice said, come and help me. You won't die here. I will also offer you a saint's body. A saint's body? Lin Feng shivered. The 2 feet really belonged to a saint, it seemed. Who was the enchained person then? How come there were so many terrifying creatures here? I already stopped the sound waves. Come. I will do what I told you. I won't deceive a little boy like you, said the voice. Lin Feng laughed at himself. He was already quite strong and someone had called him a little boy, but he really felt very small in front of such people. Lin Feng took away the foot and his silhouette flickered. He flew into the depths of the valley, wondering if he was going to see a powerful ancient creature. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2028, Dangerous Game. Chapter 2028, Dangerous Game. Ji Chang, He Can, and the others arrived outside the valley after escaping. When the music stopped, they turned around in dread. Lin Feng and Prince Qin must be both dead, said Gu Tian, staring at the valley. Ji Chang said icily, if Prince Qin is dead, good for him. However, it'd be a pity if Lin Feng was dead. Ji Chang, I thought you wanted Lin Feng to die, He Can said to Ji Chang. I want to kill him myself. He's a genius, it would be a pity if he died in the valley, said Ji Chang. He almost felt sad for Lin Feng. He hated him, but Lin Feng was famous and extremely strong. Even though Ji Chang hated and had been humiliated by Lin Feng, he admired him for his talent. He hoped to fight against him again someday. If Lin Feng had just died in the valley, then it would never come to pass. At that moment, Lin Feng was traveling across the valley. Finally, he arrived in front of an enchained silhouette. His hair was messy, and his face was silver. Even though he was bound, his chi was still unbelievable. Lin Feng had the impression he was facing a king. Lin Feng looked around, and saw 2 gigantic hands and a gigantic cauldron. The only thing which protected the area was the music. Saint's hands? Lin Feng shivered and stared at the trapped man. Master, how may I help you? I've been waiting for so long. Little boy, you're lucky, you've obtained 2 feet, and now you can take these 2 hands and the cauldron. That way, you'll have obtained the whole body of the saint. For you, these items must be precious. The saint wasn't a mere emperor. With the body of an emperor, you just deserve to be called a cultivator. A saint's body, however, is incredible. It's the body of someone who has transcended worldliness and attained holiness, the man said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent. To this man, an emperor barely deserved the right to be called a cultivator. A saint's body was complete. Lin Feng glanced at the hands and the cauldron and looked at the strong cultivator. Does the saint's body prevent you from doing anything? Of course, it oppresses my strength. You can take it away, replied the silver-eyed cultivator. Lin Feng understood that he was too weak to negotiate. That strong cultivator just had to exhale and he could kill Lin Feng. Besides, taking the saint's body was a great thing for him. Lin Feng whisked away the hands and the cauldron. The silver-eyed cultivator raised his head and took a deep breath. He looked extremely happy. Thank you very much, little boy. Now, things should change here, said the strong cultivator. He sounded like an ancient person. He took a deep breath and suddenly, more sound waves condensed and dashed to the skies. Come out, dear friends, said the bound man. The sound waves thrummed and echoed far away. The music could be heard everywhere in the area. Many people raised their heads after hearing the sound waves above their heads, and had the sensation they were going to collapse. How oppressive! They felt so tiny. The terrifying sound waves spread across hundreds of kilometers and moved towards the hole in the sky. Golden pieces kept falling from the sky. A strong cultivator in the golden lights opened his eyes, the orb shining with light. Finally, after so many years, they were recovering. The sound waves continued spreading. They moved into the black hole. It seemed about to collapse. The cultivator in the black hole raised his head, his eyes ice cold. In the emerald green forest, the golden mountains, the ice world, the sound waves kept spreading, and all the historical remains started shaking violently. Those who were in the historical remains were shocked. The evil spirits in the historical remains also started trembling. Outside of the historical remains, many waiting emperors who were waiting gazed into the distance. Many geniuses had already died. How many more would die? How many people would obtain ancient treasures? Geniuses of every generation went to the historical remains. Many of them had the impression it wasn't worth it, but at the same time, many geniuses really wanted to try because if they obtained anything, it was something incredible. If they did, it was also great for their dynasties. The people who were waiting outside looked calm. They knew that the geniuses wouldn't come out of the historical remains that quickly. Explosions began to shake the air and interrupted the sound waves. They all opened their eyes and stared at the entrances of the historical remains. What's going on? Those just watching shivered as the thunder seemed to spread. Had a great battle started? Boom! A gigantic hole appeared in the side of the mountain, and a new world appeared. The people were astonished. Had the entities the saints sealed had just been released? What happened? Thought the shaken watchers. Quick, inform the holy emperors and the elders. Tell them to come. People were panicking. The creatures of the historical remains had surprisingly broken free. It meant that this world could also be connected to the outside world. This world has broken apart? The Holy Spirit dynasty received the news. People were trembling. It was the second astonishing thing that had happened in such a short time. The previous time was because of Feng. Has it broken apart? The Tianxi dynasty also received the news. My son died, the world of the historical remains has broken apart, I really want to see what's going on inside, said a voice in the Qin dynasty. Qi Tian holy town started bursting into motion. All the dynasties dispatched people to the historical remains. At that moment, in the world of the historical remains, the people there were stunned. The most surprised person in the world of the historical remains was probably Feng, however. His eyes were glittering. He was staring at the strength rolling through the sky. He had never thought that taking the saint's body would have such consequences. He had taken a big risk. At the broken altar, Saint Tianhun shivered. He had chased Feng had gone to the valley, and now something big was happening. Was that the will of heaven? He was grim. For him, all this wasn't a good thing. He finally had the opportunity to gain a body, and in the end he failed. Chu Chunxiu killed another strong cultivator at that moment, and then the ground started shaking. He sighed, knowing it wouldn't be easy to kill more people now. Otherwise, everybody would attack him. He recalled his qi, and the sense of evil about him faded away. He knew that if he wasn't discreet, people wouldn't be nice to him. He also knew that after breaking through to the Di-Qi layer, things would get easier. He had not managed to absorb a king-type body yet. Some new people started coming into the world of the historical remains, and very quickly they bumped into geniuses who told them the news. A strong cultivator landed on the ground and asked, "What happened? Have the saints appeared? We don't know. We haven't seen the historical remains. We only saw a skeleton, which was taken by Feng. Then, we ended up in a dark hole and there was a terrifying demon within, it might have been a saint. Bring me to the demon in the dark hole, ordered the leader of the new group. By the time they arrived, the black hole had already exploded, turning into a gigantic crater. The terrifying demon raised his head and looked up at them icily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2029, Saint's Body. Chapter 2029, Saint's Body. When the group saw the Demon King's eyes, they were terrified. Who was that? They couldn't even see this cultivator's cultivation level. Arg, the terrifying monster roared in a thundering rage. A gigantic black hand appeared above him. Let's go! The strong cultivators shot up into the sky, lights glittered. However, grinding explosions threw back their power. The stronger cultivators made some hand seals. Phew, a loud sound emerged from the gigantic crater, and a black light surrounded the group of people. An elder's face turned deathly pale and he waved, "Let's go!" The group of people quickly fled. In a distant place, the group of people gathered with some others, all of them pulling a long face. What's going on? Why are those enchained cultivators so strong? They just have to exhale, and even their breath contains a terrifying strength. And are there more there? Like in the books, the Demon King of the Dark Abysses, Chant Mountain, the death-forbidden area, if those people break free, they might destroy Chitian Holy Town, but who are they? They are not saints. I just want to know what really happened back then, the behind-the-scenes story. And where are the saints? Where are the saints? They all looked around. Were the saints still alive? The voices spread far away. The evil spirits didn't dare come out, all rushing towards the altar. Saint Tianhun was there, his eyes gleaming. The Celestial Soul Dynasty doesn't exist anymore, nobody listens to my orders, muttered Saint Tianhun. He wasn't as strong as in the past anymore, and his descendants had been killed. If other dynasties knew he existed, they wouldn't listen to his orders, they had to cooperate with one another. Now, he needed a body, like the little boy who had tried to kill him. He took a deep breath, the evil spirits looked scared. However, they couldn't stop Saint Tianhun. They existed thanks to him. They absorbed people to become stronger. If Saint Tianhun absorbed them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Many evil spirits were drawn towards Saint Tianhun, and he started absorbing them quickly. His qi became more and more powerful. The old man was still next to him, on his knees. He looked solemn and respectful. He was the strongest evil spirit, he had absorbed many spirits and people. His body even looked real, and his mental abilities were advanced. Even Lin Feng had thought he was a real human being. However, if Saint Tianhun wanted to absorb him, he couldn't do anything about it, either. More people arrived in the distance. Some people landed in front of the altar, watching Saint Tianhun as he absorbed all the spirits. After a short time, Saint Tianhun had absorbed all the spirits except the old man. Saint Tianhun opened his eyes and looked at the people who had arrived. "If we were in the old days, you wouldn't dare do that, I'd slap you and you'd die," said Saint Tianhun icily. The Holy Emperor of the Qin dynasty was astonished. "How arrogant, who are you?" Saint Tianhun. The Holy Emperor of the Qin dynasty was astonished. He looked at the old man and at Saint Tianhun. Impossible. The saints fell during the battle of the old days and sealed this world. How could you be a saint? Your qi is so weak, said the Holy Emperor of the Qin dynasty icily. You're a holy great emperor, you know how difficult it is to kill people like you, almost impossible. But us saints, even if we only have a drop of blood left, or a small thread of soul, a small thread of vitality and will, we can come back to life. To kill a saint, you need to attack their soul and make it explode into 1,000,000 pieces. It is almost impossible, and not all the saints died during the war. In the end, there must always be someone left. Did you think all the saints had died? Asked Saint Tianhun. The holy emperor of the Qin dynasty was stupefied. He had also had doubts about that in the past. Saint Tianhuan's explanation made sense. Can you prove you're a saint? The holy emperor of the Qin dynasty pressed. Look carefully, said Saint Tianhun. A light penetrated into the holy emperor of the Qin dynasty's third eye. He saw the memories, and was astonished. Some saints were still alive. The holy emperor of the Qin dynasty was confused. There were saints, but they weren't as strong as in the past. Get down! Shouted the holy emperor explosively. He had landed on a pillar, but now he jumped off it, landing on the ground and bowing before Saint Tianhun. I'm Qin Gong from the Qin dynasty. A pleasure to meet you, Saint Tianhun. All right, Saint Tianhun nodded. Qin Gong continued, Saint Tianhun, you must feel lonely here. You are one of our ancestors. Since you were a saint of the ancient dynasty, please come to the Qin dynasty if you wish. You're right, brother Qi Gong. Qi Tian Holy Town is made of dynasties which used to be one in the old days. Since Saint Tianhun is from the old days, he's also an ancestor for the Great Desert Dynasty. You can come and rest in the Great Desert Dynasty if you wish. We will do all we can to help you, said the Holy Emperor of the Great Desert Dynasty who had just arrived. Mo Xiao. Qin Gong's eyes glittered. A saint was still alive. He wasn't strong yet, so everybody wanted to recruit him. Saint Tianhuan's eyes twinkled and he said, I'm badly injured. I need a body. Help me find a perfect body, a cultivator of the top of the Huangqi layer. I liked one, but unfortunately he went to Chant Valley. I don't know whether he's alive or not, said Saint Tianhun. He waved his hand and Lin Feng's image appeared. Qin Gong and Mo Zhao's eyes glittered. Lin Feng. I'll dispatch people to look for him. Qin Gong waved and people's silhouettes flickered. They immediately left to go and search for people. The Holy Emperor of the Great Desert Dynasty didn't want to seem weaker, he also dispatched people. They didn't leave to search themselves, opting to stay here. Saint Tianhun closed his eyes. He looked detached from worldly affairs. He knew why those people were staying here. Master, are there other saints left alive? Asked Qin Gong. I'm not sure. Even if they're not dead, even if some of them are still alive, they must be as strong as me or almost dead. Have you seen the evil spirits? They're really strong. They sealed this world, said Saint Tianhun calmly. The two holy emperors' hearts quickened. Ancient evil spirits? Lin Feng had already left Chant Valley, and was some distance away. Now and then, he saw some strong cultivators. He had taken big risks. The passages between this world and the world outside were surprisingly open now. The soundwave strength was truly terrifying. People were astonished. Lin Feng arrived at a mountain range. He found a cave, entered, and sat down cross-legged. He released spirit strength, which surrounded him as he entered his small world. Lin Feng was stunned when he arrived. According to the enchained cultivator, the cauldron was the saint's body. It had just transformed. The 2 feet and hands were with the cauldron there and were connected. He had obtained the whole body. The strong cultivator hadn't fooled him. Lin Feng was standing in front of a gigantic saint's body. The qi around it was awe-inspiring. His physical body reacted on its own. Lin Feng shivered. He had put that body in his small world, and in there, it had turned into a full and intact body. The pressure around it was dreadful. The saints who had fallen were all incredibly strong. Saint Tianhun is also a saint, but his body is weaker. Maybe that Saint Tianhun died and then came back to life, wondered Lin Feng. After all, Saint Tianhun controlled soul strength. Lin Feng walked up to the body, so gigantic and spectacular. He uttered in a low voice, "Master, are you still conscious?" If he had no consciousness anymore, How could he have turned into a full body? How could he oppress the peerless demon music? Phew! The saint sighed. Lin Feng trembled, staring at the gigantic saint. Did the saint still have a consciousness? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2030, Saint's Awareness. Chapter 2030, Saint's Awareness. Lin Feng looked at the gigantic body, his heart pounding. The body might still have a thread of consciousness? After all, even broken into pieces, he had still been able to nullify the sound wave strength. He must know a terrifying, oppressive strength, muttered Lin Feng. Even when his body was divided into several pieces, it still had an incredible power. Ancient saints were indeed astonishingly strong. Lin Feng wondered how strong the enchained demon was. What had happened back then, during the Great War? Master, I will put my godly awareness in your brain. If you are conscious, please don't blame me, whispered Lin Feng. Could the saint hear him? Lin Feng's godly awareness moved towards the saint's third eye and penetrated into his brain. Suddenly, a terrifying strength appeared and surrounded his godly awareness. Lin Feng could only freeze. He had the impression his soul was being sucked in, and his consciousness was being oppressed. He couldn't resist. He really is conscious, thought Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. A terrifying godly awareness strength rotated and turned into an illusionary body. Master! Lin Feng looked at the hologram. He felt tiny. Phew, the saint sighed again. I thought I'd stay in Chant Valley forever. I wouldn't have thought someone would come and take it. Little boy, you've brought a disaster. Lin Feng shivered and said, Master, you're a saint from the Qi Tian dynasty? Indeed, my name is Qin Shan. I was one of the saints back in the days. Qin dynasty, an ancestor of the Qin dynasty, thought Lin Feng. He wasn't sure. He asked, Master, what are the enchained people? You used your life to protect Chant Valley? That was a disaster back then. We wouldn't have all fallen otherwise. I don't know how many of the saints are still alive. The enchained people are extremely dangerous, that's all you need to know. Back in the days, if we hadn't been too greedy, things could have happened differently. So many things have happened. The chains have become weaker and weaker with time, and they became stronger again. They will soon all break free. The Qi Tian dynasty will be destroyed. The Qi Tian dynasty doesn't exist anymore. It has divided into many different dynasties. Now, all the dynasties are gathered in a city called Qi Tian Holy Town, said Lin Feng. The saint remained silent for a few seconds and said, I am not surprised. We were so greedy that our descendants divided. Little boy, are there saints in Qi Tian Holy Town nowadays? In Qi Tian Holy Town, the holy emperors of the dynasties are rulers. They are not saints. I don't know whether they still have saints, actually. But even if they do, they probably only have one or two. Otherwise, they would not have sent young people to the sealed world to look for your historical remains. It's a disaster. When the chains break, Qi Tian Holy Town will be destroyed, Saint Qin Shan sighed. Where are we now? We're in my spirit world, said Lin Feng honestly. He didn't need to lie. The saint couldn't even control his own body anymore. Spirit world. The saint was surprised and said, I wouldn't have thought I wouldn't be able to control my body anymore. I only have a thread of consciousness left, and I am so weak. My consciousness will never disperse. Since you're so talented, I will give you some things. I created some ancient holy techniques. They can destroy the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. They are an ancient strength. Without a body, they can be used to create the shape of the 10,000 things of creation. I will transmit them to you, just learn what you can. After that, some memories penetrated into Lin Feng's godly awareness, and he suddenly had the knowledge of the ancient holy techniques in his brain. Lin Feng visualized an ancient world. It looked awesome. Nobody could resist the power of the ancient holy techniques. He also visualized an invisible and intangible strength. It was a sort of intent and a sort of force at the same time. It could be used to give a shape to things: dragons, elephants, lions, phoenixes, great rocks, cauldrons, ancient bells. As long as it was a solid shape, it worked. It could also be used to oppress people's consciousness. Ancient cultivators didn't receive skills and techniques directly. They would only transmit the rudiments, Lin Feng realized. It was incredible to receive them directly from a saint, because the inheritances were the original core versions. If they were transmitted from generation to generation, they changed over time. No wonder the Holy Spirit dynasty's ancestor had transmitted the images of the Great War to Lin Feng. For saints, such things were incredible treasures. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and asked, "Master, saints' skill, techniques and spells formed one entity? Saints have transcended worldliness and attained holiness. Saints forget everything about their past. They create their own strength, their own reality. Skills and techniques are all spells for peerless cultivators. Someday, when you become a saint, remember to forget everything about your past. Thank you very much, Master, for everything you're teaching me. What can I do to help you come back to life?" asked Lin Feng. He was touched. Saints can't be destroyed. Their bodies can't decompose. I don't have a mind anymore, I only have a thread of consciousness. Unless you find a peerless medicine cultivator, I don't think I can come back to life. You're kind to think about me, though. Someday, when you reach the clouds, if Chi Tian Holy Town faces a fatal disaster, I would be happy if you could take assistive measures. Back then, the dynasty was prosperous, but because of us, things changed. I don't want it to disappear, though. I will remember that, replied Lin Feng. A peerless doctor, were there such cultivators? Besides, if you are in danger, you can use my body, I will help you. However, there won't be many cases where you'll need my help, I would guess. Otherwise, I will disappear, the saint sighed. Even though he only had a thread of consciousness left, he didn't want to die. He knew it would be difficult to come back to life, but he still hoped. If I were in danger, I wouldn't dare use your body, said Lin Feng respectfully. The saint sighed, and his godly awareness left Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked at the body, having the impression he had just had a powerful dream. I wouldn't have thought that this body would be so incredible, thought Lin Feng. He left his spirit and continued traveling. With my current strength, I can't find a peerless doctor. I wonder whether the Qin dynasty could find one or not, thought Lin Feng. He was annoyed because the saint hoped he could have good relations with the Qin dynasty, but the prince of the Qin dynasty had died in Chant Valley. Ji Chang and the members of the He clan had seen that. If they informed the Qin dynasty of that, they would probably say that Lin Feng had killed him. Lin Feng continued moving onwards. Finally, he saw other people gathered. Ji Chang was among them and saw Lin Feng. He was stupefied. Lin Feng hadn't died? How had he resisted the sound waves in the valley? The Tianxi dynasty's holy emperor was stupefied, landing before Lin Feng and saying, "Lin Feng, you're still alive." Lin Feng felt bad. But when he saw Ji Chang, he understood what was going on. He nodded and said, "I was lucky." "Lin Feng," said a voice icily at that moment. A few strong cultivators released a terrifying chi and landed in front of Lin Feng. "Holy Emperor, Lin Feng stole our ancestor's body. Our prince followed him and died tragically. I hope you can make Lin Feng give us the body back," said a strong cultivator of the Qin dynasty, staring icily at Lin Feng. "In the mysterious world, people hunt treasures, it's normal. Your prince died in the valley, so what? It has nothing to do with Lin Feng. Don't talk to me about that again," rebutted the Holy Emperor of the Tianxi dynasty. Lin Feng looked at him and said, Prince Qin couldn't take the body, I only took it afterwards. He chased me and some kind of sound wave killed him. I'm quite sorry. I can't give you the big feat, but I am willing to come to the Qin dynasty at some point to tell you more. Lin Feng had taken their ancestor, after all. He wanted to have good relations with them. He wanted to help the saint come back to life too. If the Qin dynasty could help him, he would be happy. However, the cultivator didn't want to accept Lin Feng's apologies and said icily, Come with me and we'll talk about it. Lin Feng, don't go now. They want to steal your body. The Holy Emperor of the Tianxi dynasty told Lin Feng hastily. Steal his body? Humph. Holy Emperor, it's for our ancestor. You are going against our ancestor's will? Demanded the Qin speaker icily. Ancestor's will? Bullshit. Saint Tianhan is not the ancestor of the Tianxi dynasty. We don't even know whether he's telling the truth or not. Retorted the Holy Emperor of the Tianxi dynasty. Don't forget that Mr. Shiju will get furious if you steal Lin Feng's body, added the Tianxi Holy Emperor. They had different opinions when it came to Saint Tianhan. And if a saint rose in one of the dynasties, they would be able to control all the others. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. Saint Tianhan wanted to steal his body and some people wanted to help him. Fine, then. Qin Shan was Qin Shan, the Qin dynasty was the Qin dynasty. Lin Feng wouldn't try to be nice to them anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2031, Holy Emperors Under Pressure. Chapter 2031, Holy Emperors Under Pressure. Holy Emperor, whatever you say, all the Holy Emperors want to see Lin Feng. If you want to protect him, let him go and see Saint Tianhan first, said the cultivator of the Qin dynasty indifferently. Humph. Impossible. Said the Tianxi Holy Emperor, rolling up his sleeves. However, at that moment, two people landed and looked at Lin Feng. They smiled and said, There's a saint here, since there's a saint in the historical remains and he wants to see Lin Feng, he must see him. What does that have to do with you? Asked the Tianxi Holy Emperor, glancing at that person icily. That person was also a Holy Emperor. Saints are our ancestors. We must respect our ancestors, the other replied indifferently. Lin Feng looked at the crowd coldly. Saint Tianhan truly was a saint after all, otherwise these people wouldn't have tried to cooperate with him. They wanted to give the saint a body to make him happy and also make their dynasty strong again. I'll come with you, said Lin Feng calmly. The Tianxi Holy Emperor was stupefied and said, Lin Feng, you can't. Don't worry, Holy Emperor. That guy with 1 foot in the grave doesn't even have a body. We'll see what kind of saint that is. Said Lin Feng, rolling up his sleeves and flying in Saint Tianhuan's direction. The crowd there closely followed behind him, thinking how brave he was. Saint Tianhan wanted to steal his body and surprisingly, he took the initiative to go. He was truly acting recklessly. The holy emperors of the Great Desert and Qin dynasties were still there. Many other people had gathered there and were looking into the distance. Saint Lin Feng is here. They smiled. Saint Tianhan watched Lin Feng and the group of people arrive, his eyes glittering. Surprisingly, the one he wanted hadn't died, everything was perfect. Lin Feng's body was perfect. He was convinced that with Lin Feng's body, he'd managed to regain the strength he had as a saint. After Lin Feng arrived, he stood up in the air and said to everybody, Greetings, holy emperors, greetings Mr. Greetings Saint Lin Feng, replied the Qin Holy Emperor indifferently. Saint? Lin Feng looked at Saint Tianhan and smiled. His cultivation level is so low that the Tianxi Holy Emperor could destroy him in one slap. Is he a saint too? Insolent! Shouted the Qin Holy Emperor furiously. He said icily, the saint sealed the evil spirits, he was injured because of that. Now, Saint Tianhun is interested in your body, that's an honor for you. You can give your body to a saint, how wonderful is that? Is that so? So why don't you cherish that opportunity and give one of your descendants' bodies to the saint, then? Replied Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Saint Tianhun likes your body, it's an honor for you. An oppressive strength surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and said, so if someone wants my body, they can take it if you wish? You think you can decide what I have to do with my life or not? You really respect the saints? Of course, the saints sealed the evil spirits in the historical remains, they are like gods to us, but... Is that so? Lin Feng smiled and said, you're saying they're like gods for all of you, so the saints are like gods for the Qin dynasty? I, Qin Ji, have an enormous influence. Even if Zhu Lao Xian protects you, the saints of the dynasties are more powerful, you must offer your body to the saint. Said the Holy Emperor. He mentioned Zhu Lao Xian on purpose, he was really scared of him, otherwise, he wouldn't have talked nonsense and he would have captured Lin Feng straightforwardly. Since it's that way, Qin Ji, kneel down before me. Said Lin Feng rising up in the air icily. The crowd was stupefied and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Had he gone insane? What are you saying? Qin Ji was stupefied too. Humph. Lin Feng jumped forwards and holy spirits appeared before him. He said, Saint Tianhun, if you're a saint, you should be able to recognize this spell? Holy Spirit natural godly skill. Saint Tianhun was stupefied. Even though Lin Feng's holy spirits were weak, it was the real Holy Spirit natural godly skill. Since you know it, then fine. So, Qin Ji, you know I was on the Holy Way stage and I managed to sit on the Holy Imperial throne. I received the legacy of the Saint of the Holy Spirit dynasty, and now I am the Holy Dynasty Prince of the Holy Spirit dynasty. If you respect the saints, then you must kneel down before me as a sign of respect for the Saint of the Holy Spirit dynasty. The crowd was astonished. This guy wanted a holy emperor to kneel down before him, Besides, he had received the legacy of the Holy Spirit dynasty? The Holy Spirit dynasty was going to protect him since he was their holy dynasty prince? Empty words. Insolent, you don't respect elders. Shut the fuck up. Shouted Lin Feng explosively. He glanced at all of them and said, haven't you heard Qin Ji? The saints are the gods of all the dynasties. If you dare disrespect them, Qin Ji might take your children to sacrifice them. Ha, Lin Feng is right. He has really received the legacy of the Holy Spirit Saint. He's really our holy dynasty prince, even Saint Tianhun recognized his spell. Since Qin Ji respects the saints, he must respect the young master too. Kneel down as a sign of respect. Said the Holy Emperor, laughing. Qin Ji pulled a long face and retorted, he said he received the saint's legacy, but why would we believe him? Qin Ji, stop talking bullshit, Lin Feng said he had received the saint's legacy, you saw he has the spell, and now you contradict him? Do you think people are stupid? Asked the Holy Spirit Holy Emperor, smiling coldly. Lin Feng stepped forwards and said to the crowd icily, today, I'm here, is there any holy emperor who wants me to sacrifice my body? Come and try. Indeed, and if anyone wants to, what can they do against the Holy Spirit Dynasty, Champion University, the animal world of the vast celestial ancient city, the World Clan, and Zhu Lao Xian? Asked the Holy Spirit Holy Emperor. Many people shivered. The Holy Spirit Holy Emperor had told everyone about Lin Feng's background, it was not something they could brush off. Lin Feng grunted icily and stepped. He glanced at Saint Tianhun, his holy spirits rotating around him, and released his sword intent. Saint Tianhun looked back at Lin Feng icily. Sword lights appeared, shaking the air, and the altar and the pillars around it broke apart. The saint was astonished and furious. Lin Feng had dared break the altar. A terrifying soul strength filled the air. Lin Feng glanced at Saint Tianhun and said, "You want my body? You're a nobody. You were a saint but now you're worthless. A little boy is surprisingly humiliating me. I'll get you, sooner or later," replied Saint Tianhun, staring at Lin Feng ferociously. He hadn't thought this boy would have such a terrifying background. Even saint emperors were scared of some of the people who supported Lin Feng. But he couldn't forget about Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, someone laughed frantically. Energies began to build and whistle. "Your saint emperors, if you can break our chains, will help you become saints. No need to consider such a weakling as a god," said a loud voice in the distance. It came from Chant Mountain. His voice carried powerful energies and could destroy historical remains even from very far away. The holy emperors raised their heads and looked in the direction of Chant Valley. Unchain those demons? They could help become saints? They're evil, don't listen to them. They're all evil, if you unchain them, the city will be destroyed, said Saint Tianhun. "Hurry up and get a body for me. I'm an evil spirit? How ridiculous. Let me tell you the truth. Back in the days, the saints had started fighting because they were greedy. They wanted our help to become saints. If you break our chains, we'll help you," said the voice in the distance. The crowd was stunned. However, nobody dared act. What if the spirits were too strong and attacked them? Saint emperors didn't want to act recklessly and die. Saint Tianhun was different. He had been badly injured in the ancient past. He could be useful to the dynasties. "I have nothing to do here anymore," said Lin Feng dismissively. His silhouette flickered, and he departed. However, as he started leaving, some people followed him closely. Those people weren't great emperors, and they weren't holy emperors either. They were geniuses who had entered the mysterious world, just like him. Since the holy emperors couldn't fight against Lin Feng, they could try their luck. Lin Feng continued flying away. Two sound waves spread out in the air behind him. Wang Jian had released his qi, and looked like a ready sword. Lin Feng had obtained the saint's skeleton, and a saint's feet. They couldn't let him off so easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2032, Killing a Prince. Chapter 2032, Killing a Prince. More silhouettes flickered about here and there in the air. It was a spectacular sight. The peerless cultivators who were chained didn't shout out anymore. The historical remains had been destroyed, and the passage between this place and the outside world was now open. They needed to break free from the chains, and only saint emperors could help them break free. That's Lin Feng. He obtained the saint's skeleton. It contains a terrifying sword intent. I wonder if it also contains the saint's legacy. We have the opportunity to come here once every 100 years, but only a few people really benefit from the experience. This time, Lin Feng obtained great things, the skeleton and the Qin dynasty's ancestors' feet. That's why these people are chasing him. They want to steal those precious treasures from him. Let's go, let's watch who will obtain them in the end. Many people followed after Lin Feng and the others. More and more geniuses appeared behind Lin Feng. He acted as if he hadn't seen those people behind him. He was moving neither too fast nor too slow. He didn't try to escape. That battle couldn't be avoided, he couldn't escape it. Sure, Zhu Laoxian and Champion University weren't here. He had to rely on his own strength. It was the best way to survive in this world. Lin Feng landed at the top of a mountain, stopping and turning around. He looked at all the geniuses and smiled arrogantly. You keep following me, do you want to fight or not? Their eyes glittered back at him. The members of the Tianxi dynasty were here in the mysterious world, too. If they joined hands to kill Lin Feng, the Tianxi dynasty might get involved. What they wanted to do was follow Lin Feng until they found a remote place where they could kill him without being seen. You want the skeleton? You want the feet? If you are strong enough, come and get them. Come and fight. If anyone can kill me, you will be able to obtain everything I have. Of course, if you start a fight, be ready to die too, said Lin Feng to them. Who wants to fight? If you're strong enough, come and get the skeleton. Lin Feng's robe and black hair were fluttering in the wind. His eyes were dazzling. Alone, he was challenging all those geniuses. If they killed him, they'd be able to obtain all his treasures. Of course, if they failed, they would die. Princess Piao Shui arrived too. When she heard Lin Feng, she was shocked. This guy was really brave. He was facing many geniuses and he dared challenge them. Prince Yin was there, and she knew that he was astonishingly strong. She was also aware that he rarely showed how strong he really was. Wang Jian was there, and his weapon cultivation was incredible. Shuo Qing had a king-type body. Apart from them, there were many other princes. Lin Feng was challenging all those people. It was incredible to see. Princess Piao Shui knew that Lin Feng was talented. He had managed to get onto the Holy Way stage, and he had sat on the Holy Imperial throne, after all. But he was only a medium-level emperor. Most people there were high-level emperors. Energies as sharp as blades moved towards Lin Feng, and a strong wind started blowing. More and more strong cultivators landed in the area. Many strong cultivators from the Tianci dynasty were there too. Lin Feng, you said it, if someone manages to kill you, the skeleton will be theirs. Repeated a strong cultivator icily. The Tianci dynasty can't get involved. The Tianci dynasty won't get involved, but if I kill you, I hope the members of your dynasties come and make fools of themselves, said Lin Feng to the crowd icily. Can we fight with great imperial weapons? It's better to clarify things, otherwise some people might just attack by surprise. Of course you can't. You all have terrifying great imperial weapons. How to fight in such conditions? Said the strong cultivators of the Tianci dynasty supporting Lin Feng. Alright, no great imperial weapon. We'll see how you intend to fight against so many geniuses. You will regret not having given us the skeleton earlier. Come and fight instead of talking shit, said Lin Feng disdainfully. Kill him and take the saint's things. Lin Feng, I will kill you. Someone jumped forwards. He was wearing a robe made of swallow's feathers. His qi was extremely powerful and filled the air, giving him an extraordinary appearance. It was easy to guess that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator at first glance. Lin Feng had already proven he was a good fighter, even with the strength of a medium-level emperor. Ordinary geniuses didn't want to fight to the death against him. And now he was saying, if you want to get the saint's treasures, come and take them, and be ready to die. Moan Ran, prince of the Great Desert Dynasty. He is extremely strong. A brushstroke, and he can carve gigantic deserts, mountains, rivers, countries. It's a peculiar power some strong cultivators of the Great Desert Dynasty have. Some people say they walk on the path of the 1,000 autumns. If you understand Tao strength, you can create an unprecedented and unique Tao. You can study other people's Tao and make them your own. Indeed, some legendary cultivators don't fear any Tao either. Such people are beasts and rare. It's easy to imagine a peerless cultivator do that, but not anyone else. Peerless cultivators can break free from the great Tao. Many people were chatting about cultivation on the ground. They weren't strong enough to fight Lin Feng. Mo and Ran had already jumped over in front of Lin Feng. A white picture scroll appeared at his back. It was shining and seemed like it could contain an endless amount of strength. Mo and Ran pointed at Lin Feng and blinding lights filled the air. He took out a brush and moved it in the wind, painting a landscape with rivers and suns. He wanted to crush Lin Feng with the landscape, a magnificent and spectacular attack. Lin Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind. Holy spirits appeared in front of him and an infinity of sword intent filled the air. It was like a dozen ancient swords had appeared. He chopped his hand, sword chi lit up and cut apart the rivers and suns. Everything disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, Mo and Ran continued advancing, moving his brush and painting a desert and dragons which bore down on Lin Feng. What a strange Tao, thought Lin Feng. He continued releasing sword intent. Death strength penetrated into Mo and Ran's brain. Mo and Ran refused to be the weaker one. He grunted coldly and started drawing again, the landscape of the 10,000 autumns. The sharp orange lights made Lin Feng's soul shake. Die. Lin Feng's Dao intent turned into a sharp deadly sword. At the same time, one of his holy spirits glittered with 9 netherworlds light, striking into Mo and Ran's brain. He was stunned. The 9 netherworlds gave him the impression he was going to suffocate. His soul started turning black. Lin Feng was about to take control of him. Lin Feng's sword lights cut through the air, and all the orange attacks were destroyed. At the same time, Lin Feng continued releasing more holy spirits. You will die today, Lin Feng said to Mo and Ran. Mo and Ran's soul shook violently. It was a cursing holy spirit. Mo and Ran used his brush to cut through the air. A galaxy appeared in the sky. You can't escape, shouted a Wisdom King Holy Spirit in Mo and Ran's brain. The 5 Wisdom Kings kept attacking his soul. At the same time, Lin Feng cut apart the galaxy with his sword energies. An ancient path appeared and Lin Feng stepped up on it. Mo and Ran joined his hands, made a cross with his fingers, and a dozen whirlwinds appeared and blotted out the sky. Missouri and ran in the middle of them. What a powerful attack, thought many people when they sensed the oppressive energies. At the same time, Lin Feng stopped, releasing more sword energies through his finger. The holy spirits kept humming as his energies gathered into a gigantic sword. Lin Feng charged ahead once more. Each time he took a step, he released death strength. Mo and Ran was shaken, closing his eyes and shouting furiously. He released his 1,000 autumns Dao strength, which turned into a tornado. At the same time, Lin Feng's sword streaked across the sky. The gigantic sword could cut through anything. He destroyed the whirlwind attacks one after another. The crowd had the impression they were going to suffocate. You're already dead, said Lin Feng, his voice resonating in his opponent's brain. The death sword slashed out, as a demon king jumped out and attacked Mo and Ran's third eye. At the same time, his soul quaked. Lin Feng's gigantic sword continued descending from the sky. The terrifying godly awareness strength exploded. Lin Feng had the impression his godly awareness was going to explode. His enemy had an incredible godly awareness defense. However, the sword didn't stop and continued descending from the sky. There was an explosion as he cut his enemy in two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2033, Understanding. Chapter 2033, Understanding. Lin Feng's sword tore Mo and Ran's body apart. At the same time, the many sorts of strength exploded, and the prince turned into ashes. The crowd trembled. This was terrifying. Lin Feng had cut apart a prince of the Great Desert Dynasty, and on top of that a prince who had been strong enough to come to the historical remains. People who could come to the historical remains were all outstanding, and Mo and Ran was no exception. He was one of the most outstanding cultivators who had come to the historical remains, but Lin Feng had still killed him. However, 2 silhouettes jumped out. One was an old man was carrying a soul, Mo and Ran's soul. As Lin Feng was attacking Mo and Ran's godly awareness, his soul had been kicked out of his body, and he had managed to avoid Lin Feng's deadly sword attack. Humph! Lin Feng grunted icily and jumped forwards. His holy spirit thrust out, sword lights filled the air. At the same time, a death sword bombarded Mo and Ran's soul as he fled. The old man's face stiffened, and he grunted coldly. A soul punch lashed back, surrounded by desert sand. The 2 silhouettes left. Lin Feng observed icily, We just agreed that people from the Great Desert Dynasty couldn't get involved, and you didn't respect your promise in front of so many geniuses." Mo and Ran could only snarl furiously. He had no physical body, and couldn't fight against Lin Feng anymore. Nobody had anticipated that Lin Feng would destroy Prince Damo's physical body. If he hadn't been protected, he would have died already. Many people who were initially motivated to fight against Lin Feng started hesitating. Getting Lin Feng's treasures wasn't so easy. The people who weren't princes were even more vigilant. Even if they found a way to take Lin Feng's treasures, the princes wouldn't let them leave with them. "Any other prince wants to kill Lin Feng?" asked Wang Jian at that moment. His voice sounded like his Dao, extremely sharp. The princes looked at him furiously. Was he making fun of them? "I want to ask, since Lin Feng challenged the crowd, and since he has received a saint's legacy, the dynasty should fight first. If a prince can kill Lin Feng and steal the saint's treasures, we won't continue fighting against him. If the princes stop fighting against him, we can try fighting against him," said Zhuo Cheng. The others were startled. Zhuo Qing, who had a diamond indestructible king-type body, also wanted to fight, but he first wanted to see if princes were going to fight against Lin Feng or not. "That's exactly what I meant." Wang Jian was putting pressure on those princes. Princes first. If the princes didn't want to fight, then the others would try. Here, apart from princes, nobody can compete with Zhuo Qing and Wang Jian. If princes don't fight, only they can kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng is in danger, mused those watching. Everybody knew how strong Lin Feng was. He had just killed the Great Desert Dynasty's prince, and had destroyed his physical body. Lin Feng was a beast. Not many people here could compete with him. "You continue chatting." "I'm waiting here," said Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd scornfully. He went back to the top of the mountain and sat down cross-legged. Surprisingly, he was practicing cultivation while they dickered. A clone appeared in Lin Feng's real body, forgot about the outside world. The determination of the heavenly grace ancient tree filled the air. Many sorts of cosmic energies condensed, the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. The determination of the blue Uptala lotus also filled the air. The chi of the 10,000 things of creation rolled out. Lin Feng sensed the energies of enlightenment, and started visualizing Qin Shan's ancient holy techniques. Lin Feng forgot everything about the outside world, he just studied the holy technique. It was extremely impressive as the great Tao. He was into a deep meditative state. The ancient holy techniques are qi, force, and mind, thought Lin Feng. His blood flowed faster. It felt as if it contained an infinite amount of strength. A domineering shape appeared before him that could oppress anything. It looked like a gigantic ancient animal, but it could also look like an earthquake. It didn't have a stable shape. Ling Tian looked at the gigantic form. A gigantic oppressive foot appeared and fell upon the ground, it couldn't shake anymore. It was incredible to watch. Nobody could forget such a technique. Without a saint, it was almost impossible to create such a technique. At that moment, the Holy Spirit Dynasty's strong cultivators looked at Lin Feng. His blood seemed to be boiling. Force rose up into the air and strength condensed. The strength of the 10,000 things of creation and the earth and sky appeared around him and penetrated into his body. What a guy, he's meditating. What a strange man, thought the people of the Holy Spirit Dynasty. No wonder he had been onto the Holy Way stage and Holy Imperial Throne. No wonder he even dared challenge all these geniuses. The others also realized that something was going on with Lin Feng. They were initially stunned that Lin Feng was practicing cultivation there. Those kinds of qi and force were extremely powerful. People could sense his strength even from far away. There's force in that strength. He can make stones explode. An attack using such strength is dangerous, thought the crowd. They could sense how fearsome Lin Feng's strength was. The strongest cultivator of the Qin dynasty frowned when he sensed Lin Feng's explosive force. It was very similar to that of the Qin dynasty dash? Lin Feng had taken their ancestors' feat, had he obtained something else? Prince Yan jumped forwards. Princess Piao Shui was stupefied and said, "Brother, Lin Feng is nice and the Tianxi dynasty invited him. He's our guest of honor. Other people can attack him, but you can't. Saints' treasures belong to dynasties." "Since Lin Feng is arrogant, I want to try too," said Prince Yan calmly while releasing soft water energy. 5 threads of water strength started flowing in the air, moving erratically. People from the Tianxi dynasty controlled water-type cosmic energies. Prince Yan ran forwards, the sound of waves crashing filling the air. Water energies surged towards Lin Feng. However, a Holy Spirit dynasty cultivator waved his hand, releasing strength and destroying the energies as he said, "Lin Feng is practicing cultivation. You can't disturb him." "It's alright, I'm done," said Lin Feng's clone. He was still seated cross-legged and looked pensive. Even though his clone couldn't practice cultivation, thinking was fine. Lin Feng's clone was wondering whether the Holy Spirit natural godly skill could be used to condense many Holy Spirits and then merge them into one Holy Spirit. If he could make 3,000 Holy Spirits at the same time, his attacks would be truly terrifying. The ancient holy techniques weren't as complex as the Holy Spirit natural godly skill, which was pure. However, his goal was to carry out explosive attacks, so he had to master the skill to its highest level. Lin Feng was wondering whether he could make the Holy Spirits evolve, too. At the same time, Lin Feng's real body released a dreadful strength. He condensed it, and at the same time multiple Holy Spirits appeared around him. His Holy Spirits absorbed the strength of the earth and sky, and were growing stronger, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2034, Destructive Oppression. Chapter 2034, Destructive Oppression. "Be careful, he is my imperial brother," said someone to Lin Feng telepathically. It was Princess Piao Shui. She was worried about him. "Alright," replied Lin Feng telepathically. He looked at Prince Yan as the prince's spirit suddenly appeared. He was moving gracefully, like water. "My imperial brother's spirit is unique, and so is his Tao. He can make them fuse together with water. It's difficult to defeat him," said Princess Piao Shui. At that moment, Lin Feng only saw the body of the prince moving like water. It seemed unreal, as if he were going to disperse at any time. Lin Feng punched out, and the Holy Spirits turned into raging sharp swords. Prince Yan stepped forward, and the sharp sword quickly cut through him. His arm waved, and he suddenly fused together with his spirit. He became transparent, and his arm looked like water. When the sword pierced through his arm, there was no blood, merely a fissure appeared and flowed together again. Prince Yan's strength is really mysterious. People rarely have the opportunity to see him fight. However, the geniuses never dared underestimate him, even Wang Jian doesn't, whispered someone. What a terrifying power. When Lin Feng saw the prince's defense, he was amazed. Princess Piao Shui had told him the truth, it really was a strange Tao. However, how could he use that kind of Tao to fight? Cultivation strength was the strength of the 1,000 worlds. Prince Yan ran towards Lin Feng. He waved his arm and a lake appeared, turning into a water pillar which descended from the sky above Lin Feng. It looked like Lin Feng was about to drown. Lin Feng looked at the prince icily. He condensed another Holy Spirit which struck the water pillar, breaking it into 2. A powerful strength crashed onto his sharp sword and just missed him. Water strength could be that impressive? Suddenly, the lake turned into a whirlpool and surrounded Lin Feng as it turned into ice, attempting to freeze him. At the same time, it turned into sharp ice swords which closed in on Lin Feng. Normal swords can't break the whirlpool, however. Can water cut a sharp sword? Thought Lin Feng, releasing sword intent, qi, and force, all of which condensed into a sword. His soul, blood, and flesh all seemed to have turned into a sword. The qi and force seemed to be condensing in, around and on his body. He didn't look like a human being anymore, he looked like a sword. Lin Feng pierced through the water, attacking him, and flew out of the whirlpool, destroying everything in his way. Prince Yan grunted icily when he saw that. His body seemed to melt. Lin Feng's sword pierced through him, however, something shattered in the air and water strength penetrated into Lin Feng's brain. An ice-cold energy gave Lin Feng the impression his soul was going to freeze. A terrifying turbidine strength bombarded Lin Feng's soul violently. That wasn't a real attack, it was even more terrifying than a real attack. This is Prince Yan's real Tao, thought Lin Feng. He had the sensation that not only was his soul going to freeze and explode, but his body too. The turbidine attack was really painful. Destructive curse. Lin Feng released cursing strength, which filled the air. The water progressively disappeared around him. A human shape appeared in front of him, resolving into Prince Yan. He kept hiding in the water and flowing through it. Waves rushed and streamed around him. Prince Yan's water was trying to diffuse together with Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the sensation his blood was being corroded by the turbidine strength. It was becoming fluid and turning water. Prince Yan's strength is impressive, said those watching. They had underestimated Prince Yan's power. His attacks weren't aggressive, but they were sly, which was even more terrifying. A dragon appeared behind Lin Feng and the air began to hum. A terrifying absorbing strength filled the air and started absorbing the water. There was draining sounds as the dragon drank up the water. Lin Feng released sharp qi, his blood roaring with rage. His entire body turned into sword lights. He also released a terrifying cursing strength. He wanted to get rid of all the water in his body. Of course, he also released dreadful death energies. Lin Feng expelled the water out of his body, tainting it with death strength as he did. It was already gray. Prince Yan had been expelled out of Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng looked at him icily. His soul still felt ice-cold because of the turbidine strength. Prince Yan controls water-type strength. It's difficult to kill him. Maybe I could have killed Wang Jian or Zhuo Qing with my attacks, but I still haven't managed to kill Prince Yan, thought Lin Feng. If his soul, mind, and body hadn't been powerful, he might have died. Prince Yan had started corroding his body with turbidine strength, it could have killed him. In return, because of his particular abilities, killing him was very difficult. The ancient holy techniques can oppress the universe, including the great Tao. Even though I can't do that, at least, I can oppress the water a little bit, muttered Lin Feng. At that moment, he closed his eyes, and a wind started blowing. Holy spirits appeared in front of him and turned into sword intent. At that moment, Lin Feng was bathing in ancient energies, and releasing endless amounts of qi. It was like he had been separated from the outside world, and was alone in his world. The force of the earth and sky penetrated into his body. His body and soul turned into a sharp sword. He spat out oppressive strength. The crowd was shocked to see this. What kind of strength was Lin Feng using? What a terrifying force! They had the impression that Lin Feng was all alone in the world. He looked like a solitary, ancient sword. He condensed his vitality qi too. His whole body turned into a sword. Lin Feng disappeared, no longer a human being, he was a sword, and apart from being sharp, his sword was also oppressive. With that gigantic sword, he wanted to oppress the world. The sword streaked across the sky, its terrifying strength filling the air. Prince Yan had the sensation that he was going to be crushed by that sword. His confident, unperturbed expression changed as his water began to crack and shatter. His whole body blew apart into a lake. Without a hard body, how could he resist? The gigantic sword crashed onto the lake. It looked like a sword from ancient times. At that moment, the lake suddenly became rigid, not like a fluid anymore. It became rigid and extremely hard. The sword could oppress anything. The lake started breaking apart, and then it disappeared. He even managed to oppress and destroy invisible and intangible water. Someone exclaimed. They were all astonished. That ancient sword was really domineering. Even though people can't easily attack Prince Yan, the problem is that when he turns into water, his strength is spread all over, and he can't focus on one point. Unfortunately, Lin Feng is already oppressing him too much. His spells are terrifying. That's the holy technique of the Qin dynasty's ancestor. The stronger cultivators of the Qin dynasty were astonished. That was definitely their ancestors' technique. The technique had evolved over time, but the technique Lin Feng used looked like the one they had read about in books. It was similar to the one they used, but still different. Lin Feng, you obtained our ancestors' technique with the big feet, shouted the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty. They couldn't keep calm anymore. They didn't have access to the original technique of their ancestors, but Lin Feng had learned it. The Holy Spirit dynasty cultivators were startled. Lin Feng had learned the Qin dynasty's ancient technique. They were even more responsible. All the geniuses were jealous of Lin Feng. No wonder his oppressive strength was so terrifying. Prince Yan wasn't even able to compete with him anymore. At that moment, Prince Yan's body appeared indistinctly. He was still in the water, but his silhouette was distorted. He couldn't do much though because his strength was spread all over. Lin Feng, stop! Shouted some senior cultivators of the Tianxi dynasty loudly. However, Lin Feng continued oppressing the water and destroyed it. At the same time, Lin Feng started condensing a new gigantic sword. Let's go! Another cultivator jumped out, a strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Lin Feng was surrounded by sword energies as he followed the strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty. He glanced at the crowd disdainfully. He had killed Prince Yan in front of all the geniuses. How insane! Princess Piao Shui was astonished when she saw that, sighing despite herself. Lin Feng had killed her half-brother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2035, Fighting for the 9 Magical Characters. Chapter 2035, Fighting for the 9 Magical Characters. Wang Jian, Zhuo Qing, and the others geniuses looked desperate. They were furious at the cultivators of the Qin dynasty. Now, the Tianxi dynasty would take care of Lin Feng, which meant they wouldn't be able to do anything anymore. They could only forget about Lin Feng's precious treasures. They were all determined people. So when they saw they couldn't obtain Lin Feng's treasures anymore, they went back to the historical remains. The chained cultivators had already calmed down. Lin Feng had managed to find saints' treasures, so they could probably do the same, especially since there were many saints in the old days. There weren't just 2 saints, there were many others, and maybe that they could find other saints' historical remains. Not just the members of the Tianxi dynasty, other people also thought it was a pity that Prince Yan had died, but all in all, people didn't really care. Prince Yan was extremely strong, but Lin Feng had studied an incredible ancient technique which could oppress the earth and sky. He had crushed Prince Yan alive. They wanted to find their own historical remains even more. The holy emperors were still arguing over Saint Tianhun. As all this was going on, 3 people arrived in an ice world. That ice world was hidden under the ground. There was a small path in a valley which leading here. Lang Yi and Ho Changlin had found the place accidentally, after Lin Feng had been chased far away. Meng Cheng, Lang Yi, and Ho Changlin had separated. In the historical remains, Lang Yi and Ho Changlin encountered Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu had attacked Ho Changlin once, therefore, he didn't mind attacking him a second time. Besides, he also wanted to attack Lang Yi, who had rescued Ho Qinglin the previous time. Lang Yi and Ho Qinglin, if they joined hands, were extremely dangerous. However, Shu Chunxiu was sly. Shu Chunxiu had managed to win against Ding Chang before he had broken through to the Di Qi layer. Now, Shu Chunxiu was one of the strongest geniuses you could find in the region. He chased them for a while and the two cultivators accidentally ended up there. They could see a chained cultivator in the ice world. At that moment, Lang Yi, Ho Qinglin and Shu Chunxiu were shivering because of the cold, and starting to freeze. They kept releasing powerful energies to protect themselves. As they ran forwards, the sensation was getting worse. It was more and more difficult to move forwards. Shu Chunxiu, if you attack us again, we don't mind freezing to death here with you. We'll see if anyone is lucky enough to escape, declared Lang Yi icily. Shu Chunxiu glanced at Ho Qinglin and Lang Yi aggressively and then gazed into the distance. He looked determined. Around the three cultivators, there were many human silhouettes, however, they were all frozen corpses. Some people's eyes were still open. From the look in their eyes, one could guess that they had begged for their lives before dying. Those people had died 100 years before, or 200, or even more for some of them. Being able to come to the historical remains was a good opportunity, but those people had been unlucky. In front of them, there was a gigantic silhouette in chains. The man within looked as sharp as a sword. His eyes were terrifying. He looked at the three people mockingly. Every 100 years, some people came and in the end they died. Even though he didn't look happy, he was actually happy to see people. Shu Chunxiu and the two others noticed that that person was looking at them as if they were interesting little insects, but they didn't mind. They even continued running forwards. If they were careless, that cultivator could probably kill them, but they didn't give up. In front of the gigantic chained cultivator, there was a word carved in the snow. Each letter contained a terrifying strength. As long as those letters were there, the ice chi of this area couldn't expand. Even though many years had passed, the letters still contained a terrifying strength. If they managed to grab those words, they'd obtain that incredible strength. Shu Chunxiu and the two others struggled to move forwards when they saw those letters. They wanted them. 7 more steps and we'll be there. Lang Yi and Ho Qinglin were moving shoulder to shoulder. Shu Chunxiu had made 1 step more than them. He had 6 more steps to go, but it was extremely difficult. A saint carved those letters using his life. If you manage to get them, you'll obtain that spirit and marrow strength, said the chained cultivator calmly. He was trying to tempt them even more. Many geniuses had died when only 7 steps were left. The corpses around them were the proof. Sometimes, people managed to make it almost to the end, 1 step was left, and then they died. Shu Chunxiu was extremely determined. At that moment, he looked like a blinding sun. He had an aura of will around him. The ice around him started breaking. Nothing could prevent him from doing what he wanted. The letters contained a terrifying strength. That strength was very useful for all of them. They really wanted it. Shu Chunxiu took another step, the ground crackled. Lang Yi was releasing world lights, which absorbed the ice and kept him relatively warm at the same time. Ho Qinglin was surrounded by reincarnation lights. His sword kept cutting through the ice around him. The 3 people continued walking forwards. They were drawing ever closer to the letters. Shu Chunxiu was 2 steps away and stopped in the face of the terrifying pressure. Lang Yi and Ho Qinglin were 4 steps away from the letters. Their souls and veins seemed like they were going to freeze. If they weren't careful, they could die. Many geniuses had missed opportunities in that world. Maybe they would miss a great opportunity here. Lang Yi, he'll arrive before us. I will condense my full strength to open the way for you. When you obtain the incantation, protect us with your world coffin, Ho Qinglin said to Lang Yi. Isn't it too dangerous? If I obtain the incantation and something unexpected happens, it could get dangerous. Sometimes, we have to take risks. When Lang Yi heard that, his heart twitched and he said to Ho Chang Lin telepathically, "Alright, since you want to try and gamble, let's do it." At that moment, Shu Chunxiu had the will of a king, an ancient king had appeared at his back. One more step and he'd be one step away from the incantation. The chained cultivator was amused as he looked on. At the same time, Ho Chang Lin and Lang Yi ground their teeth and continued walking forwards. They were 3 steps away. Shu Chunxiu looked crazed and kept shouting furiously. His hair was fluttering in the wind. He really considered himself a king. Ho Chang Lin and Lang Yi took another step forward. Ho Chang Lin released terrifying reincarnation sword energies which could absorb anything. A strong wind started blowing, and the ice around them broke apart. Ho Chang Lin kept releasing energies to open the way for Lang Yi and make things easier for him so Lang Yi could move easier. They were catching up with Shu Chunxiu, one more step. But Shu Chunxiu started his last step. Arg! Lang Yi shouted furiously. World lights dashed to the skies, the space around them became distorted. Shu Chunxiu was only half a step away from the letters, and at the same time, Ho Chang Lin's body froze and he turned into a statue. Die! Shu Chunxiu shouted furiously and released energies towards Lang Yi. However, Lang Yi released hand imprints which moved towards the letters, like he wanted to destroy everything. Crackling sounds spread in the air, the letters were drawn towards Ho Chang Lin and penetrated into him. As they did so, Shu Chunxiu was hurled away as blood splashed. Lang Yi moved again. 9 lights appeared around him. He walked up beside Ho Chang Lin and broke the ice around him. Then, his world coffin appeared and he took Ho Chang Lin away. If he had used the world coffin before, it would have been easier to move forwards, but getting out of the coffin right before the letters could have been extremely dangerous. The ice strength could have crashed down and killed him. "You 3 are interesting," said the chained cultivator indifferently. Shu Chunxiu shouted furiously, "Lang Yi, Ho Chang Lin, I will kill you." Lang Yi had taken the incantation even though he had almost reached it, and now he was even injured. What a humiliation! He had to absorb their wills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2036, Helping Each Other. Chapter 2036, Helping Each Other. Lang Yi and Ho Chang Lin quickly fled the historical remains. Ho Chang Lin was still surrounded by ice energies and he was shaking violently. He had used his full strength to help Lang Yi. His body and soul had both been injured. "How do you feel?" asked Lang Yi to Ho Chang Lin. "I'm all right. If we had stayed there for a few more minutes, I would have died," said Ho Chang Lin. He shivered uncontrollably. "We succeeded though, we obtained the incantation. The spirit and marrow strength is also in my body. I'm afraid I can't transmit it to you though," said Lang Yi, frowning. He could sense that the spirit and marrow strength could be transmitted by saints to other people. He had the sensation he couldn't pass it on, not able to copy the incantation perfectly and then paste it onto Ho Chang Lin's memories. "Just transmit as much as you can," said Ho Chang Lin smiled. They had taken it, it was better than if Shu Chunxiu had obtained it. Shu Chunxiu was dangerous, and with the spirit and marrow strength, he would have become even stronger. There were still many strong cultivators in the historical remains. Many other powerful groups from Chi Tian Holy Town had heard about what was going on, so they had hurried inside. The saints' world was open, why not come and benefit from it? Lin Feng was already in the Holy Spirit dynasty. Knowing he had received the legacy of the Holy Spirit dynasty's saint and the Qin dynasty's saint, many people envied him. "Holy Dynasty Prince," said a strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty to Lin Feng, "we chose a beautiful woman for you. She is extremely beautiful, her qi is incredible, and she is very talented. We hope you can give her a child as soon as possible." Lin Feng was stunned. They really were in a hurry. I know that my wife is on her way to the Holy Spirit dynasty. Wait for her and we'll talk about that, said Lin Feng. The man nodded, not daring to threaten anything. He said, all right, I can first take you to her so you can meet. Next time, you can go alone. No need for us to lead the way. Lin Feng remained silent. The guide wanted to do that for him so as not to be embarrassed. It would be strange to have someone lead the way to a room for you to have sex with a woman to make her pregnant. All right, Lin Feng sighed and nodded. Holy Dynasty Prince, please come with me, said that old man to Lin Feng. They left together. Lin Feng followed the old man and they soon arrived in a courtyard. There was a building there, but the old man didn't enter the room. Holy Dynasty Prince, she's in there. She has a strange temper, however. It's difficult to get close to her, but since she accepted, there won't be any problem. If you agree, then. You know what I mean, I don't need to explain those things to you, said the old man, laughing. Then, standing before the door, he said, Princely concubine, the Holy Dynasty Prince is here to see you. After that, the old man quickly left. Lin Feng looked at the door inside. What kind of girl had accepted the Holy Spirit Dynasty's request? For the girl, it was probably a nightmare. A strange chi emerged. Lin Feng opened that door and slowly entered the room. It smelled good in the room. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards, spotting the back of a woman out on a small terrace, the sun shining upon her. She didn't turn around when Lin Feng entered the room. She looked beautiful, but was wearing a black cloak. She had voluptuous breasts, but it was difficult to see the rest of her body because of the cloak. Lin Feng was standing there and remained silent. He didn't know what to say. What could he say in such circumstances? After a long time, Lin Feng sighed and said, I know the Holy Spirit Dynasty really hopes it will happen. However, if you choose otherwise, I can ask them to pick someone else. The girl remained silent and shook her head. Lin Feng said, Is it because you're happy to give descendants to the dynasty? The woman shook her head again. Then, she said, being the mother of a future holy emperor of the dynasty is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Lin Feng was speechless. She wasn't talking nonsense. Indeed, their children would maybe become holy emperors. How many people had such opportunities? Her voice sounded hoarse though, was it her real voice? She also sounded a bit gentle. Lin Feng guessed that she was hiding her real voice. Lin Feng didn't know what to say anymore, so he remained silent again. Now, said the girl calmly. Lin Feng knew what she meant. No, I just came to see you. Not now. I'll come back to you, said Lin Feng, then he turned around and left. The girl turned around hastily at his words. She was very beautiful actually, with particularly beautiful eyes. She was wearing a veil, however. She had turned around quickly, but Lin Feng had already disappeared. After a long time, she finally smiled. With the sun shining upon her, she looked stunning. Of course I agree. Not only because our child will be a future holy emperor, but because it will be yours too. The woman said gently. Lin Feng did not hear her, however. Lin Feng had already contacted Meng Cheng using his jade talisman. She soon arrived in the Holy Spirit Dynasty. After that, Lang Yi, Ho Chang Lin, and Jian Mang also came to the Holy Spirit Dynasty. Are you all right? Lin Feng asked Lang Yi and the others. Yes, we were lucky, we found an incantation, Lang Yi smiled. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He hadn't thought Lang Yi and Ho Chang Lin would find anything. I don't think it was made by a saint, I think it comes from ancient Buddhist scriptures. I understand the incantation quite well. It's become part of my strength. I obtain spirit and marrow strength through it. I can't transmit the details to you, so you'd have to study it on your own. Lin Feng nodded, he had obtained 2 holy techniques, if he obtained the spirit and marrow strength, that would be even more. Spells changed over time because saints only transmitted the rudiments of their spells, and people who received them had to be smart to understand and adapt them. Because of my connection to the Holy Spirit dynasty, I can't really transmit the Holy Spirit dynasty's technique to you, and besides, it wouldn't be useful for you. It's better for me. However, I will transmit the ancient holy techniques of the Qin dynasty to you. Even if you understand only a tiny part of them, you'll become much stronger, or in any case, it won't do you any harm, said Lin Feng. He didn't mind transmitting techniques, skills, and spells to his friends. He had to create his own spells to transcend worldliness and attain holiness anyway. He had to surpass himself someday. High-level and talented cultivators didn't need to waste too much time studying spells. Lin Feng and the others were helping each other study. The incantation represented an extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. There were 9 words. Temporary, for determination, firm and tenacious, Madra unity, determination of ancient characters, impermanence. Weapon, for capabilities, indestructibility, Madra unity, determination of ancient characters, ever-conquering. Battle, for battle determination, resonance of the earth and sky, Madra unity, determination of ancient characters, destruction of the earth and sky. Each word had a meaning and contained spirit and marrow strength. Unfortunately, Lin Feng hadn't obtained it from a saint. He only had the rudiments. However, he knew that saints' techniques were all terrifying. That incantation would be perfect for our Buddhist fellow disciples, Ho Chang Lin smiled. Indeed. Tiantai's core disciples should obtain holy techniques. That way, Tiantai will become awesome, Lin Feng nodded. When Lang Yi heard Lin Feng, he was surprised. Lin Feng wanted to create such a powerful group? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2037, Tao Destroying Mountain. Chapter 2037, Tao Destroying Mountain. Since the saints' world was now accessible, people in Chi Tian Holy Town couldn't keep calm. Many people from all over the Dark Night region headed to Chi Tian Holy Town. People also quickly found out that there were chained cultivators there who were stronger than the saints, and the news spread quickly throughout the region. The news even spread in some other regions of the continent of the 9 clouds. Many people wanted to steal things from Lin Feng, but he had a complex background, and he didn't come out of the Holy Spirit dynasty. The public slowly started forgetting about him. No dynasty dared attack Lin Feng either. Nobody could compete with Shi Zhu Lao Xian watching over him. Even Champion University couldn't be offended anymore. Lin Feng didn't come out of the Holy Spirit dynasty for a simple reason: he was busy practicing cultivation and becoming stronger. Lang Yi, Ho Chang Lin, and Jian Mang headed back to the Holy City. Only Lin Feng and Meng Qing stayed in the Holy Spirit dynasty. During those days, Lin Feng continued meditating in seclusion. Even the Holy Spirit dynasty didn't know what he was doing. Even though they really wanted him to give them a child, they didn't put pressure on him. Lin Feng was in the Holy Spirit dynasty, which was a sign he was not going to forget his promise anyway. Lin Feng was in a peaceful and quiet courtyard, within his spirit world. His family members were all there. Meng Qing, don't stay with Lin Feng too much, it influences his cultivation. We can share a bedroom, said Yu Mengyi, touching Meng Qing's tummy. She was smiling like a young woman in spite of her age. After Lin Wushang had left, Yu Mengyi had started feeling lonely again. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were finally going to have a baby, so she was going to be able to care of a baby again, at last. Mother, don't forget me, Lin Feng smiled wryly. Meng Qing beamed and looked at Lin Feng and Yu Mengyi. She felt extremely happy. Finally, they were going to have a baby. I'll take care of Meng Qing. You can stay with Feifei, and even give her a child too, said Yu Mengyi, looking at Lu Fei who was standing next to her. Lu Fei went red instantly. She wasn't that talented in terms of cultivation. She was worried that if Lin Feng and she had a child, the baby wouldn't be talented enough. Mother, you're right. Fei Fei and I should also have a child, said Lin Feng, putting his arm around Lu Fei's waist and smiling. Lu Fei blushed even more and put her head on his shoulder. In the future, our child will be the general of this small world, just like Fei Fei's father was the general of Shuiyu, said Lin Feng with a smile. His small world kept becoming better. Outside of Shuiyu, he had built many countries. Progressively, there were more and more interesting sights and things to see. He would also leave some historical remains at some point. And Uxin, don't forget about her, said Yu Mengyi to Lin Feng. Yes, I know, said Lin Feng, nodding. When do you intend to go and find Xin Yi? I'm not strong enough yet. Unless Xin Yi takes the initiative to come out, I have no choice but to wait. I'll have to become stronger first, said Lin Feng. He didn't know how to explain, but Xin Yi had probably gone to the Moon Palace, and the Moon Palace was a terrifying place. All right, as long as you don't forget about her. Meng Qing, Fei Fei, Xin Yi, and Uxin are all my daughters-in-law. I don't want any of them to have a problem. Little Lin Feng, I can't help you with cultivation though, you must continue making great efforts, Yu Mengyi to her son. She knew that she was already extremely weak compared to her son. She didn't even know how strong he truly was. I know, Lin Feng nodded. He looked at Meng Qing and smiled. Meng Qing, be careful. I'm going to go and see Uxin. All right, replied Meng Qing. She was thinking that Lin Feng was making a fuss about nothing. She wasn't a weakling, she was strong, but of course, she was also happy that Lin Feng cared about her. Lin Feng quickly arrived where Uxin was staying. She stayed there every day. The emotionlessness strength was too powerful and could burst out at any time. Uxin. Lin Feng called out, walking up to her. Uxin raised her head. 6 months had passed, she looked wan and sallow. Lin Feng, I want to go to the Tao-destroying mountain, said Uxin, smiling at Lin Feng. She stood up, looking extremely beautiful and determined. Tao-destroying mountain. Lin Feng frowned. That place was an ancient site, a forbidden area for many cultivators. It was a place where it was possible to destroy one's Tao. If a cultivator went there, their Tao had to break. It was how it got the name. Any cultivator would have been terror-stricken to go there. Are you sure you want to go there? Asked Lin Feng, looking at Uxin solemnly. He didn't know whether there would be serious consequences. Yes, said Uxin, smiled. I don't want to be stuck because of emotionlessness Tao. I don't mind becoming an ordinary person again. Lin Feng remained silent for a while and stared at her. Then, he nodded and said, all right, I'll bring you there to destroy your emotionlessness Tao. Lin Feng left his spirit world and flew towards the exit of the Holy Spirit Dynasty. On the way, he said to an old man, I'm going out, I have something to do. When I come back, I'll go and see that concubine, No problem, go, the old man nodded. He didn't chase after Lin Feng or ask probing questions. Tao-destroying mountain was a mountain in Chi Tian Holy Town where nobody dared go. Winters were extremely cold there, and there were few people in the surroundings. Cultivators did all they could to learn how to control their Tao. Why would they risk breaking their Tao? Nobody wanted to do that. But now, someone was heading there to do exactly that. Lin Feng and Uxin were in the sky near the Tao-destroying mountain. There were 3 connected peaks before them. If a cultivator walked them, their Tao could break. Lin Feng, I'm going, said Uxin, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was firmly holding her hand, let go of her reluctantly. Uxin smiled brilliantly. She slowly walked forwards, letting go of him as well. She hadn't smiled that way in a very long time. Uxin, if there's any problems, come out, said Lin Feng, worried for her. His boat was behind him, and he was staying outside the mountains. Xiao Yuxian's silhouette flickered. She slowly flew towards the mountain. She took a deep breath, still smiling. She stopped for a few seconds and then she continued flying towards the mountains. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a particular strength isolate him from Xiao Yuxian. Xiao Yuxian coughed up some blood. Lin Feng was shaking with pain. Xiao Yuxian didn't shout, she endured the pain. She was propelled into the sky and blood gushed out of her eyes and nose. Her clothes were even torn apart. It was frightening to see. Even though she didn't shout, Lin Feng was clenching his fists so tight that his fingernails pierced through the palms of his hand and made him bleed with grief. Having to break one's Tao was one of the worst things which could happen to a cultivator. Xiao Yuxian was attacked a few times. However, she stood up again. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on with her. However, at that moment, demon energies started surrounding him. He wanted to go and rescue her. Xiao Yuxian's eyes rolled. Blood kept dripping her. However, she was still smiling brilliantly, trying to tell Lin Feng she was fine. She didn't want him to worry about her. People who went to the Tao-destroying mountain and remained calm like Xiao Yuxian were extremely rare. She had come to break her emotionlessness Tao. She was enduring it, she was fighting against herself. Lin Feng made a step and then stopped, demon energies crackled. The air was humming. Xiao Yuxian was still being attacked. Lin Feng didn't know how terrifying the strength attacking her was. Demon energies continued condensing around him, but he didn't realize it. Devamara Culpa strength glittered in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Devamara Culpa strength descend from the sky and assault him. He remained ice-cold, like a real demon, standing fast and completely motionless. He slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Yuxian again. Demon lights continued coming down and cleansing his body. He didn't frown. His woman was suffering more than him. Xiao Yuxian turned around, she was floating in the air, she looked powerless and weak. She felt lucky, though. Nothing could prevent her from being with Lin Feng in this world. Lin Feng felt extremely sad for her. He ran forwards. He wanted to jump into the Tao-destroying mountain, but at that moment, the mysterious strength filled the air, but in a different way. Lin Feng was startled. The strength penetrated into her body again and suddenly, her face was filled with vitality and vigor once again. Lin Feng gaped. Xiao Yuxian was shocked, too. Tao strength emerged from her body and filled the air about her. Emotionlessness was about emotions. If emotionlessness was destroyed, it was to have more emotions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2038, Strange Story. Chapter 2038, Strange Story. When Xiao Yuxian came out of the Tao-destroying mountain, she looked serene. She looked like a caring and loving woman, as if her heart had been filled with love. She was smiling resplendently and looked extremely beautiful. Lin Feng's demonic intent disappeared. He walked forwards and hugged Xiao Yuxian. He felt relieved and took a deep breath, thinking, good. Xiao Yuxian felt Lin Feng's warmth, and put her head on his shoulder. She had no emotionlessness strength anymore. Her heart was filled with love. So if you don't believe the Tao-destroying mountain can destroy your Tao, then your Tao must break. But if you come here with the purpose of breaking your Tao, then it destroys it and then helps you, whispered Xiao Yuxian. Lin Feng smiled. The Tao-destroying mountain was an ancient mountain. It could destroy Tao, but its main purpose wasn't to destroy Tao, it was to allow cultivators to start a new life, on a new path. It allowed people to find their true path. Let's go back, said Lin Feng. He was very happy. Xiao Yuxian had broken her emotionlessness Tao and now she had emotions again. In the meantime, Lin Feng had just become a high-level emperor. He was in a very good mood. Xiaoyuxin was back, she was really back. The two jumped onto the boat and sat down cross-legged. Xiaoyuxin looked happy and at peace. She enjoyed the landscape sweeping by underneath them. She wanted to travel across the world with him like that. Lin Feng went back to the Holy Spirit dynasty. He took Xiaoyuxin to Shuiyu into his spirit world, and she spent some days with his family. Lin Feng took care of Meng Qing, Xiaoyuxin, and Lu Fei, spending some pleasant days with them. However, at that moment, a beautiful yet ice-cold woman was traveling to Qi Tian Holy Town. She was radiating a powerful qi. It was rainy and windy in Qi Tian Holy Town. There were great battles everywhere. Strong cultivators kept falling from the sky. Even great emperors were dying. The passage between the historical remains and the city was open. So many strong cultivators had come, and real historical remains had also appeared. All this had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore, though. He had obtained enough from the saints, even the incantation. Even though it didn't have the spirit and marrow strength, he could use the celestial evolution holy scriptures on the incantation. It would help him understand it and make it stronger. Lin Feng was very smart. He knew what he had to do to become stronger. He also knew he needed to rest sometimes. Spending days resting wasn't a waste for his cultivation, as he never forgot about cultivation anyway. Lin Feng was now a high-level emperor, and his Devamara body had been cleansed once more. No emperor could resist his punches. His physical body had become so scary. If he punched an ordinary high-level emperor, he could crush him in a flash. There were 3 other people with him in the demon pond whose cultivation levels were higher than his. They were at the very top of the high Huang Qi layer. They were the ones who, with Ji Jiang, had chased Lin Feng back after Pathfinder Day. Lin Feng was doing his best to raise those people and make them into perfect demon puppets. He taught them the celestial evolution holy scriptures, he cleansed their bodies, he taught them saints' spells, he taught them everything he knew. Even though Ji Jiang wasn't as famous as Ji Chang and the Ji clan, he was still a genius of the Huang Qi layer, or he wouldn't have chased after Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng was convinced that with the education he provided them and their high cultivation level, even if they weren't as good as he was at fighting, they would still be great fighters, especially with the celestial evolution holy scriptures which could increase their talent. With time, they'd stand out more and more. Lin Feng left his spirit's world and went back to the Holy Spirit dynasty. Half a year had passed. Meng Qing's tummy was getting bigger and bigger. Lin Feng didn't feel like fighting these days, because he wanted to be there for his child's birth. He had a strange feeling. He was going to become a father. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Is there anything wrong? Lin Feng asked someone who was waiting outside of his courtyard. A person from the Holy Spirit dynasty was there. Holy Dynasty Prince. When that person heard Lin Feng, his eyes twinkled. Lin Feng came out of his courtyard and looked at the strong cultivator who told him, "Holy Dynasty Prince, so much time has passed, shouldn't you?" Lin Feng perfectly understood. Even though the Holy Spirit dynasty liked him for his talent and they had also proclaimed him Holy Dynasty Prince, in the end, he wasn't a member of the Holy Spirit dynasty, he didn't have their blood. For them, his descendant was the important thing. "All right, don't worry," sighed Lin Feng, nodding. He had to do it. "Since you say that, I'm off," replied that person respectfully, and then left. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had no way to avoid this. He had to do it. It was too strange for him. If he transmitted his blood to the Holy Spirit dynasty, what would be his relationship to them? He would become a member of the Holy Spirit dynasty. He would be the Holy Dynasty Prince and people would think highly of him in the Holy Spirit dynasty. They would attach importance to him. He might become a holy emperor then, or his children would. The moon was shining upon the Holy Spirit dynasty. Lin Feng appeared in a peaceful courtyard. He didn't hide. Lin Feng opened the door, there was a curtain behind it and a silhouette within. "You're here. Yes, I am here, Lin Feng replied softly. Wait for me. Lin Feng saw a blurry silhouette behind the curtain changing her clothes. When she was done, she laid down on the bed and said gently, "All right, come in." Lin Feng entered the room. He could see her red underwear in the moonlight. He was able to see her breasts, but she was wearing a veil on her face. She didn't want Lin Feng to see her face. Lin Feng stood there, he didn't know what to do. He was embarrassed. He shyly walked forwards. Even though she looked very attractive, Lin Feng wasn't really very aroused. "I'm ready." "I don't have any," said the voice. She was shy too. Finally, she had managed to turn Lin Feng on. He walked up to her, laid down on the bed, and touched her breasts. Her skin was very soft. Lin Feng touched her everywhere. She was laying on her belly. Lin Feng tried to turn her around, but she whispered, "Don't, it's all right like that." From behind? Lin Feng was startled. The woman had already bitten her lips to bleed. All right, Lin Feng was speechless. The Holy Spirit Dynasty's people hadn't deceived him, she was really beautiful and it was her first time. He felt even more guilty. After that, Lin Feng came back to her on the 2 following evenings. Each time it was strange. After all, Lin Feng wasn't sure he could get her pregnant the first time, therefore, 3 nights, that way, it could only work. After the 3rd night, they didn't need to meet again. What a strange feeling. Lin Feng felt sad. On the 3rd night, Lin Feng also realized that the woman felt nervous. She wasn't scared, she also didn't seem to hate it, especially the last 2 nights, she had loved it. But she was acting strange. Lin Feng didn't understand why she didn't want him to see her face. Was she shy? But she had to meet him someday if she gave birth to their child. After a few days, the news spread that a princess of the Holy Spirit Dynasty had become pregnant. The Holy Spirit Dynasty's people were astonished. Many princesses of the dynasty were furious. When a princess had a man and a child, their child could become holy emperors or empresses. Lin Feng could only feel strange about all of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2039, Undercurrent. Chapter 2039, Undercurrent. Elsewhere on the continent, there was a country dominated by snow. It was as beautiful as a painting. There were many beautiful plants there, deep-rooted in the snow, and very old. In front of the snowy tree there was an altar with many lotuses, all emitting pale lights. 3 lotuses were especially dazzling, especially the one in the middle. A celestial chi emerged from it. The lotuses were extremely beautiful, even the 3rd one, even if it wasn't as beautiful as the 2 others. Besides, the strangest thing was that there was a lotus blossom inside the lotus. It was black and a powerful chi emerged from it and filled the air. Very good. A very old woman in front of the altar was holding a scepter. When she put it on the ground, the whole country trembled. People were wondering who had made her angry. Next to her were many other old people. They all looked solemn and respectful, and they were all staring at the strange lotus. That country was the mysterious Snow Clan. These 100 years have been among the best in the world. We've become much stronger. We have 5 geniuses. 2 kings, 1 queen, they come from different tribes of the Snow Clan. Only one of them belongs to my direct bloodline. I order the 3 of them to practice different types of cultivation. 1 must focus on cultivation, 1 must focus on society, 1 must live in seclusion. However, because of what happened back then, someone captured Ling Long and took her away. I asked the shrine, they said she'd have an incredible fate. I agreed to let her grow up outside without disturbing her. I said when she becomes a great emperor, she must come back to the clan and get married with a king, but now she's the weakest one and she is pregnant. I trusted the shrine too much, the grandmother spoke calmly. Everybody was surprised. One of their most important descendants had become pregnant. The blood of the Snow clan was going to be mixed? When the people outside heard that, the grandmother sounded calm and serene, but the crowd knew she was truly furious. Back then, she was convinced that Ling Long would come back at some point to get married to a king from the Snow clan. But now, the blood of their precious clan had been mixed with that of a foreigner. It was a nightmare for them. And surprisingly, the Destiny Shrine had made a mistake. Ling Long was the weakest of the 3 monarchs of their clan. She was growing more slowly than the 2 others. She wasn't interested in cultivation that much, and she was pregnant from an outsider. How could she have the life of a queen? She had soiled the blood of the clan. "Go and check, where is she?" said the grandmother at that moment. "Grandmother," said an old man next to her, "Feng is practicing in the Dark Night region, in the Holy City. He's in Champion University." He noticed a member of the Snow clan in Champion University in the Holy City. She has a celestial chi, but she has become the wife of another student. The grandmother was furious and ice-cold lights glittered in her eyes. "Go and check. Take Ao out to practice and bring her back," whispered the grandmother. Everybody nodded. Shui Ling Long had appeared outside. She was pregnant, and now they had to take her back. In the ancient Jade dynasty, a special guest had arrived. The Holy Jade Princess was welcoming her, as she was from the Moon Palace. Empress, she looked at everyone icily, including Yiren Lei, and said, "Where's Lin Feng?" After having left the historical remains, Lin Feng left with people from the Holy Spirit dynasty. After that, he didn't show up again. "We don't know where he is," replied one of the women. "He's still in the Holy Spirit dynasty," said the Holy Jade Princess, smiling evilly. "He's in the Holy Spirit dynasty and has received the legacy of the ancestors. The Holy Spirit dynasty made him reproduce with an outstanding woman of their dynasty. Lin Feng is already the Holy Dynasty Prince of the Holy Spirit dynasty. His children will become Holy Emperors of the Holy Spirit dynasty." Empress, she looked furious. That bastard. But now that Lin Feng had a special status in the Holy Spirit dynasty, they couldn't do much, they could only wait. A dynasty was far more terrifying than an ancient holy clan. "Thank you for the pieces of information. If Lin Feng comes out, please inform me," Empress, she asked the Holy Jade Princess. The ancient Jade dynasty had power, too. If they watched someone, that person couldn't escape from them. Empress, "Don't worry, I will," replied the Holy Jade Princess, smiling thinly. In the Tianxi dynasty, in one of their main halls, people had gathered, looking both solemn and respectful, as they were under great pressure. "Has Chen recovered?" asked the one who occupied a leader position in the room. "He's okay. He will completely recover at some point," replied people who were seated lower than him. The Tianxi Celestial Emperor looked furious and said, "Among our best people, Yen was killed by Lin Feng and Chen had problems." "Damn! And that little insolent bastard," said someone, looking at Piao Shui icily. "Yen was incompetent." "It has nothing to do with Piao Shui," said someone else coldly. "Do you have news from Lin Feng?" "He's still in the Holy Spirit dynasty." "He hasn't come out," said someone else. "Watch him," said another Celestial Emperor icily. Piao Shui was stupefied. She wanted to speak up for him, but in the end she gave up. She wanted to explain that her imperial brothers had bullied Lin Feng, but there was no point. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied someone. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on in the Snow clan, of course. He didn't know that many people were watching him either. Lin Feng spent some peaceful days. However, he was also vigilant. Meng Qing's tummy was getting bigger and bigger. He knew it was a boy, as cultivators could sense whether their future child would be a boy or a girl. "Lin Feng, have you thought of a name?" asked Meng Qing. They were in his spirit world. Meng Qing and Lin Feng were seated on a blue Optala lotus. It was a very romantic scene. Lin Zhetian, what do you think about it? Asked Lin Feng to Meng Cheng. Lin Zhetian, whispered Meng Cheng. She smiled gently and said, if you like it, I like it too. So, it'll be Lin Zhetian, said Lin Feng, raising his head and looking at the sky. He whispered, our child will become extremely strong. Someday, he'll be able to destroy the skies with one finger. Meng Cheng laughed gently and snuggled into Lin Feng's arms. She whispered, what about the child you gave to the Holy Spirit dynasty? They will choose the name themselves, said Lin Feng, smiling. Outside of his world, the Holy Spirit dynasty had come to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had left a clone outside. He didn't need to go out. Holy Dynasty Prince, said an old man, bowing before Lin Feng respectfully. What is it? Asked Lin Feng calmly. Holy Dynasty Prince, Tian Holy Town is changing quickly. There are many strong cultivators here and we're under pressure. Many people are watching you. Don't go out unless it's necessary, the old man said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled. Many people were watching him? Back then during the battle, elders from other dynasties were there. Would they dare attack me? Said Lin Feng. They won't dare attack you, of course. You're the Holy Dynasty Prince. However, the situation in Tian Holy Town is chaotic these days and complex. If someone dares attack you, they won't let you know who they are, therefore, please tell us if you want to go out, said the old man. Lin Feng nodded agreeably. He hadn't been out for a while and things had changed a lot in Tian Holy Town. I understand. Before his child's birth, he was going to stay in and rest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2040, Shui Ao. Chapter 2040, Shui Ao. Time passed. Lin Feng kept growing stronger. He had already been cleansed twice by Devamara Kulpa strength, and his Devamara body had also been cleansed twice. His physical strength had already reached the top of the Huang Qi layer. At that moment, Lin Feng could really sense how powerful the indestructible Devamara body was. After having his Devamara body cleansed 3 more times and after being cleansed 3 more times by Devamara Kulpa strength, he would have no enemies anymore at the level of the Huang Qi layer. Lin Feng was wondering whether, if he continued on this path, if he would have the physical strength of a great emperor. That way, he would be sure to have no problems at all. Something else made Lin Feng speechless those days. Meng Qing had been pregnant for a year and their baby hadn't been born yet. Lin Feng had always said he wanted his first child with Meng Qing, but now the plan was probably ruined. Meng Qing didn't mind, though. Even though she had turned into a human being, she was actually Shui Ling Long, so that probably explained why Lin Zhetian hadn't been born yet. Lin Feng arrived in the concubine's courtyard. The beautiful woman was holding a baby. She looked calm and serene. When she heard Lin Feng, she quickly turned away. Lin Feng was speechless. You really don't want me to see your face? You came to see the child? I called him Lin Xiong Shang. He will definitely be very talented. When he's 2, nature pills, come and hug him, said the girl in a hoarse voice. She stretched her arms left, but didn't turn around. All right. Even though Lin Feng didn't understand why she didn't want him to see her face and the 3 nights had been really strange, he respected her. He walked to her and grabbed the child. He had beautiful eyes. Lin Feng recognized some of his facial features. He couldn't help but smile. I'm your daddy. In the future, Lin Xiong Shang, take care of your mummy. The little boy looked at Lin Feng, his eyes twinkling. Lin Feng felt so happy. He gave back Lin Xiong Shang to his mother and smiled. If you need anything, contact me. All right, the woman nodded. Lin Feng walked away and left. After he left, the beautiful woman turned around and said, Lin Xiong Shang, do you know why I gave you that name? Because it's your mother and father's story. You're the hope of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Unfortunately, you will never be like your father because your mother will never be able to leave the Holy Spirit dynasty. I understand your father. I will do my best to protect him. Translator's note: Lin like Lin Feng, Xiong in this case means jade, and Sheng means holy. Phew, the woman heard someone sigh. The woman was startled and her expression changed. She looked solemn and respectful. She also felt pressured and said indifferently, "Come in." A silhouette entered. Lin Feng would have been surprised if he had been there, because it was the Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty. "You've known each other for a while, why didn't you want him to see you?" asked the Holy Emperor. "It's none of your business," said the woman indifferently. "You're worried about the agreement with the Holy Mother? She's used the strength of the altar to give you all she could. She hopes you can become a protector of the Holy Spirit dynasty. You promised her, so you can't leave. So even if you show Lin Feng your face, what's the problem? Even if he can't stay here, he would come to see you quite often, wouldn't it be great? What if he wants to take me away?" replied the girl. The Holy Emperor was surprised. "I don't think I could refuse," said the woman, smiling gently. "If Lin Feng wanted to take her away, would she refuse? If she left, what would she do? What about the strength of the sacrificial altar? She had two choices, no matter what, it would be painful. If Lin Feng knew, he'd be sad and tormented. She didn't want two people to suffer, one was enough. And she could stay with their child and raise him. Wait until Qiong Sheng is a grown-up and has received the legacy of the Holy Dynasty Prince, then you'll be able to go with him," said the Holy Emperor in a low voice, before he turned around and left. Back in the days, the Holy Spirit dynasty had a Holy Mother, however, she hadn't managed to reach a certain level, she had made a cultivation mistake and had been severely injured. Therefore, she had decided to sacrifice herself and give this woman everything she had. Even though she wasn't a member of the Holy Spirit dynasty, she had their blood. "Xiong Sheng, hurry up and grow up," said the woman, kissing the baby with much love. A group of people arrived at the Tianxi dynasty, wearing snow-white robes. They all had an extraordinary qi, especially the leader of the group. He looked ice-cold, and his qi was bestial. People had the distinct impression he was aggressive and violent, and kept their distance from him. "Who are you and what are you doing here in the Tianxi dynasty?" asked a guard at that moment. However, when the guards sensed the young man's qi, they shivered, as these people were extraordinary. "We came to see your Holy Emperor," said the young man icily, and then continued flying forwards. "Your Excellency, if you want to see our Holy Emperor, just wait and we'll inform them," said the guards. The arrogant young man suddenly released a terrifyingly cold qi, shouting furiously, "Insolent!" He stopped and released even more qi. With a glance at the crowd, he waved his hands and two beasts appeared, while the air started freezing. The beasts roared in a deadly rage. The two guards could only look desperate and scream as the two snow beasts devoured them. The young man shook his sleeves as if nothing had happened and continued striding forwards. At the same time, he shouted furiously, "Holy Emperor, come out and see me! Who dares act that insolently in the Tianxi dynasty?" Many voices shouted back icily. Great imperial qi filled the air. A great emperor arrived and saw Shui Ao. However, Shui Ao merely grunted icily and the air started freezing again. He stretched out his hands and a snowy path appeared, moving straight towards the great emperor. "Piss off!" shouted the great emperor. A snow spear appeared and shot towards Shui Ao. At the same time, a domain filling the air Dao strength appeared. Arg! Explosions sounded, a snow-filled territory appeared behind the snow young man. The sky seemed to be bearing down, as if millions of mammoths were falling from the sky, and the air creaked and groaned. The incoming spear broke apart. At the same time, Shui Ao continued moving forwards and raised his hands, aiming at the man's head. The great emperor pulled a long face. He moved like water, trying to dodge. Explode! Shouted the young man furiously. The beasts roared furiously as the air kept exploding. The great emperor dodged away, but his body kept breaking apart. He shrieked horribly, even as Shui Ao grabbed his head and blew it apart. He considered everybody and everything beneath his notice. Many more cultivators arrived very quickly. Great imperial chi rose up in the air. Many great emperors appeared before the young man, but when they saw him, his clothes, and the people behind him, their expressions changed slightly. The leader stopped, prevented the others from attacking, and asked politely, "You're from the Snow Clan, Your Excellency?" "Snow Clan, Shui Ao," declared the young man icily. The crowd from the Tianxi dynasty were astonished. The Snow Clan, this young man was terrifyingly strong. The great emperors of the Tianxi dynasty couldn't compete with him. What is the Snow Clan doing here? And why attack our people? We've heard that Lin Feng from the Holy City had spent some time here. Where is he? Shui Ao asked icily. Lin Feng? The Tianxi were stunned. The Tianxi leader said, "We invited Lin Feng to come here, but right now he's in the Holy Spirit dynasty. I don't care where he is. Within 3 days, go and see him, and make him come here," said Shui Ao, furiously releasing explosive chi. The cultivators behind him remained silent, as Shui Ao was terrifying. The two kings of the Snow Clan were completely different. Shui Ao was violent, brutal, and aggressive. He angered easily. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2041, Two Taoist Priests. Chapter 2041, Two Taoist Priests. The Tianxi cultivators all grimaced, but they couldn't do much against the aggressive prince of the Snow Clan. The strong cultivators who were behind him hadn't even got involved, either. The young men of the Snow Clan had come to the Tianxi dynasty and dared attack their people. If it had been anyone else, the Tianxi dynasty would have killed them already, but the Snow Clan was a powerful and mysterious clan, and the Tianxi dynasty couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, even though they were furious, they didn't say anything. The Snow Clan cultivators had come for Lin Feng, but unfortunately, they had come to the Tianxi dynasty to find him. "We will dispatch people to find him and make him come. Please, you are guests here. Kindly do not cause trouble here," said the old man of the Tianxi's group. He was furious but didn't show it. He could only deal with them pragmatically. They were the weaker force here. The Snow Clan was stronger than they were. The atmosphere calmed down. The Tianxi cultivators were furious, but they remained silent. The Snow Clan cultivators, especially great emperors, were terrifying. Lin Feng didn't know that the Snow Clan had come to Chi Tian Holy Town to find him, but the Holy Spirit dynasty already knew about it. When the Tianxi cultivators came to the Holy Spirit dynasty, the Holy Spirit cultivators could only welcome them. "I'm going straight to the point. A member of the Snow Clan who has a king-type body has come to the Tianxi dynasty and he's looking for Lin Feng," the Tianxi cultivator informed them. The strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty flung his sleeves and said, "If people want to harm Lin Feng, we won't let him go. Lin Feng is the Holy Dynasty Prince of the Holy Spirit dynasty now, so I understand you want to protect him. Nonetheless, Lin Feng must go this time, otherwise, the Snow Clan cultivators will be furious and will come to the Holy Spirit dynasty," said the Tianxi cultivator icily. The Snow Clan cultivators seemed insane. If one cultivator dared cause trouble and attack people in the Tianxi dynasty, what else might he do? And could the Holy Spirit dynasty deal with him? No need to talk that much anyway. They said that you have 3 days to deliver Lin Feng. "I'm off," said the Tianxi cultivator icily. Then, he flung his sleeves and left. The strong cultivators of the Holy Spirit dynasty flung their sleeves, all of them pulling long faces. If it had been anyone else, the Holy Spirit dynasty could have done something, any other dynasty, or any other clan. But this time, it was the Snow Clan, and the Snow Clan didn't fear Shiju Lao Xian. At that moment, a silhouette appeared, and everybody raised their heads. Holy Emperor! All right, said the Holy Emperor, waving to acknowledge everyone. Everybody sat down, one person speaking up, Holy Emperor, the Snow Clan has come to cause trouble. They want to find Lin Feng, but Lin Feng is meditating in seclusion and practicing cultivation. If we don't tell them anything, they won't know what he's doing and where he is. What should we do? The Snow Clan. The Holy Emperor was stupefied. Why was the Snow Clan looking for Lin Feng? If the problem was too important, things could get serious for the Holy Spirit dynasty, and they wouldn't be able to keep the situation under control. I'm going to find Lin Feng and then I'll decide what to do, said the Holy Emperor calmly, before proceeding to leave. He had to understand what the Snow Clan wanted from Lin Feng first. The Holy Emperor left and went to find Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the Holy Emperor, he was surprised. Lin Feng, I need to ask you something. There is no harm in saying what one thinks, Holy Emperor, said Lin Feng agreeably. Are there tensions between you and the Snow Clan? Asked the Holy Emperor. Lin Feng was startled. The Holy Emperor had come personally to ask him that. There was something going on obviously. Master, have the Snow Clan come to Chi Tian Holy Town? Asked Lin Feng, without answering the question. The Holy Emperor realized it was a serious problem. Some cultivators from the Snow Clan have arrived at the Tianxi dynasty. They said that they wanted to see you within 3 days, and some people from the Tianxi dynasty just came to us, the Holy Emperor informed him calmly. However, Lin Feng sensed that he was feeling nervous. How many strong cultivators? Asked Lin Feng. One of them has a king-type body. Some old men and younger ones also followed him, said the Holy Emperor. Lin Feng understood that they had come for Meng Qing and felt the pressure. The Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty had come personally. It meant that the Snow Clan was extremely powerful. It was difficult to imagine. If there is a big problem, the Holy Spirit dynasty is willing to bear the pressure for you, said the Holy Emperor. Lin Feng looked at him deeply. He was trying to understand if he really meant it or not. If the Holy Spirit dynasty really dared protect him, the Holy Emperor wouldn't have come personally. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't blame them. Even though he had an unusual position within the Holy Spirit dynasty, if the tensions between him and the Snow Clan were too serious, how could the Holy Spirit dynasty bear the pressure for him? They couldn't afford to offend the Snow Clan, otherwise the consequences would be too serious. When the Holy Emperor saw Lin Feng's expression, he made up his mind, he turning around and leaving. At the same time, he said, Lin Feng, I will organize a banquet for the Snow Clan's cultivators. Even if they are strong enough, they probably won't dare attack you in the Holy Spirit dynasty. At least, we'll do our best to make them keep calm, and if you put pressure on them, then that's the best. Thank you very much, Holy Emperor, Lin Feng replied gratefully. He watched the Holy Emperor leave. If the Snow Clan's cultivators had come to kidnap him, they wouldn't have sent people of the same age, they would have immediately oppressed him and the Holy Spirit dynasty. Lin Feng was already grateful. The Snow Clan was probably stronger than most imperial clans and ancient holy clans, and Meng Qing was probably a holy maiden from the Snow Clan. The feast day was set. The Holy Spirit dynasty would receive the cultivators of the Snow Clan as well as the geniuses of Chi Tian Holy Town. Of course, some outsiders who had come for the historical remains would also attend. When the news spread, the members of the Tianxi dynasty looked happy, gloating over the Holy Spirit dynasty's misfortune. The Holy Spirit dynasty was protecting Lin Feng, and had invited so many geniuses, doubtless they were trying to put pressure on the Snow Clan. After the news spread, there were no ill consequences, which surprised the Tianxi dynasty. People hadn't heard anything about Lin Feng for nearly a year. Some people were surprised that he was even in the Holy Spirit dynasty, and now the dynasty was even inviting the Snow Clan? The gossips couldn't wait to see what was going to happen. In the saint's world, Wang Jian was seated on a mountain, his aura sharp and ready. He hadn't left the historical remains. The members of his clan had also joined him to hunt for treasures in the historical remains. However, they hadn't obtained much. Back then, they had wanted to steal Lin Feng's treasures, but then he had surprised them by killing Prince Yan. On a flat land of the Saints' World, Chu Chunxiu looked in the direction of the Holy Spirit dynasty. During this past year, he had become much stronger. His eyes glittered with subdued fury. He looked like a real king. Chu Chunxiu wasn't interested in the historical remains as much as those searching for them. Apart from treasures, he was especially interested in people's lives and souls. At the same time, white clouds rolled in waves up in the sky. There were many people gathered on a white cloud. At the forefront were two people, both strangely dressed. There was a Taoist priest, posing as person of high morals, and next to him, there was a little Taoist priest. "Good heavens, I haven't seen that little boy for so many years, and he's causing trouble again," said the Taoist priest, who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. "Teacher, that's Lin Feng," said the young Taoist priest next to him, smiling. He looked a bit afraid of his teacher. "Yes, back then, Lin Feng was an ordinary cultivator, but then I became his teacher. I taught him a lot. He became that way thanks to me. That's why he's famous in Chi Tian Holy Town. If he hadn't left me, he would have become even stronger. He's not like you though, he could kill you with one finger. You're a disgrace. But you're lucky to have found me. Thanks to me, you will definitely become a terrifying cultivator," said the Taoist priest solemnly. The little Taoist priest next to him winced. Lin Feng used to be an ordinary cultivator? Back then, the diviner had said he would become a terrifying cultivator if he didn't die and wanted to recruit him. Now the Taoist priest was saying that Lin Feng had become so strong thanks to him. Of course, the disciple was not going to say anything out loud, and the Taoist priest was extremely strong, that was undeniable. "So you think that if I stay with you, I'll become even stronger than Lin Feng, teacher?" asked the little Taoist priest calmly. "Not necessarily. You met me a bit too late, maybe. You could, but Lin Feng met me when he was very young. Of course, you have already become a medium-level emperor thanks to me. If you hadn't met me, you would not have become a medium-level emperor so quickly," replied the Taoist priest. The little Taoist priest sighed and asked, "Where are we going, teacher?" "We're going to the Holy Spirit dynasty. Lin Feng is my disciple. Even though he's a bit famous, he's still very young and he has offended the Snow Clan. I must intervene," said the Taoist priest. The little Taoist priest had cold sweats and exclaimed, "You're really strong, teacher." "Yes," said the Taoist priest proudly. They were en route for the Holy Spirit dynasty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2042, Before the Storm. Chapter 2042, Before the Storm. Lin Feng was in his spirit world, seated in front of Qin Shan. He released soul strength and put it into Qin Shan. "Master, I'm sorry for disturbing you," said Lin Feng. Qin Shan's consciousness condensed. "Do you need help?" asked Qin Shan. "Yes, Master, I need your help. I might be in trouble soon, otherwise, I wouldn't have come disturb you," said Lin Feng. Without Qin Shan's help, Lin Feng would be in trouble. Lin Zhetian was going to be born soon, the Snow Clan was putting pressure on him, and many people in Chi Tian Holy Town were watching him. He needed someone powerful to help him. "Alright, but remember to ask me for help when you really need it, because after a great fight, I might lose control over this body. I will need to sleep for a very long time, and I won't be able to help you again. With such a little thread of consciousness, I won't be able to use my full strength that many times," said Qin Shan. Lin Feng was grateful and replied, "I will choose the best time to call you. When I become stronger, I'll find a doctor for you. I hope to bring you back to life like before." "You're kind. Come, try and put your soul into my brain. We'll try to control my body together. After a battle, you'll also become weaker, and you won't be able to control my body, and you will also need much vitality and vigor. You will also need time to recover. I understand. Lin Feng replied. He put his soul into Qin Shan's body. He tried to fuse together with his consciousness to control the ancient body. Walking around was no problem, but fighting was another story. Lin Feng didn't want to use the ancient body, it was bad for both Qin Shan and him, but this was for Meng Cheng. This wasn't a game, it was deadly serious. The two Taoist priests arrived in front of the Holy Spirit dynasty. The guards looked at them and shivered. What was going in Qi Tian Holy Town? The Snow Clan had come to the Tianxi dynasty, they were aggressive and violent. Now some strong cultivators were in front of the Holy Spirit dynasty. An old man behind them was trembling. Masters, what are you doing in the Holy Spirit dynasty? If you need anything, I'll inform the leaders, asked the guard, extremely politely. Good heavens, I'm your Holy Dynasty Prince's teacher. I came to see him, said the Taoist priest with his palms together. He sounded solemn and respectful. The guards looked at him respectfully and bowed. I'm going to inform our Holy Dynasty Prince then. All right, I will wait here, said the Taoist priest indifferently. He looked noble and strong. In the distance, many people looked at him and started immediately gossiping. That Taoist priest looks extraordinary and extremely strong. There are many strong cultivators with him. And surprisingly, he is the Holy Dynasty Prince's teacher. No wonder the Holy Dynasty Prince was so strong, he had an incredible teacher who looks unfathomable and enigmatic. Yes, the Taoist priest really looks extraordinary, and now he came to see the Holy Dynasty Prince. The Taoist priest ignored what the people were saying. When Lin Feng heard the guard, he was stunned. His teacher? His eyes twinkled and he asked, and what does he look like? He's a Taoist priest, he said. Good heavens, when he arrived. He is with many other powerful cultivators. He came to see you, relayed the guard. Lin Feng finally understood, he smiled and said, that old bastard is here. Old bastard? The guard shook his head when he heard Lin Feng talk about the Taoist priest like that. He noted that Lin Feng and the Taoist priest were close, the Taoist priest hadn't lied. After a short time, Lin Feng walked out to the gate. When he saw the Taoist priest, he smiled at him and said, Bastard, since when are you my teacher? Yan Di said, Little bastard, now that you've become an extremely strong cultivator, you've forgotten about me. All right, I became strong thanks to you, said Lin Feng, smiling happily. He looked at the small Taoist priest next to him. The little Taoist priest looked happy and said to Lin Feng, back then, let's forget about the tensions, now, I'm our teacher's disciple. We are fellow disciples, and now you're the Holy Dynasty Prince. You know many ancient techniques, I hope I can learn from you. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and replied, Fu Hei, I had not anticipated that you'd become his disciple. Fu Hei smiled. Let's not talk about that. Let's exchange views on cultivation, teach me some techniques. The Taoist priest tapped Fu Hei's head and said, Don't think you can do anything because you're my disciple. I learned that from you, protested Fu Hei, smiling wryly. All right, come with me, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng was really happy that Yan Di had come. Lin Feng, the Snow Clan came because of Meng Qing, right? Yan Di asked Lin Feng, as they strolled back to his place. She has a king-type body of the Snow Clan. They obviously came for Meng Qing. I don't know why they're doing that, Meng Qing never goes out, replied Lin Feng. You underestimate the Snow Clan. The Snow Clan is very powerful. They're not as strong as they once were, but they're still very strong. They have some terrifying spells you can't imagine, Yan Di said calmly. Where is Meng Qing? She's pregnant and the Snow Clan came precisely at that moment. Old bastard, help me, said Lin Feng, directly asking for help. No need to think too much, it's an easy thing, said Yen Di, rolling his eyes. Lin Feng was surprised. Easy? How to solve the problem? Asked Lin Feng, his eyes twinkling. Give Meng Qing back to the Snow Clan, said Yen Di. Piss off, said Lin Feng. He looked even more furious than Fu Hei had. What a bastard! The Snow Clan has dispatched people to find Meng Qing. They care about her. She won't be in danger there. I don't know what the Snow Clan thinks of the child, though. They won't kill him, since she's one of them, said Yen Di. But you did a good job. The Snow Clan will definitely want to kill you. You are under pressure. If you don't give Meng Qing back, they'll definitely kill you. Impossible, Meng Qing must stay with me. If you don't want to help me, then fine, replied Lin Feng, annoyed now. You need an army to block them, said Yen Di, waving his hands. Anyway, with me here, they won't dare annoy you. After all, I'm your teacher. Yen Di was really shameless. Back in the days, Lin Feng used to write him when he was still Cheung Chi. Back then, Cheung Chi also used to eat his abstruse energy crystals. Remembering those things, Lin Feng laughed. Finally, it was the day of the banquet. Many strong cultivators arrived in the Holy Spirit dynasty. Many people wanted to see what would happen between Lin Feng and the Snow Clan. Why was the Snow Clan angry at him? Because of it, the dynasties were also involved. In a courtyard, a woman in black clothes handed Lin Xiongsheng over to someone. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. She looked angry. Nobody could touch Lin Feng, including the Snow Clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2043, Discussing the Problem. Chapter 2043, Discussing the Problem. The Holy Spirit dynasty organized the banquet. Even though the goal was to discuss Lin Feng's problem, the Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty welcomed the guests. Everybody found that strange. The Holy Emperor had appeared personally, so he could act as a mediator and reduce the pressure. With the Holy Emperor present, it would be difficult to oppress the Holy Spirit dynasty, and the Holy Emperor also attached great importance to Lin Feng. Many strong cultivators from the Qin dynasty were there, too. Lin Feng had obtained their ancestors' technique. They wanted it, no matter what. The members of the ancient Jade dynasty also came, along with people of the Moon Palace. Empress Shi was there. There were 3 old men who looked unfathomable and enigmatic. Of course, apart from the dynasties, there were some ancient holy clans. Wang Jian's ancient holy clan also arrived. Zhuo Qing's group also came. Geniuses and strong cultivators from many different places were all in attendance. Everybody, come and have a seat, said the Holy Spirit dynasty's Holy Emperor patiently. The crowd sat down and waited patiently. The Snow Clan and the Tianxi dynasty's members hadn't arrived. They were the real protagonists. A cold chi emerged all about them. The temperature dropped down, and snowflakes appeared. The Snow Clan is here, thought the crowd. Another group of people had arrived. They were wearing snowy white robes, and looked proud and arrogant. The young man at the very front looked incredible, like a real warrior. His eyes were bestial. He looked like someone who could burst into violence at any time. The members of the Tianxi dynasty arrived, but they stayed back, as if all that had nothing to do with them. What about Lin Feng? Said Shui Ao, looking over the crowd icily. Snow Clan, your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Please come and have a seat, said the Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty. He didn't reply to the question. Where's Lin Feng? Asked Shui Ao again, coldly. He didn't give the Holy Emperor any face. He was a beast from the Snow Clan, and very aggressive. In the kingdom of the Snow Clan, nobody could compare with Shui Ao. You're looking for the Holy Dynasty Prince, what is the reason? Asked the Holy Emperor calmly. We're here to kill him. Shue'ao's eyes glittered with cold lights. Kill him? The Snow Clan wanted to kill Lin Feng? What had he done to offend them? An eerie silence invaded the atmosphere when he said that. The Snow Clan had come to the Holy Spirit Dynasty to kill their Holy Dynasty Prince. How scary. Shue'ao was staring at the Holy Emperor, waiting for him to react. Would they hand Lin Feng over? The Holy Emperor hadn't thought the situation would be so bad. A cultivator of the Snow Clan who had a king-type body had come to Chi Tian Holy Town to kill Lin Feng. What if I refuse? The Holy Emperor remained silent for a few seconds and finally asked. He sounded indifferent, even though he was smiling. Shue'ao stepped forwards and released a terrifying amount of bestial qi. If Lin Feng doesn't come out, we'll kill the members of the Holy Spirit Dynasty until he comes out, snarled Shue'ao aggressively. He looked furious and scornful. Who would dare attack him if he started killing them? The Holy Emperor remained silent. Someone near to him said indifferently, Holy Emperor Lin Feng is not from the Holy Spirit Dynasty. No need to protect him. Since he has received the legacy of our ancestors, just ask him to transmit his knowledge to us. No need to offend other people. I'm from the Qin Dynasty, I also want Lin Feng to transmit our ancestors' knowledge to us. Lin Feng is insolent. He killed Prince Yan. Now the Snow Clan wants to kill him, the Holy Spirit Dynasty doesn't need to get involved. But before killing him, we want to get the skeleton he's obtained. Spoke up a Tianzi cultivator. They're basically throwing stones at someone who has fallen down a well, thought the crowd. Nobody dared steal things directly from Lin Feng, but now they had an opportunity to join hands with the Snow Clan to steal his treasures. According to rumor, Lin Feng also has the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Since he's going to die, we can also share them, said someone else icily. The Holy Spirit Dynasty was coming under great pressure. The dynasties could benefit from the situation, all thanks to the Snow Clan. Everybody watched at the Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit Dynasty. Holy Emperor Ling, hand Lin Feng over. Lin Feng has offended too many people. Holy Emperor Ling, don't be stubborn. The situation is too serious. The pressure was intense. So many people want to kill me? Said someone indifferently at that moment. Lin Feng came out of a palace with other people. Everybody turned to look at him. Lin Feng. People's eyes twinkled coldly. Lin Feng had dared to come out. Lin Feng had dared come out, and now he even sat down. There was a Taoist priest next to him, composed and unmoved. When he arrived, he exclaimed, "Good heavens," and many people rolled their eyes. Where were these people from? The people who had come with Lin Feng looked terrifying, unfathomable, and enigmatic. You're Lin Feng, said Shue'ao, staring at Lin Feng and releasing bestial qi. A hurricane appeared around him. He looked ferocious, ready to pounce. Where's Shui Ling Long? Demanded Shue'ao icily. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. What an arrogant little beast. Then, he looked elsewhere, ignoring him. Shue'ao suddenly looked amused. His bestial qi became even thicker. He suddenly turned into a blur of light and charged Lin Feng. As he did, an old man behind Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Shue'ao icily. Suddenly, lights moved towards him. The air began to warp. Shue'ao groaned and released a terrifying strength, explosively facing off against the older man, and was hurled away helplessly. At the same time, the Snow Clan cultivators released a terrifying qi altogether. Everybody felt ice cold. Do you know what you're doing? Shouted an old man of the Snow Clan, staring at Lin Feng's group. The Taoist priest closed his eyes and replied indifferently, "Good heavens." Eh? The old man stared at the Taoist priest icily. Your Excellency, I've seen too many little beasts like you. You can become my pets, I'll help you broaden your knowledge, and that way, you will stop losing face, said the old Taoist priest, shaking his head and staring at the Snow Clan cultivators. The members of the Snow Clan were stupefied. Everybody else was stunned too, actually. That old Taoist priest was acting too recklessly. He was humiliating the Snow Clan? Become his pets? Broaden the Snow Clan's knowledge? What did you say? Demanded the Snow Clan's strong cultivator icily. They couldn't believe it. That old Taoist priest was humiliating the Snow Clan. Good heavens, not only don't you want to broaden your knowledge, but you also don't understand what I'm saying. It seems I can't help you after all, the old Taoist priest sighed. Insolent! Shouted the old man explosively. The atmosphere around him started freezing. The palace behind them even disappeared under snowflakes. You want to die, ... Teacher, they are bad people, and they even dare say we want to die? The little black Taoist priest asked the older one. They think they can kill us, they think we won't react, explained the old Taoist priest patiently. Oh, why wouldn't we strike back if they attacked us? Asked the little Taoist priest, frowning. They should listen to us carefully next time, said the old Taoist priest, calmly patting the young one's shoulder. The members of the Snow Clan all pulled long faces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2044, Yen D's Craziness. Chapter 2044, Yen D's Craziness. The Snow Clan cultivators were furious. People were humiliating them in front of everybody. Everybody was amused, but nobody dared show it. They were wondering where those people came from. They were definitely brave. They dared make fun of the Snow Clan in front of everybody. Very few people dared do that. The space around them was already completely frozen. An old man of the Snow Clan looked furious and stared at Yen D, spitting out, "Are you from the Holy Spirit dynasty?" "We're not." "I know, you're disappointed," said Yen D, laughing. "I'm a very old cultivator of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Are you interested in becoming my pet? Your clan was destroyed once 10,000 years ago, now we're going to destroy it once again," said the old man icily. The people behind Yen D opened their eyes, and rather suddenly, the ice broke apart. However, Yen D waved his hand, making everyone recall their chi before he closed his eyes. The old man of the Snow Clan groaned icily. He was going crazy. "I've heard of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, they're going to be destroyed again since they're acting recklessly," swore Shui Ao furiously. "Old buddy, when beasts haven't really transformed into human beings, they're still as stupid as before, right?" Lin Feng asked Yen D. "Seems like it," Yen D nodded. "I think so too. How do they even dare threaten us?" said Fu Hei, shaking his head. "Poor Tianzi dynasty, these people went to their dynasty and killed their people. The Snow Clan dares bully them. Is that why the dynasties of Qi Tian Holy Town haven't received the legacy of their ancestors for such a long time? Because they can't kill such people?" wondered Fu Hei. "We can't blame the Tianzi dynasty. Even though they're cowards, they can't compete with the Snow Clan, so they're just vigilant," Yen D sighed. The members of the Snow Clan and the Tianzi dynasty all pulled long faces. "Oh, so the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan doesn't need to fear them in case they want to get their revenge?" asked Fu Hei fatuously. "Little boy, you're smart. What should we do?" "They dared threaten us and said they would destroy the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan," asked Fu Hei, smiling broadly. "Of course, who can threaten me?" said the old Taoist priest nodding. He looked at the people behind him and said, "If you hear them make impertinent remarks about our clan again, kill the little beasts which keeps barking." "You're insolent." The members of the Snow Clan started walking forwards and releasing chi. Who's barking again? Explosions and crackling of chi and conflict rose. When the members of the Snow Clan started walking towards them, Yen Di smashed the table in front of him and it exploded. He stood up, his hair messy and fluttering in the wind. The strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan also started walking and releasing a truly horrifying chi. The members of the Snow Clan all froze in place and stared at Yen Di. They all pulled long faces. "You think I'm a little beast, too?" said Yen Di. Flames of fury were burning in his eyes. He then said icily, "You're threatening us? I've seen many, many people like you, even thousands of years ago. I'm not afraid of a few little beasts. If you say anything, I just have to raise my hand, and you'll all die." Yen Di didn't look like a nice and gentle Taoist priest anymore, he was releasing an ominous chi. The members of the Snow Clan remained very silent at that moment, their hearts pounding in very unfamiliar fear. Some other people looked at Yen Di and were jealous, he was so strong and arrogant. He was definitely crazy, humiliating the members of the Snow Clan and making them shut up. The strangest thing was that the Snow Clan, who had dared go to the Tianxi dynasty and kill people, shut up when Yen Di threatened them. The crowd was astonished. The members of the Snow Clan were furious, but they didn't dare say anything. Everybody was afraid of crazy people. The Tianxi dynasty couldn't afford to offend the Snow Clan, none of the dynasties couldn't afford to offend them, actually. But that old Taoist priest did dare to offend them, so he was definitely crazy. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His old buddy was definitely fearless and crazy. Yen Di always went too far. Yen Di smiled indifferently when he saw the Snow Clan had shut up. He reclaimed the demeanor of a transcendent being again. He smiled and said, "Don't look so serious. I just asked you to shut up. Don't be nervous. I just don't like it when little animals bark unceasingly. Just stay calm." Yen Di sat down slowly again as if nothing had happened. However, the members of the Snow Clan continued remaining silent. As Yen Di had said, he just wanted them to shut up. The strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were there, and could crush them. Yen Di had even said he would kill Shuai if they continued being annoying. They couldn't afford to lose him. They had come to kill Lin Feng, and in the end, they had to shut up. Oh, and someone said they wanted the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures which belong to my Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. If anyone needs them, please tell me. I'll come to your dynasty or clan personally. Maybe I'll give them to you if I'm in a good mood, said Yen Di to the crowd, smiling broadly. He looked nice and gentle, completely different from a few moments before. The members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were fearless. They didn't even fear the Snow Clan. Actually, the cultivators Yen Di had brought were all Celestial Emperors and Saint Emperors. Apart from the little Taoist priest, the weakest cultivator was Yen Di himself. He was only a great emperor. Yen Di shrugged and smiled at Lin Feng. "Alright, it's your turn." Lin Feng smiled and stood up. He walked to the crowd and looked at the members of the Tianxi dynasty. He smiled and said, "Prince Yen wanted to steal my treasures, so I killed him. If you want to avenge his death, I'm here. Come and attack." The members of the Tianxi dynasty looked furious. Everybody had seen Lin Feng and Prince Yan's battle. If they killed Lin Feng because of that, wouldn't there be consequences? Impossible. The consequences would be terrifying for the Tianxi dynasty. Besides, if they killed Lin Feng and obtained nothing, it would be even more tragic. Everybody had acted arrogantly just now. They had all said they wanted to kill Lin Feng because the Snow Clan had the advantage. Now that the members of the Snow Clan had shut up, who could kill Lin Feng? The Holy Emperor of the Tianxi dynasty wasn't that stupid. He grunted coldly and said, "If I kill you, everybody will make fun of me." "So, you were just joking?" smiled Lin Feng. Then, he looked at the members of the Qin dynasty and observed, the Qin dynasty said they wanted to kill me. Please attack if you want to kill me, but... The members of the Qin dynasty looked at the Snow Clan's people. They couldn't kill Lin Feng, they needed the Snow Clan's help to do so. The Snow Clan couldn't say anything, though. So the elders of the Qin dynasty were joking too. What about the others? What about those people who wanted to kill me? Many people grimaced. They would have never thought the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan would appear out of nowhere and get involved. Staying in the Holy Spirit dynasty is useless. Let's leave, someone spoke up at that moment. The crowd was startled, their eyes twinkling. It was Empress Shi. Many people were surprised, but nodded agreement. The Snow Clan was under immense pressure, and couldn't say anything. They had to leave the Holy Spirit dynasty and gather outside. Good day. The members of the Qin dynasty stood up and started leaving. The members of the Snow Clan turned around and left too. Lin Feng watched them go coldly and said, those people will regroup and come back even stronger. Of course. They'll try to form a group, but other people won't dare touch you. They'll ask the Snow Clan to kill you, though. The others will try to resist the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan and the Holy Spirit Dynasty, observed Yen Di. As they had said, those people left and talked about a strategy. They didn't go far from the Holy Spirit Dynasty. So many strong cultivators had gathered and been humiliated. Could they leave like that without doing anything? Was that even possible? Little boy, I can't do much. You'll have to rely on yourself, Yen Di sighed. Lin Feng remained silent and nodded that he understood the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2045, Suffocating Hurricane. Chapter 2045, Suffocating Hurricane. The Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit Dynasty came over to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, the Snow Clan wants to kill you. The others want to take advantage of that situation. It's not over. I understand. Protect her and the child, though, said Lin Feng calmly. The Holy Spirit Holy Emperor's eyes twinkled. He was relieved. They were different from Yen Di and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, who had come confident and at ease. They could kill anyone they wanted. Yen Di had dared act that way, but the Holy Spirit Dynasty was different. The members of the Snow Clan and the dynasties understood that, therefore, the Snow Clan feared Yen Di because Yen Di would have really killed Shui Ao. The Tianxi dynasty couldn't do anything against Yen Di either. Lin Xiongshang will become a holy emperor in the future. You don't need to worry about her. She's safe here. Even if you can't protect her, it doesn't matter, said the Holy Emperor. Besides, I will dispatch some strong cultivators of the Holy Spirit Dynasty to follow you. That'll remove some pressure from your back. Leave the Snow Clan to me. Pay attention to the Moon Palace. The others won't dare do anything if the Snow Clan doesn't attack first, said Yen Di calmly. Everybody nodded. Then, the Holy Emperor waved his hand and some strong cultivators' silhouettes flickered and appeared behind him. Let's go out, said Lin Feng calmly. He started walking away. When they left the Holy Spirit Dynasty, they sensed a terrifying qi. After Lin Feng and the others left, someone wearing a black cloak appeared, looking nervous. She watched Lin Feng leave and followed behind. Outside of the Holy Spirit Dynasty, when the group saw Lin Feng's people, they were startled. It's Lin Feng, he took the initiative to come out. The Snow Clan will capture Lin Feng. The others blocked the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Someone ordered. However, Lin Feng's group of people didn't stop. They flew away at full speed. Chase them, dot. Many incredibly strong cultivators took off at their full speed. The air was shrieking from their passage. Who are those people? They look so strong. How strong? Many incredible cultivators. Many people on the roads of Chi Tian Holy Town were astonished. It was a dangerous, thrilling sight. Today, the Holy Spirit dynasty organized a banquet for Lin Feng and the Snow Clan. Maybe that's them. Possibly. A great war is going to happen. The big group of people drew many people's attention. Lin Feng and the others arrived in a vast place and stopped, landing on the ground, which exploded under their feet. Pieces of stones flew in all directions. Clouds rolled back in the sky, and the winds became chaotic. The strong cultivators who were chasing them stopped and dispersed, then they surrounding Lin Feng and the others. Is the Holy Spirit dynasty still going to get involved? The Tianzi Holy Emperor demanded icily. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. The Holy Spirit dynasty isn't going to get involved in the Snow Clan and Lin Feng's affairs. If anyone else wants to attack Lin Feng, they should think carefully, though. After all, we're not the only dynasty who has a Holy Emperor, said Holy Emperor Ling indifferently. His people were standing around Lin Feng, too. The crowd watched the Snow Clan cultivators. An ice-cold chi began to creep through the air. In response, the cultivators next to Yen Di stepped forwards and released energies, which surrounded Shui Ao. The Snow Clan cultivators frowned and pulled long faces. The cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan said nothing at all. They just locked down Shui Ao. It was clear that if the Snow Clan dared attack Lin Feng, they would kill Shui Ao. They were saying to the Snow Clan, "Try and dare us." An invisible and intangible energy oppressed the members of the Snow Clan. They all hated Yen Di. However, they also couldn't help but admire his courage. They didn't dare attack Lin Feng. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had definitely offended the Snow Clan already, and would also definitely settle accounts with them at some point. They couldn't resort to saints either. The Snow Clan wouldn't do anything as long as the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan didn't kill their people. They couldn't gamble with Shui Ao's life to kill Lin Feng. The situation was chaotic, and they couldn't do much. The other strong cultivators started moving and stepped towards Lin Feng. However, the Holy Spirit dynasty's cultivators moved closer to Lin Feng to protect him. The Holy Spirit dynasty can't protect everyone today, said Empress Shi icily. She was beautiful, calm, and aloof. The cultivators around her also took a step towards Lin Feng. They were putting more pressure on Lin Feng. The silhouettes of cultivators flickered back and forth. The Holy Spirit dynasty's strong cultivators moved closer to Lin Feng and faced the members of the Moon Palace. Yen Di had said it was important to protect Lin Feng from the Moon Palace. A graceful silhouette appeared and stood behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes glittered as he turned around. He was startled to see who it was. The woman was wearing a black cloak and had a veil on her face, standing there calmly. So she's extremely strong, thought Lin Feng, when he sensed her energies. Her chi was incredible. He was very surprised. The Holy Spirit dynasty had matched him with a very powerful woman. She looked gentle and sad, but actually she was incredibly strong. The pressure was incredible. It was almost as if time had stopped. Even the wind had stilled down. So many strong cultivators had gathered here, a great war would be tragic. Such military formations were rare in Chi Tian Holy Town. It was the first time in over 100 years. The strong cultivators who had come from far away were cautious, and didn't dare get too close. They stayed well in the distance. If all these terrifying cultivators started fighting, they'd also sense something. Finally, a sharp chi sprang out. Someone took a step forwards. However, the crowd was surprised because it wasn't a strong cultivator, it was a cultivator of the top of the Huang Qi layer, Wang Jian. Someone needed to take the first step, and that person was Wang Jian. Lin Feng turned his head and regarded Wang Jian calmly. He had been waiting for those cultivators to make the first step. Would they dare attack him? Everybody was extremely vigilant. Wang Jian had come out, and he could kill Lin Feng because he was a cultivator of the Huang Qi layer like Lin Feng. Wang Jian was a genius of the Dark Night region. He controlled weapon Dao. His attacks were deadly. Wang Jian released sharp energies. The winds soughed and began to moan. The other strong cultivators remained motionless. Nobody else attacked. No matter what, Lin Feng had to die today. So many people had gathered, they all wanted something from Lin Feng. At Wang Jian's back, a gigantic spear appeared and pointed at Lin Feng. A terrifying qi appeared, a strong wind of intent streaming from it. Die! Shouted Wang Jiao explosively, and the gigantic spear drove towards Lin Feng. The golden lights streaked across the sky. Nobody knew how the situation was going to evolve. But the members of the dynasties and the ancient clans knew one thing: Lin Feng had to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2046, Killing and Absorbing. Chapter 2046, Killing and Absorbing. At Lin Feng's back, a gigantic sword appeared and pointed at the sky. Lin Feng stretched his hand and his gigantic sword sped to meet the gigantic spear. They collided hard enough to start a windstorm. Lin Feng took flight as a holy spirit appeared around him. He condensed wind strength to accelerate. Wang Jian grunted icily. He looked at Lin Feng and flashed forwards. Another flying spear appeared behind him, and at the same time, a blood spear appeared in his hand and armor appeared on his body. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes went all black. Holy spirits materialized all around him. He punched out, a Devamara Kulpa holy spirit appearing around his fist. He had learned how to condense that holy spirit after becoming a high-level emperor. Lin Feng's fist was black and filled with explosive lightning. Lin Feng punched the flying spear and it exploded. The crowd remained silent, just watching and not getting involved. Their hearts were all pounding, though. Wang Jian's weapon Dao was impressive, his weapons explosive. But now Lin Feng had become a high-level emperor and he could destroy Wang Jian's weapons by simply punching them. Lin Feng's physical strength had become even more unbelievable. All those people wanted Lin Feng to die. He had been on the Holy Way stage, he was extremely talented. If they didn't kill him now, he would pose a threat to them in the future. Wang Jian saw Lin Feng charge towards him. A sharp death sword flashed towards him even faster. Sharp weapon qi rose up in the air, as Wang Jian turned into a gigantic cauldron. He could release any kind of weapon, offensive or defensive, and his weapons were almost indestructible. Lin Feng released Death Dao intent. Wang Jian's weapons also contained soul strength. Lin Feng sighed in admiration. Wang Jian was really talented, and his Dao intent was incredible. He was extremely strong. Who was stronger between him and Zhuo Qing, who had the diamond indestructible king-type body? Lin Feng waved his hand and ancient imprints appeared all around him. Their invisible and intangible strength surrounded Wang Jian. The ancient imprints looked like other worlds. He couldn't escape. A blade appeared in Wang Jian's hands, he raised his hands and a powerful force filled the air. The incredible strength condensed and turned into an azure dragon, which roared out defiantly. Lacerate! The air howled around the dragon, it was able to cut anything. It broke free from the world of the living imprints. Wang Jian's weapons were indeed dangerous. However, after the world of the living imprints broke apart, Wang Jian saw a terrifying gigantic sword streak across the sky towards him. It seemed to contain all sorts of strength, including cursing strength. That sword had the level of the top of the Huang Qi layer, and could even kill ordinary great emperors. Wang Jian's armor glowed with power. At the same time, he also took out another powerful blade, which lit up in his hand. The sword arrived and destroyed the blade he raised to stop it, before continuing on, unimpeded. An ancient shield appeared in front of Wang Jian, but it was immediately cut into two and then exploded. Gotcha! The sound was subtle, almost quiet. The sword cut into Wang Jian and through his armor. She exploded, and he was driven away, blood splashing as his clothes were torn apart. What a terrifying defense, thought those watching. They were also astonished by Lin Feng's attack. His attacks were murderous. He had progressed a lot, and faster than Wang Jian. Wang Jian was already at the top of the Huangqi layer. He was going to become a great emperor sooner or later. Lin Feng was different though. When he was a medium-level emperor, he was already extremely strong, and he still had some ways to go before becoming a great emperor. Lin Feng was extremely talented. The fighting abilities between cultivators of the same level were wide-ranging, and the difference could be gigantic. Differences in terms of spells, talent, and so on could be substantial. If Lin Feng had been at the very top of the Huangqi layer too, he would have destroyed Wang Jian, even though he was also a genius. Wang Jian could only look at Lin Feng. He couldn't compete with him. Lin Feng kept destroying his weapons. The previous time he had fought against Lin Feng had still been a medium-level emperor. Die! Shouted Wang Jian explosively. He condensed terrifying weapon intent, and shot it towards Lin Feng's head. However, a demon appeared to protect Lin Feng's brain. At the same time, Lin Feng condensed a sword Holy Spirit to merge into his body. He looked like a sword which could cut apart the universe. Wang Jian calmed down when he saw that. A 10,000 weapons pattern appeared behind him, his whole body turned into a sharp weapon. Weapon energies gathered around him. Lin Feng raised his hands, terrifying and sharp sword chi began to vibrate and hum. His body turned into a terrifying sword, and his soul into an indestructible sword. Desolate and ancient chi filled the air. The energies blotted out the sky. Lin Feng started advancing, condensing force in his feet. Each step was more and more powerful. That sharp sword felt like the last thing in the world. The crowd was nervous. Lin Feng was using the ancient holy techniques again, and he had become much stronger than the previous time, when he had killed Prince Yan. Wang Jian was shocked and going crazy. He controlled weapon techniques, he had a weapon soul, he understood weapon Dao, he was a king of weapons, and his weapons were incredibly sharp. However, Lin Feng's sword attack seemed better than his weapons. How could the king of weapons lose against someone else's weapon? Wang Jian continued advancing, his 10,000 weapons vibrating ever faster, and everything towards Lin Feng. The ground was shaking as if it were about to collapse. However, the gigantic sword broke the 10,000 weapons. When it neared him, he had already lost much of his power. He was oppressed. Oh no! Wang Jian felt hopeless. This was a holy technique, an oppressive holy technique. His attacks could kill great emperors, but Lin Feng could oppress him using holy techniques. He was going to die. A terrifying chi surrounded him. Wang Jian, great imperial weapon! Shouted someone loudly. However, the gigantic sword was already descending from the sky, and Wang Jian was under too much pressure. He had the impression he was going to suffocate. He did all he could to protect himself as quickly as possible, the air exploding with his resistance. The gigantic sword crashed on him, and he shook violently, his weapon body breaking apart. Die! People from Wang Jian's clan surged forwards, but there were cultivators from the Holy Spirit dynasty in the sky to intercept them, protecting Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned to human form. He punched Wang Jian in the head, but Wang Jian's head didn't explode. A terrifying absorbing strength appeared around Lin Feng. 9 dragons appeared and absorbed Wang Jian. The weapon pattern was also absorbed immediately. Even Wang Jian's head was devoured. Die! The cultivators from Wang Jian's clan went insane when they saw the genius of their clan get killed like that. Lin Feng's soul was trembling, and a terrifying strength moved towards his head. He was being pushed down, but he kept his cool. A strong wind blew the pressure away as another cultivator protected Feng. The ground shook violently. Finally, a great battle was about to burst out. They had chosen Wang Jian to fight against Feng. No matter the winner, the results would have been terrifying in any case. Now, Feng had won. He had killed Wang Jian, and the members of Wang Jian's clan were furious. "A great war is starting," blurted out someone in the distance. They had never seen such a terrifying gathering of strong cultivators. Feng looked at all those cultivators. He looked furious and said, "You will all regret trying to kill me. Old buddy, protect me," said Feng. Then he jumped forwards and landed on the ground. A crater appeared, a mysterious strength appeared and surrounded him. The members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan jumped into the crater to protect Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2047, I'm your ancestor. Chapter 2047, I'm your ancestor. When they saw Feng penetrate into the ground, the cultivators were stunned and said icily, "Be careful, he going to travel underground." "Yes, freeze the ground," said a strong cultivator of the Snow Clan. The strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were protecting Feng. The Snow Clan cultivators landed on the ground and punched the ground, which started freezing with a loud crackling. If Feng was underground, he had to freeze, too. He couldn't escape. "Holy Emperor Ling, if you don't leave, we'll attack the members of the Holy Spirit Dynasty," said someone icily. Maybe one dynasty would have feared the Holy Spirit Dynasty, but now they had formed an alliance. They didn't care about the Holy Spirit Dynasty anymore. Even if the Holy Spirit Dynasty wanted to get their revenge someday, they could call their families and that would be the Holy Spirit Dynasty's Judgment Day. Therefore, they didn't mind oppressing the Holy Spirit Dynasty together. Maybe they would manage to destroy one dynasty too. So many dynasties are joining hands to fight against our Holy Dynasty Prince, ridiculous. Since it's that way, we don't need to be polite, don't worry. "We won't attack Feng, but he won't escape today," said a voice icily. They had to stop the Holy Spirit Dynasty and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, so the Snow Clan would be able to focus on Feng. The members of Wang Jian's clan wouldn't let Feng off either. A terrifying strength began to build. The Great War burst out. The members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were all surrounding Feng. They made some hand seals and many ancient imprints appeared. Marks appeared on the snowy ground. A golden palace appeared, lofty and indestructible. There was a boom as a powerful attack crashed onto the palace, but it remained unaffected. "Humph. Is that useful?" said an icy voice, as a terrifying strength condensed. A gigantic spear descended from the sky, a destructive whirlwind around it. It crashed onto the palace and cracks appeared. "Crush him," said a few people at the same time. Destructive strength bombarded the palace. Finally, loud sounds spread in the air. The palace finally started breaking apart. However, at the same time, destructive strength blotted out the sky again. "The members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan are way too insolent, they must die. Die." The strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were less numerous than the others. They couldn't possibly resist for too long. Feng was in the ground. There was someone watching all those strong cultivators at the entrance of the hole he was in. A new shattering sound spread in the air. The ice which obstructed the hole broke apart and ancient chi rose up into the air. "What's going on?" The Holy Spirit Dynasty's person who was protecting everyone was startled. Some chi was emerging from the hole. She was shocked, her soul felt a severe pressure. It was a truly ancient chi. "Is that Feng's chi?" She was astonished. At that moment, the members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan moved aside. 3 people surrounded the members of the Holy Spirit dynasty. One of them punched out at them. The atmosphere seemed like it was going to break apart. The Holy Emperor's concubine was stupefied. She jumped into the incoming hurricane, waving her hand and breaking the wind apart. However, at that moment, a gigantic hand grabbed towards her. She was being attacked from every side. The concubine suddenly turned into a light beam, moving her hands rapidly. However, she was still chased from the hole. Someone smiled coldly in the sky and dove towards the hole at full speed. Gotcha! The hole was being bombarded and grew wider. It became gigantic, and Lin Feng should have appeared in their field of vision. When the ice completely broke apart, the strong cultivator was astonished. He didn't see Lin Feng at all, he saw a gigantic creature. It was a giant, 3 zhang tall. He was standing there, as tall as a building. His qi was ancient and becoming stronger and stronger. Force kept appearing and condensing around him, turning into a hurricane of power. The descending cultivator above the giant was astonished and started to shake. He couldn't oppress that giant and quickly stopped descending. The others were astonished, too. Why wasn't it Lin Feng? Why was there a giant? They had seen Lin Feng go into the hole. Where was he now? Who, or what, was that giant? At that moment, the giant raised his head, and light beams emerged from his eyes. He looked up at the cultivator in the sky above him, which made the man shiver even more. It was an ancient peerless cultivator, and his eyes were burning with violence. The giant jumped out of the hole, his feet were gigantic, he grabbed towards the cultivator above him. The cultivator above the giant was a celestial emperor, but he didn't feel like fighting against a giant, so he tried to escape. However, the giant stretched out his hand and a gigantic imprint appeared, oppressing the whole region. The celestial emperor shouted desperately, that attack had oppressed everyone. At the same time, the giant stretched out his gigantic hand and grabbed the cultivator. The cultivator had the impression he was going to suffocate. No, the celestial emperor shouted furiously. He was going crazy. The giant had grabbed him and now he couldn't move anymore. At that moment, the atmosphere became eerily calm again. The giant looked like a saint. Was he a saint from the ancient days? No, that's... The Qin dynasty's holy emperor was astonished and staring at the giant. That Qi, the giant, impossible. The giant was holding the celestial emperor, who looked tiny in comparison with him. He was desperate and shouted, "Master, I didn't do anything. Please forgive me." "I thought you wanted to kill me?" said the giant calmly. The crowd started shaking violently. The voice was completely different, but that was Lin Feng's way of speaking. How is that possible? Some people couldn't believe their eyes and trembled. Lin Feng was extraordinary, but how could he control a giant's body? That wasn't Lin Feng's body. That was the body of an ancient saint. Lin Feng had definitely obtained it in the saint's world. But how? How could Lin Feng control a giant's body? The Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty was astonished, too. Lin Feng could control a saint's body? They had no explanation. Even if Lin Feng could control such a body, where did the qi and strength come from? They didn't understand. A loud shout spread in the air. The giant crushed the cultivator in his hand. His muscles, bones, flesh started crackling. The pain was unbearable. They couldn't imagine how painful it was. A soul emerged. The cultivator wanted to escape, but the giant immediately grabbed the soul too. He crushed the body and the soul of the cultivator. He had destroyed a celestial emperor that easily. "It's a saint, it's a peerless cultivator," said someone in astonishment and terror. The Qin Holy Emperor looked at the giant and asked, "Are you really Lin Feng?" The giant turned around and looked at the Qin Holy Emperor of the Qin dynasty. The Holy Emperor didn't flee. He was staring at the giant as he said, I'm the Holy Emperor of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shan's descendant. He was convinced that Lin Feng couldn't control such a body without a saint's help. The giant raised his hands, but the Holy Emperor continued staring at him. He clenched his fists. People had cold sweats, worried for the Qin Holy Emperor. Holy Emperor! Shouted a strong cultivator of the Qin dynasty. However, the Qin Holy Emperor remained motionless. Suddenly, he was forced away as the giant said icily, I'm your ancestor, Qin Shan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2048, Change. Chapter 2048, Change. I'm your ancestor, Qin Shan, said the voice, which made Qin Gong tremble. The giant grabbed Qin Gong and threw him away. The crowd was astonished, especially the members of the Qin dynasty. At that moment, they all pulled a long face. They were staring at the giant in confusion. Their ancestor? The Qin dynasty's ancestor wasn't dead? The giant really had the body of a saint, nobody had doubts about that. He looked majestic, he was as tall as a building. Was that really their ancestor? If that was the case, if he hadn't died, then the Qin dynasty was going to become the ruler of Qitian Holy Town and even the region of the dynasty. Those days, in the Dark Night region, even holy emperors were rare, and it was almost impossible to see a saint, but nobody had doubts that they existed. The saints couldn't all be dead. The crowd was convinced that nobody could be stronger than a saint. The giant threw Qin Gong away. Qin Gong coughed up blood. He wasn't angry, however, he was touched and moved. It was his ancestor, a saint, and the saint was incredibly strong, he could have popped his skull with his fingers. He started thinking that in that body, there was Lin Feng's consciousness as well as Qin Shan. Lin Feng couldn't possibly be as strong as a saint. Ancestor, said Qin Gong, bowing before the giant. Everybody was astonished. Nobody understood what was going on. They had been chasing Lin Feng. Now, a saint had appeared and it was the ancestor of the Qin dynasty. Qin Gong believed it himself. Ancestor. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty all bowed respectfully before their ancestor. The giant's eyes twinkled. Lin Feng was the main controller, Qin Shan's thread of consciousness was just helping. Lin Feng was really using the giant's body. He felt perfect inside, actually. His soul wasn't shaking even the slightest iota. The body was very responsive. The members of the Qin dynasty were Qin Shan's descendants. Lin Feng was controlling their ancestors' strength at that moment. Lin Feng couldn't kill the members of the Qin dynasty using Qin Shan's body, that would have been extremely disrespectful, therefore Lin Feng just wanted to teach Qin Gong a good lesson. He glanced at all the members of the Qin dynasty but remained silent. However, they all felt under pressure because of that silence. The members of the Snow Clan had already gathered together, wanting to protect Shui Ao. An old man said using telepathy, "Get ready to leave." They all understood that they couldn't face a saint. The members of the Snow Clan weren't the only ones who wanted to leave, the others who had come to surround Lin Feng did the same. Therefore, when the giant looked at the members of the Snow Clan, it was as if something was about to explode. Snowflakes appeared everywhere, and the members of the Snow Clan disappeared into the snow. A terrifying strength filled the air. When the snowflakes disappeared, the giant saw that the members of the Snow Clan were gone. Everybody realized that Lin Feng wasn't going to die today. Without the Snow Clan's help, nobody could do anything against him. The Moon Palace's members also released golden lights and disappeared inside, leaving without hesitation. A saint was there, after all. Let's go. Progressively, more and more people started leaving. However, at that moment, the giant looked at the members of Wang Jian's clan and a terrifying strength rose up. Go? You came here, you think you can leave that easily? Said the giant icily, yet mockingly. The air hummed. The giant took a step, and a second one, and a third one. With each step, he could move 10,000 meters. Block! Shouted the members of Wang Jian's clan, releasing their qi. They all turned into swords and moved as fast as they could. However, at the same time, the giant followed them and condensed an ancient qi. The giant took out a gigantic ancient bell, and rang it once. Many people coughed up blood instantly. At the same time, the swords had the feeling they were stuck in moving sand. The giant took another step and appeared in front of those people. A terrible strength seemed to lock the air in place. Their muscles stiffened. The terrifying ancient qi was absorbing the force of the earth and sky. Those who were trying to escape struggled futilely. No, shouted someone in panic. The gigantic bell crushed cultivators one after another. Their bodies exploded, and their souls dispersed. Someone managed to dodge and moved away at full speed. It was a Saint Emperor. Lin Feng ignored him. He knew he could control the body perfectly, but he couldn't catch up with him, otherwise he could have crushed him. A Saint Emperor was nothing in front of a saint. Escaping would have been impossible. Sure, Zhu Lao Xian drank booze while crushing Saint Emperors. The other members of Wang Jian's clan didn't manage to escape and all died there. Then, the giant looked back at the others and realized that everybody was far away. Celestial emperors were indeed extremely fast. Of course, the members of the Qin dynasty were still there. They raised their heads and all looked at their ancestor. Someone will have to pay the price today, said the giant indifferently. He hadn't talked very loudly, but people in the distance heard him and shivered. Who was going to pay the price? The dynasties and some ancient holy clans had sent people to kill Lin Feng. Who was responsible for that? Lin Feng had used the saint's help. He wouldn't be able to do it again for a long time, and maybe he would never have such an opportunity again. He had to cherish that opportunity. Could he just chase those people? Would they stop harassing him in the future? He had to be crazy. He had to make Qi Tian Holy Town shake violently. They had to remember him forever. He had to teach them a good lesson. Dong! The giant made another step. The crowd shook violently. Where was the giant going? The members of the Qin dynasty were stupefied. They gathered behind Qin Gong and said, "Holy Emperor, is that really our ancestor?" But of course, do you think we would be able to stay here and stay safe and sound otherwise? Said Qin Gong. He had no doubts anymore. The only problem was that their ancestor liked Lin Feng too. The Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty took a deep breath. He was astonished, a saint. He had never thought Lin Feng would be helped by a saint. Yan Di remained calm and composed. He laughed and said, "Little boy, have you seen that? That's my disciple. Soon, he'll be as famous as me." When Fu He heard Yan Di, he thought, since when is master famous? And that was a saint. The imperial concubine looked at the giant in the distance. She was trembling. Where was Lin Feng? She turned around and looked at the hole again. The members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, including Yan Di, were still there. That Taoist priest was certifiably crazy, but he was also enigmatic and unfathomable. Even though she didn't know what had happened to Lin Feng, she knew that he had secrets. She just stood there calmly and watched. In the Tianxi dynasty, the ground kept shaking violently. People raised their heads and looked at the giant in astonishment. What was going on? Why was the giant coming to the Tianxi dynasty? No cultivator from their dynasty could compete with the giant. Finally, when the giant arrived, Holy Emperor Tianxi landed in front of it, his face deathly pale. He looked much older suddenly. The saint had chosen their Tianxi dynasty to vent his anger, but "Master, what are you going to do?" asked Holy Emperor Tianxi. He didn't know what to do against such a cultivator. They were going to die if nobody helped them. He already didn't dare fight against Shui Ao, and in front of a saint, he was a nobody. The Tianxi dynasty needs to change their holy emperor, said the giant calmly. He sounded like he was talking about something ordinary. With one simple sentence, he could decide a holy emperor's fate. The holy emperor had to be changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2049, Consequences. Chapter 2049, Consequences. Holy Emperor Tianxi looked up at the giant, terrified. He had followed the Snow Clan to kill Lin Feng, and now the consequences were tragic. He was facing a saint who was telling him his time as Holy Emperor was done. He sounded calm and aloof, but Holy Emperor Tianxi understood that he was probably going to die. So many dynasties had joined hands to kill Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had in return summoned a saint. For Holy Emperor Tianxi, this was a real tragedy. If the saint was furious, he could make him fall and turn to dust. He knew the saint had that power. How tragic, but it was reality. I want to know whether you're Lin Feng or Qin Shan, said Holy Emperor Tianxi. He was going to die, so he wanted to know who was going to kill him. I'm Lin Feng and the saint, said the giant emotionlessly. Holy Emperor Tianxi nodded and gave all his possessions to an old man who was standing next to him. Holy Emperor, said the old man, his face stiff. Uncle, you can be the Holy Emperor for now. Chen and Piao Shui have potential, in the future you can choose them, or someone else, said Holy Emperor Tianxi. The old man next to him looked extremely sad. Alright, even without me, the Tianxi dynasty will remain the Tianxi dynasty, said Holy Emperor Tianxi with a sad smile. He walked up to Lin Feng and said, You want to kill me for what happened today, you're right, but no matter what, you will end up like me, sooner or later. Then, Holy Emperor Tianxi closed his eyes, ready to meet death. Everyone remained silent in the Tianxi dynasty. The cultivators gathered there all stared at the giant. The giant raised his hand and brought it down. Even when he was crushed, the members of the Tianxi dynasty could scarcely believe it had really happened. Lin Feng left the Tianxi dynasty, he couldn't stay like this much longer. He had killed the holy emperor of the Tianxi dynasty to prove to everyone that they couldn't do whatever they wished to him. Everybody in Chi Tian Holy Town would now understand that. As Lin Feng had expected, when Holy Emperor Tianxi died, the news quickly spread everywhere in Chi Tian Holy Town. Nobody said anything, everyone held their tongues. There was too much pressure. The dynasties were too scared, their holy emperors, elders, and families could die. Holy Emperor Tianxi had died. Nobody talked about Lin Feng anymore, saying Lin Feng's name became taboo. All of that was due to the saint's existence. People in Chi Tian Holy Town realized how strong saints were. Of course, many people felt even more determined, they all wanted to transcend worldliness, attain holiness, and look at saint emperors like insects. Lin Feng went back to the battlefield and sank back into the ground. His holy qi dispersed and disappeared. In the ground, Lin Feng went into his spirit's world and left the saint's body. He had the sensation his head was going to explode. He felt extremely weak and sick. With the strength of the Huang Qi layer, using a saint's body was exhausting. Without the saint's consciousness, he couldn't have done it. Yan Di was waiting on the ground outside. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the hole. He was wondering whether taking Lin Feng away was the best solution or not. Up in the sky, two people were seated on a cloud, lights gathered around them. They had seen everything. They made an odd couple. One of them had an alcohol gourd and looked nonchalant. The other one was a beautiful woman. "Teacher, will he be all right?" the woman asked the drunkard. The drunkard didn't reply hastily, he took a sip of liquor and said, "No problem for now. But in the future, it will be a huge problem." "What do you mean?" "Lin Feng is facing many problems. For now, nobody in Chi Tian Holy Town will dare attack him, but what about the Snow Clan? Said Shiju Lao Xian calmly. The woman was startled. Teacher, would the Snow Clan dare send a saint to fight against Lin Feng? Xing Feng couldn't imagine what it meant to be a peerless cultivator. You are young. You don't understand how priceless a saint's body is, especially a body which still has a consciousness, said Shiju Lao Xian indifferently. He understood precisely how Lin Feng had used a saint's strength. He knew that the Snow Clan's members also understood that. Lin Feng shouldn't have used the saint's strength? Asked Xing Feng. She was stunned. He would have died if he hadn't. Lin Feng didn't do anything wrong, but the real problem is that no matter what, he didn't have any good option, said Shiju Lao Xian calmly. He took another sip, looking detached from worldly affairs. Teacher, why? Asked Xing Feng, staring at Shiju Lao Xian. Why I didn't help Lin Feng before he used the saint's body? Asked Shiju Lao Xian with a smile. Xing Feng said nothing, but Shiju Lao Xian tapped her head and smiled. If I helped and protected each time he has a problem, how could he become stronger? Besides, I'm not with him all the time. He has to find solutions to his problems himself. All peerless cultivators have to go through uncountable hardships to grow strong. What you mean is that Lin Feng will become a peerless cultivator? Deduced Xing Feng, her eyes twinkling. Her teacher thought highly of Lin Feng. I never said that. Shiju Lao Xian grinned. However, having used the strength of a saint is something amazing for him. It has many advantages, but... Teacher, what if a saint of the Snow Clan attacks Lin Feng? He will definitely die, Xing Feng asked him. Alright, for my good disciple, I'll offend the Snow Clan only once, said Shiju Lao Xian, shaking his head. Xing Feng looked at him strangely and whispered, what does that have to do with me? Ah. Well then, I'd be happy to have a rest. I'm not getting involved then, said Shiju Lao Xian, laying down on the cloud and continuing to drink. Teacher, said Xing Feng, rolling her eyes and pouting. Shiju Lao Xian just laughed and said, alright, don't worry. I'll help him one last time, but I'll offend the Snow Clan and it won't be fun in the future. In the future, he'll have to rely on himself. Thank you very much, teacher. Smiled Xing Feng. Since her teacher had said he would help Lin Feng, he was going to help. Lin Feng's soul strength moved back into his body and he began to slowly recover. His soul didn't shake violently anymore. Then, he came out of the hole. Little boy, you must feel great, right? Chortled Yen Di, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was bemused. Feel great? His soul had almost exploded. Using the saint's strength was incredibly dangerous. I want to go back to the Holy Spirit dynasty. I think it's over, said Lin Feng. However, the old Taoist priest shook his head and said, you can't go back to the Holy Spirit dynasty. Why? Lin Feng asked. You must think about the consequences now, said Yen Di. Lin Feng didn't understand. Who will dare attack me now? Asked Lin Feng. The Snow Clan saint, explained Yen Di. Lin Feng frowned and remained silent for a few seconds. If a saint really wants to attack me, where should I go? And will the Snow Clan really send a saint to fight against me? Alright, go back to the Holy Spirit dynasty then, said Yen Di. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't understand. Go back. If you have to face him, you'll face him sooner or later, said the old Taoist priest. Then, he said good heavens again. Lin Feng didn't understand. If the Snow Clan really sent a saint to fight against him, he could activate the memories he had received from the diviner of the Destiny Shrine, and say he was from the Destiny Shrine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2050, The Evil Influence Remains. Chapter 2050, The Evil Influence Remains. He was seated cross-legged on a blue Uptala lotus in his spirit world. Cosmic strength kept rotating around him. There were the cosmic energies of the 10,000 things of creation. Without the heavenly grace ancient tree and the blue Uptala lotus, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to progress so fast in terms of cosmic energies. Lin Feng was thoughtful. Zun cultivators break through to the Huang Qi layer when their force is multiplied by 1,000. After that, their body fuses together with the earth and sky around them. However, the real force of the earth and sky is unlimited. When saints move, force keeps condensing around them and hurricanes appear around them. The strength of the earth and sky is like their own. They just have to move their hand to use it, muttered Lin Feng. After controlling the saint's body, that was the feeling he had experienced. Saints had no limits. It had been a wonderful sensation. They could also control people's souls. When he controlled his own body, he had no problems and there was nothing unpleasant. He was in harmony with his own body. But when he controlled the saint's body, Lin Feng realized how incredible a human soul was. He needed to become so much stronger to become a peerless cultivator. They belonged to a completely different world. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised because he had been cleansed 3 times by Devamara Kalpa strength as a high-level emperor, and he had become stronger after controlling the saint's body. However, after recovering, his demon skills had become stronger yet again. After that, Lin Feng went back into the demon pond and cleansed his Devamara physical body. His physical body was becoming ever more terrifying. Lin Feng knew that because he had controlled the saint's body, it was easier for him to become physically stronger. He felt even better physically. His soul and body had become stronger. Lin Feng was even more determined, and felt even more optimistic about his future. He kept progressing quickly. At the same cultivation level, nobody could compete with him in terms of physical strength. He was seated cross-legged on the blue Uptala lotus and after that, a weapon pattern appeared behind him. He had absorbed it with his spirit, and had it mixed with his blood. His qi had finally calmed down. Meng Qing was seated not far from him and smiled. Little Zetian, look at your father, he's doing so much for you, come out quickly. Ha, he will also come out quickly. When Meng Qing heard Lin Feng, she smiled. Lin Feng stopped practicing cultivation and landed next to Meng Qing. He touched Meng Qing's belly and sensed something move. Little boy, listen to your mom or I'll scold you when you come out. Smiled Lin Feng. Meng Qing laughed. Don't scare our baby, otherwise he won't come out. Lin Feng, will the snow clan attack you? Meng Qing asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng initially didn't intend to tell Meng Qing anything, but she had to know. Lin Feng had just told her a few things, he couldn't hide the truth from her, and her perception was quite acute. The Snow Clan was her native clan, and known to be powerful. Don't worry, you can rely on me. Lin Feng smiled. Meng Qing put her hands on Lin Feng's face and looked at him gently. If you can't survive, I can go back to the Snow Clan. Your safety is the most important thing. I have a celestial king-type body, the Snow Clan won't do anything to me. Silly girl, said Lin Feng, caressing Meng Qing's cheeks in return. He kissed her on the lips. They both smiled, understanding each other without talking. Lin Feng, do you think Lin Zetian will look more like you or me? Meng Qing put her head on Lin Feng's shoulder and smiled. It would be better if he looked more like you, replied Lin Feng cheerfully. Meng Qing laughed and wondered, will he be like you? Will he travel all around the world and offend many women like you? Lin Feng laughed and said, ha, wouldn't it be great? Aren't you afraid that it could affect his cultivation? Some people are determined. Some people are solitary, too. Some people are confident and at ease, other people solely focus on cultivation. It always depends on people. Lin Feng was different from many people. He smiled, look at those holy emperors and holy concubines. You envy them? Asked Meng Qing. My wife is like a celestial being, how could I envy them? Other people envy me. Lin Feng laughed back. He knew that Meng Qing was joking. They were two people who were really in love. They had gone through so much together. However, some people didn't intend to let Lin Feng off. Some Snow Clan cultivators landed in the Tianxi dynasty, where there was a new holy emperor, the previous holy emperor's uncle. When he saw them, he didn't look as happy as in the past. We suffered great losses, what do you want now? Asked the holy emperor impolitely. The Snow Clan cultivators frowned and one of them said, Our saint is on his way, he'll arrive within 3 days. The holy emperor was petrified and his heart started pounding. A saint. The Snow Clan had said one sentence and it sufficed to scare them to death. A saint from the Snow Clan was going to come to town? So what does that have to do with the Tianxi dynasty? Asked the new holy emperor. He tried to remain calm and composed. Last time, the dynasties and the ancient holy clans surrounded Lin Feng and then let him escape. That won't happen a second time, said the Snow Clan cultivator calmly. Let him escape? The holy emperor smiled coldly. The Snow Clan was really shameless. The Snow Clan had fled first. A second time? You mean that we'll surround Lin Feng again? Asked the holy emperor, not understanding their point of view. Indeed, said the strong cultivator of the Snow Clan. He didn't realize the holy emperor found him ridiculous, and just nodded calmly. The holy emperor said coldly, Since your saint is coming, why do we need to waste time? We need Lin Feng to use the saint's body. And we need you to deal with Lin Feng, you understand? Asked the Snow Clan cultivator. The holy emperor was stupefied. The Snow Clan wanted Lin Feng to use the saint's body again, and give them a reason to send a saint. Why doesn't the saint attack directly? Why do you need someone to provoke the situation? Asked the holy emperor. If our saint attacks Lin Feng directly, he won't use the saint's body directly, explained the Snow Clan cultivator indifferently before starting to walk away. Some strong cultivators from my clan have already gone to the other dynasties and ancient holy clans. Of course, you can refuse, but the consequences will be, hee, said that man with a laugh before leaving. The holy emperor was furious. The Tianxi dynasty's holy emperor had already died, and now they wanted to start again? I will inform you when the right time comes. You can decide whether you want to join or not then, the Snow Clan cultivator said while leaving. The holy emperor was furious, but could he refuse? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.